Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. And a welcome back to Trent Bridge because County Championship cricket returns here after a couple of games away. Lancashire are the visitors, and today is day one of that Vitality County Championship Division 1 fixture. The two captains have been out there in the middle, Haseeb Hameed and Keaton Jennings, and it was Keaton Jennings that won the toss, and he has chosen to have a bat. So the openers will be making their way down the steps very shortly. Obviously, also the Notts boys will be out there as well. Now, we usually have a captain's chat here on Trent Bridge Live. Well, we certainly did do that last year with the captain, Steve Mullaney. Unfortunately, we've not managed to catch up with Haseeb Hameed, but we did do yesterday. So Kirsty had a chat with him at training.
Has, welcome to TB Live. First time this season. We were just joking off camera about, obviously you're top of the order and we used to do captain's chats. Yeah. And obviously if we're batting, you'll be up there padding up and going through your kind of pre-match routine, won't you? So welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Let's rewind almost back to the beginning. And obviously you're club captain this year. You've had a few games under your belt now, and obviously the winter and all that. When we talk to everybody about you and your captaincy, everybody always says he's a really strong captain in the sense of he knows what he wants from each individual player. Explain a little bit about what that actually means to you from your side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what's important for me as a leader and as a captain is allowing people to play to their strengths. I'm a big believer in the quality that individuals have, and it's very unique to them, and giving them the freedom and the backing to be able to bring that out more often than not. And it's what's been important for me in my career, and it's something that I've tried to take into my captaincy.
Okay, so let's talk about the 4 games that we've got under our belt at the moment. And obviously we have again just joked off camera about the weather today, but the weather's not been particularly kind to us in terms of drawing games and kind of sitting and waiting to play and get out there, have we? So how have each of those games been through that first chunk of stage?
Yeah, I guess after the disappointment of the first game, I think the pleasing thing for me and for us has been in the next 3 games we're in a position to win all 3 games going into the last day. I feel obviously I think it would have been good games, certainly the Worcester and the Somerset games, but again, Warwickshire, we were in a position where if we bowled them out, we were able to make them follow on. Obviously that didn't happen, but again we lost so much cricket leading up to that. If we'd have played the full 4 days, we still probably could have had a result. So like you say, it's been curtailed by the weather a little bit, but I've been pleased with the positions that we found ourselves in.
So on paper, and I don't mean to be negative, but on paper it looks quite, obviously the first game was a loss and 3 draws, but within those performances, actually if you break it down and look at the game and from almost an analysis point of view, there's been some standout kind of cricket in there really, hasn't there? Yeah,
100%, and I think we've grown from game to game, to be honest. I think the last game at Edgbaston was probably our best performance so far as a team, and the way we want to play our cricket, so that's pleasing. Certainly individuals have stood up throughout the course of the start of the season so far, Joe Clark being one of them. Will Younger's come in and settled in beautifully again, and the bowlers are building as well, because Calvin Harrison has had a great start to the season, which often for a leg spinner, certainly at this part of the year, isn't always the case, so that's really pleasing. Even as a group, there've been some really good performances as a team as well, so hopefully we can really build on that, and going into this next block of 3 games we can start winning some games.
And that's important, isn't it, to look at it as those blocks, that you've got to kind of achieve certain things within those blocks. So Lancashire, obviously our opponents for this upcoming game, they are currently bottom of the table. We are sitting just 2 above them. How do we approach games like that? It's easy to say, it's almost the bottom of the table clash, and Lancs have always brought confidence to Trent Bridge. I don't think we can deny that. But how do you prep your team, and how do you go out there and tackle that game?
Honestly, I think what's really important is recognising the opposition that we're playing and going through what their strengths and weaknesses might be. But ultimately, I think what's really important for us is again what we do. I think it's controlling what we do really well and bringing what our strengths are as a team for 12 sessions over the course of the next 4 days, and that's ultimately what I'm trying to send a message to the boys with. And the table, the way it's set out, it feels quite tight as well. It feels like one win can take you from 6th to potentially 4th or 3rd.
And it's quite early to be looking at the table, obviously.
Exactly. So, it's still very early days, but we do know once we start, hopefully, getting the right results on the board, you can move up that table quickly.
So is there a kind of a mantra or a kind of buzz phrase going around the dressing room at the minute in terms of going into games like this? You smile, I feel like there's something being said.
Well, PM's usually got a decent line for us, but this year it's all revolved around being in the room and making sure that we're fully connected to where we are, staying present in the moment, and again, like I said, trying to bring that to each session that we play. We over the last maybe 12 months we've probably had instances where we've fought back really well, and when we've been put in tough positions we've had guys that have stood up and we've got out of pretty tough situations at times. But can we start games like that? Can we start games on the front foot and make the first statement within a game? And that's ultimately what we've tried to do. Again, Birmingham last game, I think we did that really well, and we kept on coming back despite the number of different rain breaks and delays that we had. Every time we started sessions, we were right on it, and that's really pleasing. And hopefully, we can do that going into this game.
Well, hopefully, no rain or very little rain through this game, and that Trent Bridge looks as glorious as it does today for the rest of this game. Go well, Haas.
Thank you.
Captain Hasib Hamid. Now let's just run you through the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Lancashire, and you will notice that obviously at the top of the order is the captain Hasib Hamid, who will be looking for wickets from his team, taking advantage of that morning session on day one. Next up we have Ben Slater. He got his second 50 of this year's campaign in the last game against Warwickshire. Not needed just yet with the bat, but he'll obviously be looking to add to his 250s so far. Now making his first appearance of the season at Trent Bridge, it is Will Young. He made 3 appearances for Notts last season, an average of 59.80. Next up, Joe Clark. He'll be looking to add to his 10 catches that he's taken so far in this season, and he has once again has the gloves. Tom Moores is next. He's making his first appearance for the first team today, and he scored a fantastic 185 in the second team earlier on in this season. Jack Haynes is settling into life as a Nottinghamshire player with currently 250s from the 4 matches played so far. Next up, Lyndon James. He's playing a pivotal role in the seam attack, and he currently has 10 wickets so far in this season's campaign. Another person that's had a fantastic start to the season is Calvin Harrison, who leads the way in wickets. Calvin has 13. Next up, Ollie Stone. In last year's game against Lancashire, he came out pretty much on one leg, and with Stuart Broad managed to see off the Lancashire attack to seal a draw. That is Ollie Stone. Dylan Pennington in at number 10. He's started his Nottinghamshire career in fine form, 9 wickets, and 1 more is needed to reach 150 first-class wickets. And then finally, in 2023, he got 3 5-wicket haul, and so far this season, he's got 1 to his name. It is Dane Patterson. So they are your 11 players for Nottinghamshire. Now, what you might see is that there are players out on the pitch, and that is because last week the cricketing family in this country were shocked and saddened to hear the news Worcestershire spinner Josh Baker had passed away at the age of 20. From everyone at Trent Bridge, our thoughts remain with his family, friends and everyone at Worcestershire County Cricket Club. All the players, staff and officials will now take a moment of reflection as we remember Josh. And your commentary team for today is Scott Reed and Dave Bracegirdle.
last month, second match of the season. A life lost so tragically young. Thoughts with all family and friends of Josh Baker. Worcestershire in action today down at Canterbury against Kent. That one of 5 Division 1 games. The one obviously we're focusing on here at Trent Bridge. Just about to get underway. Nottinghamshire playing against Lancashire. I can tell you the news from the toss is that it has been won by Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain. And Lancashire, the visitors, have opted to bat first. It's the first toss of the season that Asiba Mead has been unsuccessful. 4 out of 4 for Asiba Mead up to that point. But Keaton Jennings winning the toss and batting. Notts have made one change. Tom Moores comes into the side, replacing Ben Duckett. They say is still resting. There we are. But Joe Clark will keep the gloves. So just the one change, Notts. Asiba Mead, Ben Slater, Will Young, Joe Clark, wicketkeeper, Jack Haynes. Tom Moores will slot into the middle order somewhere, 6 or 7. Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. A very warm welcome to Trent Bridge and a very warm welcome to my good chum from the northwest, BBC Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. He's made the trip in his sunglasses, expecting a nice warm day as we are. Welcome, Scott Reed.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, great to be here. Great to see the weather looking as lovely as it is. Conditions are excellent today, nice and warm. Feels a little bit like summer. It feels like we should just be starting the county championship season, perhaps. But either way, it's absolutely picture perfect, isn't it? A nice little sprinkling of spectators in the ground. Bold toss, I think, by Lancashire to bat first. But they just like Nottinghamshire need a victory. Both sides looking for their first win of the season.
You've gone early there, haven't you? Good time to start the county season.
Well, it's just because it's nice and bright and warm. Yeah,
it is. Yeah. Yes. Our producer Kirsty on the live stream's already fired the first shot.
She did, I heard that, yeah. Cheeky.
Which has riled Scott. Nottinghamshire playing bottom of the table. Lancashire was the way Kirsty greeted the listeners to Trent Bridge Live. We're available all sorts of mediums. We're going to get underway with Ollie Stone bowling from the Stuart Broad end. Clock says 10:58, but we're going to start now with Stone bowling outside the off stump, and it goes through to Clark. Luke Wells is on strike. These two tall, experienced left-handers who over the years have scored quite literally thousands and thousands and thousands of runs against Nottinghamshire. We'll be hoping that happens again.
Yes, they've both got good records, haven't they, against Nottinghamshire?
Yep.
Keaton Jennings in particular, both with Lancashire and with Durham, seems to get runs.
And Wells the same with his former county Sussex, and now with Notts. Here's Ollie Stone in once more, bowling to the left-handed Wells. That might have just hurried on to him. It's dropped down on the leg side. Those of you that know Trent Bridge, we're playing towards the Fox Road side of the ground, again in a line of the committee room at the far end, and it's the same strip that the Blaze played one of their Rachel Hale Flint Trophy matches on Monday. So already 100 overs or thereabouts on this pitch this week. No Nathan Lyon in the Lancashire 11, like Ben Duckett. He's having a rest as Stone comes in again and Wells pushes it out into the offside. Scott's just doing an update for local radio in the northwest. Then we'll be back as we look out from our vantage point atop the Radcliffe Road stand. It's a lovely view. Decent number of people have come in. This has always been a well-supported game over the years. Highly competitive match. A lot of history between the two sides. Very much looking forward to a thrilling long weekend of County Championship Division 1 cricket between these two, as Ollie Stone in again, past umpire Lungley, bowls, and Wells will get off the mark with a little push into the offside. Just played it nicely into the gap. Jack Haynes does the fielding, and Lancashire away 1 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. Many of you following on the live stream. We'll be in and out of 5 Sports Extra as well throughout the day. Quite a large programme of matches today. As I say, all 10 sides in Division 1 are playing. 2 matches only in Division 2, including a match at Northampton where Liam Patterson-White, who's gone on a one-match loan there, the Notts slow left arm spinner, is making his Northants debut today. Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, about to face his first ball from Ollie Stone, and the first one comfortably finds the middle of Jennings' bat as he defensively pushes it back to him. Umpires Tom Lungley then at the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end as it's now known, and Richard Kettleborough is at square leg. Kettleborough oversaw Notts' last match a couple of weeks ago at Edgbaston, draw against Warwickshire. Will Smith is the match referee. Chris Rimmer and Roger Marshall, as ever, doing the notching as Stone in once more into the thigh pad of Jennings as he tried to whip that away on the leg side. Decent enough start from Ollie Stone there, 1 run from it, and Lancashire up and running, 1 without loss here at Trent Bridge. Lancashire side: Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, George Balderson, Tom Bruce, George Bell, Matty Hurst, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Sakib Mahmood and Will Williams. It's going to be Dylan Pennington to bowl the second over. Pennington and Haynes and Clark, of course, in the Nottinghamshire side, all former Worcestershire players. Pennington and Haynes made the move in the close season and have all been teammates and indeed friends of Josh Baker for some time now, so they will dearly have felt the emotion in that minute's silence before play started, but it's all about getting off to a good start now with the ball for Dylan Pennington. Richard Kettleborough just asking somebody, I think up here on the middle tier at the Radcliffe Road end, just to bob down a little bit. Wells on strike, and here is Pennington, who's made a bright start to his Nottinghamshire career, and the first ball just fizzes through into the gloves of Joe Clark. Really good delivery, decent line and length, good bounce, good carry, goes through to the wicket keeper. .96 over day, of course. Conditions are set fair. Should be a very pleasant day for playing and watching. Well, Lancashire are batting here. They're 1 without loss. They won the toss. The visitors opted to take first use. Notts make 1 change from the side that drew with Warwickshire in the last game. Ben Duckett, the England player, rested for this one. In comes Tom Moores to take his place. Joe Clark keeps the gloves. Dylan Pennington bowling at the moment. Lancashire 1 without loss. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Not missed anything. The second ball of the over. Another dot ball. Wells on strike again. This time a little push into the offside, and they'll take the single. Ben Slater with the white floppy sun hat moves from position square of the wicket at point to his left into the covers to pick the ball up, and Wells doubles his score and also Lancashire's score to 2 without loss. Notts have started off with a loss against Essex and then 3 draws. Lancashire had 2 losses and 2 draws, so Scott was quite right in his assessment. Both these sides will be, in every sense, looking to get their season underway over these next 4 days in the East Midlands. Getting that first win so important. Notts 8th out of 10. Lancashire currently sitting on the bottom of the pile as Pennington in again, bowls to Keaton Jennings. Big tall man, England international of course, pushes this back to the bowler, and there's no run. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on the old Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, give Scott a chance to get back before he lets us know what means of contact he wants to use for this game. Jennings yet to score. Dylan Pennington bowls a really good delivery, which again, it's a little bit of zip, a little bit of carry on its way through to wicket-keeper Clark. It's a bit of bowling from Dylan Pennington, Shrewsbury born. 25 years of age. I think everybody feels it's a pretty decent pickup from Notts to get him on board, and Josh Tong and Jack Haynes as well. A real raid on New Road during the close season, or actually happened towards the end of the 2023 campaign. Here's Pennington in again, lengthens his stride, bowls to Jennings, and he works it up to Stone at mid-on, and that's the end of a second over. Lancashire, like the first, just getting a single from it. People still coming in. The most popular vantage points, obviously, our end of the ground, which at the moment you can't see from the camera, but those of you watching the live stream will see there's plenty there. I've taken their seats in front of the pavilion and trying to get a little bit of elevation there on the top of the Hound Road stand. They'll be looking down on Ollie Stone, who's going to get us underway. Scott's back alongside. Welcome back. Here's Ollie Stone.
He is running into Luke Wells and beaten on 2 with 4 slips in place. And just nudged away off his hip by Wells. Good pace onto Wells. That kind of pushed him back in the crease a little bit and just drops it towards mid-wicket. No run.
Yes, he's had, like a lot of quick bowlers up and down the country, he's had his fair share of injury problems over the last 2 or 3 years. Ollie Stone, Notts know if they can get him fit. They've got a really quick bowler on their hands. He missed the first 3 matches, but played a couple of second 11 games, proved his fitness, bowled well at Edgbaston, and they've kept him in for this one. Of course, Notts having a bye week last week helped.
Yeah, sets off again from the Stuart Broad end, bowls to Wells. Oh goodness, that comes back into Luke Wells. Gets him down on his knees, does that. It's an excellent delivery from Stone.
I mentioned his injury problems. I don't know if you remember, Scott, a year ago this match had quite a dramatic outcome in that Ollie Stone did pick up an injury, and it was a hamstring or a thigh or back or whatever it was, but picked up an injury, couldn't bowl, and then it got right down to the very last over. Luke Fletcher was dismissed by Tom Hartley at the start of the final over, and Ollie Stone had to come out, had to hobble his way out to the middle. Notts 9 wickets down, and he kept Tom Hartley out to get the draw.
I do, yeah, I remember that. It was a brilliant game. He's back of a length. He's tumbling onto his belly here. He's Ollie Stone, and he's followed through. Again, as Wells defends away to square leg, and there's no run. Remains on 2 without loss.
If you're a little bit susceptible to injury, you don't want to be doing that too often, do you? Throwing himself to the ground. One man who will be missing out on this one, we can see wandering round the boundary edge to our right. He's got all the water bottles that he's going to leave on the boundary edge for the bowlers. Luke Fletcher was in the Notts 12, but he's the one to miss out.
Here comes Stone again to Wells. Again, defends. This is a real examination for Luke Wells. This ball is getting right in and amongst his kind of hip and amongst his rib cage from time to time. This is a good feisty start by Ollie Stone.
Yeah, I think they're going to pop a short leg in there. Yeah, I mentioned whimsically to Scott off air that this must be a strong Lancashire side. They can afford to leave out Josh Butler and Phil Salt and Liam Livingston and Luke Wood and Jimmy Anderson and Nathan Lyon. There's a lot of big names there.
Yeah, we'd like to rotate our team. Yeah.
It's not great, is it, for the county cricket fan? All missing for various reasons, of course.
Yep.
Notts have got Brett Hutton added to an injury list now. He's going to be out for a while with a nasty Achilles.
Forward short leg in play, Stone in and bowls. Pushed away by Wells up towards the leg side, and there's no run.
Just a word on Tom Moore's back in the side then. He's not played the first 4 matches. Joe Clark's had the gloves this season. A couple of big centuries for the seconds, Tom Moore, so he's back in the side, playing as a batter. The left-hander to slot into that top 6 or 7 wherever he comes in. He's actually fielding at first slip.
Here's Stone, final ball of his second over. Flashed away, it's in the air by Luke Wells. Down towards the boundary at deep backwards square leg. And 4 for Wells. It's a good over by Ollie Stone. He started really well. Really positive, aggressive opening spell. by Stone, bowling pretty rapidly on what looks like a reasonably spicy looking pitch. It's 6 without loss, Wells on 6 and Jennings on 0.
Yeah, I've just mentioned to the listeners just whilst you were updating radio listeners in the northwest next door that the Blaze played on it apparently on Monday in their Rachel Hale Flint match, so it had the best part of 100 overs on it then, but it'll be very hard.
Looks quick, doesn't it?
Yeah. Here's Pennington to start his second over, and this is worked on the leg side by Jennings looking for his first run. There was a cry of catch there. It was played into the ground. It bounced a long way short of Jack Haynes. At Brace Cricket then, if you want to get in touch with me on the old Twittery thing. The Blighter says no Nathan Lyons for Lancashire. That's a shame, Dave, isn't it? He says, and here's one, very niche. 9 of the Lancashire starting 11 have got surnames that begin with just the 3 letters of B, H and W. Yeah, very, very niche. Thank you, Blighter. 6 without loss. There's a lot of B's, aren't there, in that Lancashire side as this one passed the outside edge. 5 B's, he says. 3 H's and 2 W's. There you are. There you are. That's the most niche stat that we'll have today. But there's a lot of B's in that Lancashire side. Bohannon, Balderson, Bruce, Bell and Bailey. Maybe Bracegirdle as well will get a comeback this season. Unlikely.
Steady on.
Simon says, is Joe Clark keeping wicket? Yes, he is, Simon. Thanks for that at Brace Cricket if you want to get in touch. Shorter boundaries on the leg side here for Keaton Jennings as Dylan Pennington tries to keep it to the other side of the wicket and does. Goes through to Joe Clark. The Blighter says, yeah, this looks as if it's been used so far. It is indeed. Diddle-dee-dee. Jack Dillaway is one that will come back to in a moment. Just checking that we are still on air. 6 without loss as the next delivery from Pennington, and it's got up big, strikes Jennings around about the chest region. Just getting 1 or 2 people just wondering if we are coming through on the BBC Sport website. Richard Dawson, in fact, says you've just disappeared from the BBC Sport airwaves. So if you carry on, Scott.
Sure, of course. You'll make a phone call.
I'll make a phone call. I'm not sure what that will.
No, maybe wiggle a wire or 2.
Well, yeah,
that's it. If in doubt, switch off and switch back on again. That type of thing. It's Pennington in a ball's a short ball to Jennings. Ducks underneath that and through to Clark, and there is no run. Good start by Pennington and by Stone. Running in and bowling sharply here. Pitch does look quick, does look quite hard and with a bit of pace and good bounce and carry. I like the look of it early on. And actually this game does have a little bit of pace to it, doesn't it, with Ollie Stone in the Nottinghamshire side and Sakib Mahmood playing for Lancashire for the first time in a year. It's Pennington from the Ratcliffe Road end, bowls forward because Jennings calmly guiding that ball up towards Ollie Stone at mid-on, and there is no run, so a maiden over for Pennington. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden for 1. Stone 2 overs for 5. Nice positive start by these 2 opening bowlers here. This will be a test for Jennings and Wells. I guess you're winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. And now they're in for a good examination. It's a good-looking seam attack that Notts have got. Lancashire's top order not quite got going so far this season, but perhaps this could be the game.
So it's been passed on to the powers that be that we've dropped off the BBC Sport website, and they're looking at it. Nigel says that 91.1 overs were bowled in total here on Monday.
There was plenty of runs around in the Rachel Hale Trophy this week, so I was looking at that score here at Trent Bridge as Stone sets off again to Wells. It's just clipped away off his hip down towards fine leg. Pennington comes up to field. Actually, just slips and loses his footing there as he scoops up the ball. Wells gets a single. He moves on to 7, as indeed the Lancashire.
So that's both of the quicks that's been on the ground. I can see Matthew Montgomery's on the field actually as fielding sub for Notts. So somebody's disappeared already. We'll have a little look round.
Yeah, that game here on Monday, certainly the bowlers dominated the match. Blaze all out for 117.46 overs. Stone bowls to Jennings, just eased away into the offside. He wants his first run here and gets it. Just able to guide it out towards point for a single. And Lancashire move on to 8 without loss, and Thunder was 176 for 9 in reply. So the bowlers certainly enjoyed this pitch on Monday in that Rachel Hale Flint Trophy match.
Yeah, it was a dramatic 1-wicket win, wasn't it, for the Thunder? It's Lyndon James out there. I think he's the one. I can't see.
Stone again to Wells. 3 slips. All waiting. It's a nice shot by Wells. That's 4 through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. To the right of Ford short leg, to the left of a wide mid-on. Tucked away off the pads by Wells. Lovely looking shot. He moves on to 11. Lancashire 12 without loss.
If, as and when you are listening to us on 5 Sport, I beg your pardon, on the BBC Sport, in fact I understand we're back, we're just getting the thumbs up, so welcome back. If you momentarily lost us, apologies. We didn't disappear off air here in the commentary box, so somewhere further down the line. Leaves on the line, Scott.
Always a challenge. Here's Stone into to Wells. That's off the back foot and defending, just dropping it towards the leg side. Picked up by Ben Slater, who's under the helmet with the pads on at forward short leg, and there's no run. It's 12 without loss. If Sports Extra and BBC Online listeners have missed it, the one scoring shot, the best shot of the day, has come in the middle of this Ollie Stone over. It was a lovely shot, flashed away through mid-wicket by Luke Wells for 4. He's on 11 and Lancashire on 12. Ollie Stone from the Stuart Broad end sets off again. He's into his 3rd over of the morning. Balls to Wells. Oh, and that beats Wells. And through to Clark. No run. Excellent start this by Stone.
Tell you what, it's very, very early on to have a fielding sub on, isn't it? Just keep an eye on Matthew Montgomery. I mean, that would just quite literally be the worst possible start for Notts if something's happened to Lyndon James. It might just be that, just needed a quick comfort break. In fact, yeah, here he comes. Makes his way out of the dressing room area now. We can see at the far end.
Stone to Wells. Again, defended. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, going half a step back. Ball coming back in towards the left-hander from Stone, bowling over the wicket. Turned away to the leg side, no run. End of the over, 12 without loss.
The old split trousers or something like that. We've all been there. This Lancashire side, Scott, it seems from the Nottinghamshire watcher's perspective, there's a huge Stephen Croft slice Dane Vilas hole in the middle order. Big boots to fill, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And they've got some of the younger players playing in the middle order. They've signed an overseas from New Zealand, Tom Bruce. He's not really got going just yet, but has a very, very good first-class record, predominantly in New Zealand. And then kind of in and around him, George Balderson will bat at 4, George Bell, and then Matty Hurst. So some of the younger lads being given a chance, but you're right, Vilas and Croft, 2 really experienced players that are not playing for Lancashire now.
There's Pennington going round the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Jennings shoulders arms, goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, we saw Matty Hurst at you had the delights of Welbeck for the first time last year, didn't you? Out in the field in North Nottinghamshire. Matty Hurst got some good runs in that game last August, if I remember rightly. One of his first run-outs in the Lancashire first team in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah, got a chance towards the back end of last season in the one-day competition, Hurst, and performed well. He's actually made a pretty decent start to his first-class career.
Pennington, passed on by Kettleborough, bowls now, and again, Keaton Jennings just happy to soak up a few deliveries here, just eat up a bit of time, just get used to the bounce of the ball and the conditions, and just hope that in time the bowler's pace will lessen a little bit. I think there's going to be a call for the ground staff now, because already Dylan Pennington and his size 12s have scuffed up the crease area. Just asking for the ground staff to come out with that big, I think they call it the tamperer, don't they, that they bang down into the ground, something like.
It's like a big hammer.
Yeah. 12 without loss. They're prepared to carry on for the time being. Pennington in again. This one's pitched up right in the slot, driven to former Lancashire man, Asib Hamid, in the covers. Yes, somebody did ask if they'd opened together for England. We'll have a little look at that during the course of the game. Thank you. Richard Dawson, you're loud and clear now, Dave. Thank you very much, Richard. Appreciate that. Charlie's with us, expressing a bit of surprise that Tom Moore's playing as a batter only. This has dropped on the leg side and there's no run. There were a number of options, I guess, that Notts could have gone to. Matthew Montgomery, who played in the first 3 matches, not really found his best form yet this season. Clearly involved, because he's already been on the field as a sub. He could have been brought in. 1 or 2 shouts from correspondents suggesting that Ben Martindale, left-handed top order batter, might not have been too far away from a game, as this one's driven beautifully by Jennings. It's worth the wait. We've been going just over 20 minutes now for Keaton Jennings to get his first boundary, but Scott, worth the wait. Lovely shot.
It was beautiful shot. Just pushed it maybe a little full there. Pennington just over pitched a little bit, but Jennings has absolutely leathered that away, hasn't he? Crunched it away through the covers for 4.
But one thing the coaches always like is a response from a player who maybe has had some time in the first team, as Tom Moore's has certainly over the last few years. If they do find themselves playing second 11 cricket, whatever their discipline is, you want them to perform. If you're a bowler, you want them to get wickets, as this one just jags away and goes through to the keeper. 16 without loss at the end of the over here on 5 Sports Extra at Trent Bridge on a cloudy but bright morning. The forecast set to be good in the mid-20s today. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed watching the tussle between 2 old counties that generally serve up a pretty decent game. We've had 1 or 2 close ones over the years.
Yeah.
1 or 2 entertaining ones, some big runs scored, some dramatic finishes you can think of over the years. Let's hope this one lives up to the billing. 16 without loss, Lancashire, who won the toss and opted to bat first. Notts going with all-out pace with Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington to begin with. Lancashire with their 2 formidable skyscraper left-handers at the crease.
They're 2 big lads, aren't they,
Yeah.
Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings? There's Ollie Stone to Wells. Slates past the edge of the bat again. Into the gloves of Clark. It's a real examination, this. He's bowled predominantly to Luke Wells, Ollie Stone. Beaten him a few times, but I guess that's going to happen with as an opening batter. You're going to get a few to beat the bat. Can they try and get through this new ball spell? These 2 opening batters for Lancashire. Stone into his 4th over. 16 without loss, Lancashire. Wells on 11. Stone over the wicket. Bowls again. And that's run away down to 3rd man. That'll be 4. And the 3 slips just peering away to their left-hand side as that glanced off the edge of the bat down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Wells moves on to 15. Lancashire 20 without loss.
There's play underway in fact there's 6 matches, beg your pardon, I did say earlier all the Division 1 teams are playing, but of course Essex and Somerset aren't. They played last week. They're the 2 to miss out in this round, but play underway in the other 6. Liam Patterson-White is making his Northants debut. He's been allowed to go on a 1-match loan for Northants. They're at home to Gloucestershire. Patterson White does play.
Stone to Wells again. And just turning the ball away to the onside, almost so that ball trickle back towards his stumps, just trying to fend that off, and he wasn't sure, Wells, exactly where that ball was heading, and it was just trickling backwards towards the stumps, and to his relief and to the frustration for Nottinghamshire, just rolled past the leg stump.
So easy just to turn and, without realising where the ball is, just kick it or hit it with your bat and knock a bail off. Just give you the batting sides just a moment.
Stone again into Wells, forward and defends, and there's no run.
Southampton, Hampshire, the home side, 12 without loss against Durham. We know that Worcestershire and all the emotion that's going into their games at the moment, they're batting down at Canterbury against Kent, got off to a decent start, 22 without loss. Warwickshire 26 without loss at the Oval against Surrey, and in Division 2 Sussex 29 without loss at Cardiff against Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire 16 without loss at Wantage Road. No wickets as yet anywhere in the County Championship.
Here's Stone looking for the first breakthrough here, left alone by Wells, and good carry and pace through to Clark, and there's no run. Wells has a little wander down the pitch. Stone heads back to his mark.
Should have said actually when he was on the field as sub. I'm sure we'll see him again, but it is Matthew Montgomery's birthday today, the Notts top order batter, born 10th of May 2000, so Matthew 24 years of age today.
Stone to complete the over, balls again to Wells, plays forward in defence, a fuller ball just an off stump and leans into it, defends safely away to the Nottinghamshire skipper Hasib Hamid at mid-off. It's the end of the over. There's that 4 down to third man from it, and then dot balls all around that. 20 without loss. Wells has 15, Jennings on 5.
Going to be an early change. Dane Patterson coming into the attack. Richard Marshall from ground staff's out there with some supplies. He's not brought that tamper out. He's just brought an extra little bit of soil or sand or something that is filled in one of the cracks. Also birthdays today, whilst Dane Patterson and Seba Mead are sorting out the field. Another former Notts man, Matt Dowman, top order batter, is 50 today. Happy birthday, Matt, if you've got us on. Works, I think, over at Loughborough University now, but often has the cricket on. Happy birthday to Matt Dowman. And also a former Lancashire man, Simon Kerrigan, slow left arm spinner. 10th of May 1989, Simon Kerrigan. Finished, I think he's finished now, hasn't it? He was with Northants last year as Dane Patterson comes in and bowls at the start of his spell. Delivery just thuds into the pad of Jennings. Simon Kerrigan is 35 today. Happy birthday to Simon if you've got us on. Wherever you are, 20 without loss. Did a lot of bowling that day that I'll always remember, 16th of September 2010 at Old Trafford. I think he ended up with 5 or 6 wickets the day that Notts won the County Championship at Old Trafford. You remember it for other reasons, of course. Left me in the lurch as Dane Patterson.
You never forget, do you?
I don't. Well, it's not often it happens, as this is turned off his hips. And Jack Haynes does the fielding, but a single to Jennings goes to 6. Lancashire made a bright start here, 21 without loss. Just to fill the gaps, was the day that Notts won the title, 16th of September 2010. But also, Scott and I were merrily commentating away. Then news came through that Andrew Flintoff had announced his retirement from all cricket. I know he did come back, didn't he, for a little bit of T20 afterwards, but yeah. I think that was the day, and you were summoned by head office to go and get some interviews, get some feelings from the Lancashire camp and Lancashire supporters. 21 without loss as Patterson bowls to Wells, who plays it into the offside, and there's no run. And quite literally, whilst the County Championship title was unfolding before my very eyes, you left me to it.
Oh, you were fine. You copped. You didn't need me.
You might not have got a word in edgeways towards the end. That's fair to say. There's Patterson. South African born to South African born. This is drilled back at Patterson, who does well there, didn't he? Just like Inspector Gadget there, the old right arm very quickly went from sort of waist height down to the ground to stop the possibility of a drive back from it's Luke Wells on strike rather, not Keaton Jennings.
Used to love that programme, Inspector Gadget. Great programme.
Didn't really feature at any point in my lifetime either.
Right in my childhood.
I was going to say either me or my young uns, or indeed the grandkids. I don't think this has dropped on the leg side. I don't think we've been too big on Inspector Gadget. No run. Just look, sort of got the impression, the feeling that Lancashire, oh crikey, they always do a number on Notts, but just looking, Scott, not for any other reason, just to sort of back up that feeling. But since the start of 2010, when Notts won the title, Notts have won 7 and Lancashire only 3, and 6 draws in that time. So I think perhaps Notts have got out of jail a time or two, but Lancashire wins relatively shorter supply than I seem to remember, as Jack Haynes has got a bit of a chase on here as this has been angled down towards third man by Wells. He'll get a couple of runs. He's made a solid start here, Wells. He's on to 17, 23 without loss, and Richard Marshall comes rushing on again with another bucket of soil and sand and whatever else is needed, just to give the bowlers a little bit of something they can pop down if 1 or 2 cracks are forming. It's a pile of sand he's left down at the far end for Ollie Stone to use. 23 for none.
What was it the year before last when Stuart Broad came out and faced Jimmy Anderson right at the end of the match to save a draw? Was that? Because it was the Ollie Stone last year, wasn't it? Or was that the same game?
It's the same game.
The same game, right?
But
okay.
Broad was not out at the other end, and then he took.
Yeah.
I think he should have been on strike for the last over, and somehow he took a single, or let Luke Fletcher take a single.
Right.
There's Stone.
Yeah, it's Stone to Jennings this time. Jennings just plays calmly away into the offside, no run.
So for the last over, Fletcher was on strike, 6 balls to go. Lancashire need 2 wickets, Notts need to bat out for a draw. They were 130 chasing 500, so something ridiculous like that. So all they could do was just get through the over. But first ball of the over, Fletcher was LBW to Tom Hartley. So then all eyes obviously were on the Notts dressing room. Well, Ollie Stone's not been on the field for 2.5 days. Will he come out? And he hobbled his way out to the middle and batted out 5 balls.
He's into Jennings again, just easing it calmly away off the front foot into the offside, no run. And it was Broad at the other end, wasn't it?
Broad at the other end.
And he blocked his way, didn't he, through about 45 minutes. Faced Jimmy for a lot of it. That was a brilliant 4 days of cricket last season.
Yeah,
great game.
Of course, that far end now, I don't know if you had picked up on it, I've not told you, so perhaps no reason why you should know. It has now been named the Stuart Broad end. A little bit, obviously, like you've got the James Anderson end at Old Trafford now. Yeah,
and it's Ollie Stone from the Broad end, who's into Jennings, and just easing onto the front foot, playing it with the full face of the bat. 1 bounce back down the pitch to Stone, no run.
Yeah, the unveiling, if you like, of the Stuart Broad end came against Middlesex the last day of the last match of last season, and it happened at lunchtime, and Stuart came up and spent an hour with me or so in here, just obviously reminiscing and all the rest of it, and I actually got him on commentary from the Stuart Broad end as Jake Ball, bowling from that end, got the first wicket from the Stuart Broad end, which he liked.
Stone to Jennings over the wicket to the left-hander, angled across him, he leaves it through to Clark, and there's no run. Score remains on 23 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, obviously, like Jimmy Anderson, Notts haven't seen him for prolonged periods of time, but it is still nice when you've got a player of that calibre. You can just pop in for 2 or 3 games here and there, and I have a sense that he'll be missed.
Stone to Jennings, edged. Oh no, they're up in celebration. He's not edged it, may just have potentially flicked his thigh pad perhaps.
Yeah, Clark's Clark's just touched his flannels.
Yeah, it's a terrific delivery to Jennings. The ball itself, he thought, probably deserved a wicket. It was a lovely ball.
Well done, umpire Tom Longley. I think Stone gave it the full beams, bellowing it out an appeal. The slips did, but I don't think Joe Clark was all that interested.
He kind of went along with it, didn't he, a little bit later on. Stone to Jennings, advancing down the pitch and banged in short by Ollie Stone, and Jennings bends his knees and ducks under it. Sharp delivery sent down by Stone, who's so Jennings advancing towards him. End of the over. Really good first 5 over spell that so far. How long that goes on for we'll see, but 5 overs, 1 maiden for 15. He's bowled with good pace, Ollie Stone, running hard for Nottinghamshire. 23 without loss.
Yeah, we had him for 1 game last year down at Hampshire, the first match. The next time he played was here, that one against Lancashire, and he started a blast game, bowled 2 balls, and that was all he played for Nottinghamshire last year, so it's been a long road to recovery. Played a little bit in the South Africa domestic T20 competition early part of this year as Patterson bowls wide of the pegs. Again, he picked up an injury, Ollie Stone. Josh Tong they've got as well. He picked up an injury on England duty in the winter, so it's been a bit of a story with Nottinghamshire's seamers over the last few years, because they had Zach Chappell, who's now at Derbyshire, and he was very much on the treatment table almost longer than he was on the field. Brett Hutton out injured at the moment. There's Patterson, taken 50 wickets or more each of his 3 seasons with Notts from this end of the ground. Ball's edged, caught, really good catch at second slip by Calvin Harrison, and Jennings goes. Patterson strikes, and Notts have got the breakthrough 40 minutes in, and Luke Wells has gone for 17. Lovely delivery
It was.
from Patterson. The big left-hander just pushed forward and took the edge. It was always going down, and Calvin Harrison diving low down to his left pouched it. Wells batted for 40 minutes, faced 30 balls. It's 23 for 1, and Notts have got that all-important early breakthrough.
Yeah, good sharp catch, wasn't it? Watching here on the replay, should be a good view from behind the keeper in the slips. There's the edge, tumbling away to his left for Harrison. Takes a good catch. He's probably reward that. The ball well. I mean, as I mentioned before, the pitch looks like it's a good pitch. It looks like there's plenty of pace and carry on it, and you're going to get with a new ball ones that beat the bat, ones that find the edge. You're perhaps in a little bit of good fortune along the way as an opening batter. On that occasion, he's not played at it too hard, Luke Wells. But the edge flashed to Harrison at slip. Good catch. Reward for Nottinghamshire. Early breakthrough. Wells has to go.
New man is Josh Bohannon. Got 90 odd here, second innings last year. Both he and George Balderson, I seem to remember, just denied a century. Very close in that dramatic game. Patterson and getting the wicket, the first one. Lancashire 23 for 1 in the 10th over. Very good catcher of a cricket ball, Calvin Harrison, although he did put one down at Edgbaston in the last game. It's a difficult one, but was worthy of comment, because in the couple of 3 years he's been in and around the side. That was the first one I can remember him actually spilling. But back to his best this morning. New man, right-hander, Josh Bohannon. A couple of years ago, he was really being touted as the next cab off the rank for England, wasn't he? Those thoughts have just subsided a little bit as Patterson bowls to him. This is played up to Seabermead, man of Bolton, who spears it down to the far end. But Bohannon got a lot of those runs a couple of years ago in the middle order. Now finds himself at 3. There's a really good opportunity for him just to get back on the radar with some good runs in this phase of the County Championship season. Was 2 years ago or last year?
Last season he finished top scorer in Division 1. Yeah.
Oh, last year. Patterson. Bowls wide of the pegs. There you are. You let me just witter on without
Well, no,
correcting.
you're right. He did start a lot in the middle order for Lancashire at the start of his career, and then kind of just creeped up the batting order in the last probably 3 years, maybe. Kind of settled in at number 3, maybe a little bit longer than that. But
so with Croft and Vilas going as well.
Exactly.
It's opened up 1 or 2 gaps. All the players that are currently missing that we've already mentioned. Liam Livingston would occupy probably number 4 or number 5 were he available. Patterson bowls again to the right-hander. This one just got big and controlled almost with the shoulder of the bat to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, Lancashire's missing the likes of Livingston, but obviously Butler, albeit I don't think he played any red ball cricket. I can't remember the last time he played a championship match for Lancashire, really. But I don't think Livingston played a championship match last season. But Phil Salt would have been in and around it at the start of this campaign. He was called up late by the IPL, so Salt's a loss. And likewise, Luke Wood, he got his IPL kind of called up as well. So those two would have been playing championship cricket.
There's Patterson in. Bahanan defends. So a wicket maiden for Dane Patterson. Good stuff from him. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. Just quickly elsewhere, Hampshire 23 without loss against Durham. Worcestershire have lost a wicket, 35 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. Warwickshire's openers have put 50 on Alex Davis and just better check, Rob Yates going along very nicely indeed. 50 on the board against defending champions Surrey at the Oval. In Division 2, Sussex 33 for 1 at Cardiff. Gloucestershire 26 without loss at Wantage Road against Northants.
It's a bit more of a full programme this week, isn't it? There's a lot of teams missing out last week. Lancashire played last week against Kent, missed out the previous week. I think there's just 2 Division 1 games last week, maybe 4 in Division 2, so a lot of sides had a break last week, including Nottinghamshire. Here's Ollie Stone into Keaton Jennings, just plays inside the line of that with a ball that's again carrying through. Nice bounce and pace through to Clark. No run.
JDS just moored up, got the radio out, good to hear you. Is it overcast and warm there too? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good description of it at the moment. Jigs, will it help us before the ball stops helping anyone on the boat by the Trent and Mersey Canal?
Lovely.
Sounds very nice, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. 23 for 1. Stone for Nottinghamshire in bowls. Down the leg side to Jennings. Good tumbling take by Joe Clark. Rolling away to his right-hand side. No run.
Daniel, looking forward to basking in the glorious Nottingham sunshine tomorrow coming along. I better remember the slip, slap, slop. Was looking forward to seeing Nathan Lyon bowl, though. Oh, well.
Yes, the Lyon situation. So originally he was due to play for Lancashire for the entire season across the different competitions. Stone bowls to Jennings, short again, ducks under it, no run. Then that was kiboshed by Cricket Australia, who didn't quite fancy that anymore. So said that he can only play in 7 of the first 9 county championship matches. Now, he played in the first game against Surrey, but only bowled a couple of overs, so they agreed that wouldn't count as one of his games. So then it was 7 from the next 8. So he's played in the games that followed the Surrey match, so he has to miss out on 1 fixture. And it was likely to be either here or at Canterbury, because the other games are all at home. So the choice was to not play him here or not playing at Canterbury, and they've gone to the option of leaving him out for this one.
We don't need him to beat Notts, is that the thinking?
There's Stone to Jennings. It's pushed into the offside, no run. I think it was probably more of the thought that they didn't think maybe the pitch would necessarily suit him. I mean, Lancashire went to Essex and then to enter Hampshire, and there wasn't really much in it, even for a man of Lyon's great skill.
And of course, there's the new England superstar slow left arm spinner to accommodate now as well in the 11. Tom Hartley. What a winter he had! I'm sure even Tom himself couldn't have believed it would pan out as well as it did.
And this will actually be his last game for Lancashire. He's going to join up with England after this one. Here's Stone to Jennings, kind of half a step forward, it's in the air. And kind of through where a short leg would be, just a half step towards Stone, then nudges the ball off the face of the bat, loops out towards square leg. Jennings gets through for a single. He moves on to 7, Lancashire 24 for 1.
Mandy's been in touch on Twitter. Dane Patterson, Calvin Harrison combination works very well for Notts there with that wicket. They're the quiet guys who work so hard for the team. Thank you, Mandy. Just paying a little tribute there to Dane Patterson and Calvin Harrison. They are two of the quiet guys, but both lovely lads. As indeed most county cricketers are, aren't they? Don't you find that?
Yeah,
generally?
absolutely.
Generally?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's doing away with the short leg for the right-handed Bohannon. It's a packed slip cordon though, isn't it? 4 in there.
Yeah, Lyndon James settling in at 4th slip. It was Stone, bowls, Bohannon pushing forward, just slides past the edge of the bat and through to Clark. 6 over spell by Ollie Stone. And Hasib Hamid just having a little wander up towards Ollie Stone. Just wondering whether or not he fancies another, or whether maybe it's time for a break. It's been a good start from the Stuart Broad end by Ollie Stone. 6 overs, 1 maiden for 16. Lancashire 24 for 1.
Yeah, we'll keep half an eye on Dylan Pennington, who's making his way down to field just in front of the Larwood and Vose, because Pennington only had 3 overs. You'd imagine they've quickly decided that that's the end to bowl the quicks from, and we want to rotate Stone and Pennington from the far end. Meantime, the wicket taker Dane Patterson trundles his way in past umpire Kettleborough and bowls wide of the pegs, and it goes through to Joe Clark. Listening to County Championship cricket, Division 1 cricket. Nottinghamshire and Lancashire both winless after 4 matches apiece, but looking to just start their climb up the table. 7 matches for each of the county sides before the Vitality Blast competition kicks in at the end of the month. 24 for 1. Patterson in once more to the left-handed Jennings, and it goes through to the keeper, or it does for Notts. I think they start the 31st of May. Both sides start either right at the end of the month or the beginning of June. Notts and Lancashire, of course, been constant foes over the years in that competition in the North Group. Met in the semi-finals of the 2020 Blast, that behind closed doors episode at
that was fun.
Edgbaston, as the Patterson bowls nicely turned away. That's a lovely shot from Jennings, just worked it away. Bread and butter shot, really. Something on his hips, and it went quickly over the outfield and away for 4. Yeah, 28 for 1. Yeah, it really wasn't, was it?
No, it was miserable, wasn't it?
2020, it rained all day the Saturday. It was held in October. I know exactly when it was. It was my good lady's birthday, and cricketing in October? Yeah, and we're at finals day. So I was getting all sorts of abuse, and then we just sat and watched it rain all day Saturday, didn't we? And then the Sunday, there was only the media and the competing teams inside the ground. Yet they, if you remember, they piped in the crowd noise and the music. It was very false in every sense, as a little push and run onto the leg side. Single taken, 29 for 1.
And it was all played under cloud and
horrible,
and floodlights from, weren't it? It was like
horrible.
a proper winter field.
Yeah.
It wasn't much fun.
It's in the record books as a Nottinghamshire trophy winning campaign, but I suppose we were just grateful we got any cricket in at all in 2020. Of course, there was the Bob Willis. Was it the Bob Willis Trophy? Bob Willis Trophy matches rather than the County Championship. And didn't Lancashire go all the way through? Did you have the Lord's final?
No, it was
29 for 1. As this is played back to it was Essex and Warwickshire, wasn't it?
It was Essex, yeah.
No run taken. Was it the year after? Did you get one of those Lord's finals? I thought Lancashire.
No.
Okay. Because they had the conference system for another year, didn't they?
They held it for a second year.
2021 as well. And
oh, sorry, they did. There was the following year. You're quite right. Yeah, it was.
Notts beat Lancashire here in one of the end of season.
It was the
matches.
most pointless 5 days of cricket, because it was 5 days.
29 for 1. Patterson to the right-handed Bohannon, plays defensively to point, no run, still looking for his first run. That's 7 balls Joshua Bohannon's faced. The end of Patterson's third over, figures are 1 for 8.
You kind of block it from your mind a bit. So it was there was the county championship winner that year, and they still had the Bob Willis Trophy. So you kind of played for 2 trophies that season, the following year, wasn't it? 2021. So Lancashire played Warwickshire, who were already county champions. Lancashire missed out on it that year, finishing second. And
Notts finished third, just behind them both.
That's right.
And it's not sour grapes. It's fact. Notts won more matches and got more points than anybody over the course of the season, because they'd done so well in the second half of the season. But the 2 matches they lost were to Warwickshire in the first part of the season. So there was some convoluted system where you took points through, didn't you, from the matches?
Yeah.
Anyhow,
God, it seems
it's
a long
all in
time
the past.
ago.
It does. It does.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. 29 for 1. Keaton Jennings on strike on 12 as Stone. I beg your pardon, Pennington replaces Stone as predicted. Dylan Pennington has come into the attack. Yeah, some of the things we saw, and we said at the time, didn't we? We were very, very fortunate. We appreciate that, to be getting into grounds to watch the cricket, to watch our sport, and a lot of people couldn't. But we certainly missed the spectators, and the false scenarios that were sort of presented to us were a little strange and best forgotten, as this one bounces before reaching Clark and goes through to the keeper. I did a football match. I've mentioned this a time or two, as you did, the behind closed football. I did a football match. I was sent to cover Wimbledon, a League 2 match. They'd just come into the league, AFC Wimbledon, and their ground wasn't ready. They were having that move from, was it Kings Meadow to the new Plough, and they played their home games at QPR's Loftus Road. 29 for 1. I'll get to the point in a second as the next ball goes through to the keeper. But they wanted crowd noise, because there was, again, literally only the coaching staffs and the media inside the ground. So they wanted crowd noise played to obviously to simulate the normal noise they would have when they were playing. It was at Loftus Road, so the crowd noise they were playing was you ours, and Rangers. Now how that, it was all Queen's Park Rangers songs, so how that stimulated the players of Wimbledon and whoever they were playing that day is beyond me, but totally false. Anyhow, back to the cricket, as Pennington has looked lively in the matches he's played for Notts. Again, gets a good bit of bounce, and Keaton Jennings takes his left hand off the bat handle and expressively suggests to Josh Bohannon that there's an extraordinary amount of bounce from that end, and they both go down, have a little chat, and look at the strip there, which has got a bit of grass on, but you can certainly tell it's been used. 29 for 1. It's Pennington in once more, bowls, and Jennings knew where his off stump was there, didn't play at it. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed here. We've got Grace Ballinger, the blaze quick bowler, with us Sunday and Monday. She'll be joining us. Also told we might have a little visit this afternoon. John McGovern, the Nottingham Forest former European Cup winning captain, is the club's guest of the day, and John, who's a very keen cricketer as well, as you'll hear, he's going to pop up and join us for 10 or 15 minutes this afternoon, as this is played to backward point. 29 for 1. Of course, known in these parts for everything he did for Forest, but of course he was also a Bolton Wanderers player after he left Forest, and then went on to manage them. So we'll try not to keep it all football, and we'll try not to keep it all Nottingham Forest when John pops up. He likes his cricket, played a lot of cricket in his time as well, which will surprise a number of people, but told John McGovern we'll pop in and say hello, and also if we can get one or two of the players or coaching staff as the game wears on, we'll certainly take them up on their offer and try and get whatever guests in as we can over the course of the 4 days. Here's Dane Patterson.
Yeah, he's picked up 1 for 8, the first wicket, the only wicket so far in and bowls. He brings Bohannon forward. That's guided down to backward point, and there is no run.
Have we changed ends? Did I
That's all
talk
right.
all over that last over?
It's a flexible thing.
You've not commented on the new build outside the ground, the Dave Bracegirdle retirement care home that's popped up in the close season. It sort of blocks our view way to the power station. I don't know if our excellent camera crew can, at some point, maybe the end of the over or between deliveries, get a shot of the new build, which bars our view over towards the airport.
It's Patterson from the Radcliffe Road end over the wicket, bowls, step down the pitch by Bohannon, shoulders arms through to the keeper, no run.
I've been musing as to whether you'd be able to see inside the ground from there. It looks like you can, but you're never entirely sure, are you? But one kind correspondent the other day actually sent me a photograph, said his mate was working in there, doing the fixtures and fittings in there, and took a photo, and you could clearly see all of the square. So.
Well, that's perfect for you,
Yeah,
Dave.
yeah,
Ideal.
yeah.
Lovely little roof terrace as well, by the looks of it.
That's it.
Very nice.
Those of you watching the live stream, principally from the Lancashire region, hopefully we can get a shot of that.
It's Patterson to Bohannon, who's neatly in behind and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
I've given it enough plugs. They actually ought to give one of the rooms, didn't they? Don't you think? No balconies on this side though, which is a shame. It'd be nice to sit out and watch, but yeah, I think there's the roof garden up there, and they've got some foliage up there now, which they didn't have for the last game. So they're clearly getting ready for the likes of me to pop in there and.
So no one's in there
take
yet.
up a room.
No,
Doesn't look like it, does it?
okay.
There's no curtains or anything up.
I'll have a good view of the cricket when it's open. Fuller ball, but down the leg side by Patterson to Bohannon, taken by Clark.
Tell you what, that was good glove work. And I mean, it's the footwork that sets up the glove work, isn't it, with a wicket keeper? Clark quickly got to it down that leg side. That could have easily got away from him. Tony says, good morning, Dave. Does Scott think either of the Flintoff brothers will get to appear for Lancashire this season, given their start for the seconds? They're only young lads, aren't they, still?
I think one of them's only 16.
Yeah. Is he the elder one? Is it Corey?
Yeah, I think one's 18 and one's 16.
Okay.
Patterson to Bohannon. Oh, that's hammered away through the offside. It's partially stopped at cover, and that was a good stop actually. He's taking some of the pace off the ball. And Bohannon comes back for his first runs, forced away off the front foot through the covers by Bohannon. He moves on to 31 for 1.
Yeah, it's Jack Haynes with the diving stop that saved a couple of runs.
It was a good stop. He absolutely clubbed it to Bohannon.
Yes, one of the Flintoffs got a century the other day, didn't he? That,
Yeah. Playing second team cricket. I don't know whether either will feature. It's left alone by Bohannon through to the keeper, no run. End of the over, 31 for 1. I suppose if it's going to happen for one of them, and potentially the I don't know, either brother, then maybe the Metrobank One Day Cup could be an option maybe in August. But they're still only pretty young, aren't they?
Producer Kirsty says the Team Stream have started a petition to call the top floor the Girdle Garden. I've already patched in the electric, so you can start broadcasting from over there soon. Thank you, Kirsty.
That's good work. I thought that'd be all right over
the
there.
Girdle Garden. There we are. We saw it on the live stream. That's principally for those of you in the northwest that wouldn't have had a clue what I'm banging on about, which is usually the case. It has to be said. Lancashire 31 for 1. Scott, we're bang on midday. So we'll both be doing radio updates in the next minute or two. But we've had an hour's cricket, 14 overs from Nottinghamshire seamers, 31 runs from Lancashire's top order. 1 wicket to go down was that of Luke Wells, who started brightly, but on 17, Nick Dane Patterson to second slip, Calvin Harrison with the catch. There's Dylan Pennington, bowls to Keaton Jennings, who pushes this on the offside. Big Clive says, come on, Dave. John McGovern's best years were with Derby County. Everybody knows that. Thank you, Clive. We'll have a chat to John McGovern, I understand, mid-afternoon. Come up and say hello, which will be nice. 31 for 1. That's Dylan Pennington, past umpire Longley. Played his cricket for Derbyshire. Very fine medium pace seamer. This ball goes through to Clark. There are 3 slips. Tom Moores is at first, Calvin Harrison at second, and the New Zealand international Will Young at third. Lyndon James backward point, and an extra cover and a mid-off. The 6 fielders on the offside. Pennington with good pace in again, and Jennings happy to leave alone. Nice to see the cricket watching public shed a few layers for this one. Plenty in t-shirts and polos, number in shorts as well. First couple of matches here, the first 2 weeks of April. Lots of top coats and flasks and blankets and all sorts of hand warmers and gloves being used as well. Next ball is almost chopped on by Jennings. There was a bit of width involved there, and he went to slash it away. Bottom edged it down close to his off stump. Trent Bridge looking a picture. I think fair to say most cricket grounds certainly look a lot better when the sun's shining on them. Ollie Stone just took the ball there to show the umpire, just in case that bottom edge had scuffed it a little bit. Umpire's happy. Here's Pennington in again. This one wide of the off stump, and again it goes through to the keeper.
You are not under pressure, you have all the monitors and you have time. You can do one mistake, but you cannot do 2, 3, 4 mistakes in the same match. So this is something that you have to take seriously.
Lots have got 2 out on the leg side. Long leg and a deep backward square. Dane Patterson and Ben Slater. Yes, we've had an hour of cricket here at Trent Bridge. The sun's shining. There's a decent stop at backward point. Thought that was going to be 4 runs. As Lancashire 31 for 1. Dane Patterson with the only wicket. The obdurate left-hander Luke Wells nicked Patterson to second slip. It was a good catch from Calvin Harrison. Lancashire won the toss and are batting. They're 31 for 1. Good stop there from Lyndon James. Just wondered for a second if it was almost within catching range, but the only animation I think came from this particular commentator. A more calm voice has just settled in alongside me, Scott Reed. I thought he'd cut that straight too, Lyndon James, at first.
It looked it, didn't it?
Yeah.
It did. A bit of sunshine coming through. Here's Patterson to Bohannon. Well, at least it was. Well, it will be eventually, but not right now. He's he pulled away or the batter stepped away, but either way, it's not going to happen.
Saqib Mahmood in the Lancashire 11. Is that the first time this season?
It is. It's the first time for a year, actually. He's not played county championship cricket since, this time last year. 11th of May last year was his last appearance. He's had a horrible couple of years with injury, but back fit and first appearance of the summer. Good to see him involved. Patterson to Bohannon, forward in defence, no run. Yeah,
caught. I wasn't boycotting the Lancashire live stream at all over the weekend, but I didn't get to see any until Monday morning. Your game against Kent. Saw it was a bit of a run chase going on, and switched it on for a bit. And I think Paul Allott was on commentary as the cameras switched to Saqib Mahmood bowling in the nets. I think Paul Allott said, they're getting him ready for Trent Bridge on Friday. So, oh, good. There's a little bit of intelligence.
There's Patterson to Bohannon. It's fallen wide and left, and taken by the keeper. No run.
It's nice to see the county cricket broadcaster broadcasting some county cricket over the weekend, but of course all the games are available now by one means or another. It's always an opportunity to follow the county matches. It's nice to be able to flip round the games, isn't it, and see what's going on here, there and everywhere.
31 for 1 here, Lancashire. Patterson balls, Bohannon forward, defence, and there is no run.
As ever, thanks to all the camera crew and production teams up and down the country. We're very much in the hands of the lovely Kirsty here and Aaron in the production office, and our camera crew around the ground in all weathers. Don't think they'll mind it so much today, will they?
Yeah, it's a little bit more like it, isn't it? Nice and warm, a little bit of hazy sunshine. It feels a little bit better.
Patterson in his 5th over, got the 1 wicket to fall. This one's hit up and over and away for runs. And how many? In fact, it has gone all the way. Jack Haynes in the covers. Initially it started looking up and then turned, and then he sort of gave up. He knew he wasn't going to get there, and it made its way all the way to just come to ground just in front of the brick wall in front of the Fox Road stand. Just cleared the rope and up and over. That's Josh Bohannon's 6. He moves to 8.37 for 1. Unconventional, but nicely played. He knew what he was doing. Ball just being checked by umpire Kettleborough, because that doesn't half clatter into that brick wall with a bit of force over there on that side.
It did wallop into the brick wall, didn't it? Yeah. It's getting further inspection too from Ollie Stone. He hands it back to Patterson.
Yeah, it does like to keep an eye on the ball, I've noticed, with Ollie Stone whenever he's fielding.
Patterson in, driven again by Bohannon. Oh, and that's good work by Stone away at mid-off. That's an excellent piece of fielding. Got away to his left, maybe 15-20 yards, one-handed dive low down, scooping the ball back, preventing, well, at least a second for Bohannon, potentially even more than that. Bohannon moves on to 9.38 for 1.
Warwickshire's openers put 59 on for the first wicket at the Oval, and then they both went within a couple of balls of each other. 59 for none became 59 for 2. Yates and Davis out, as I say, within the space of 3 deliveries or so.
Final ball of the over for Patterson, who bowls to Keaton Jennings. Just guided calmly away off the front foot with a slightly angled bat. Ball bounces down to deep backward point, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 7 off it because of that 6, or the flamboyant looking shot for 6 by Bohannon up and over extra cover. Lancashire are 38 for 1.
In Division 1, 4 matches. Hampshire 46 without loss against Durham. That's a long old drive for our friend Marty, isn't it, from the Roker Riviera down to Southampton. Hampshire 46 without loss. Worcestershire 56 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. I've just given you Warwickshire 61 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. 2 matches in Division 2 at Cardiff. Sussex are 46 for 2. Their openers Clark and Haynes are both out. Jiteshwar Pujara's at the crease. Here comes Pennington from far end. Bowls wide of the pegs, and at Wantage Road, Gloucestershire have lost a wicket now. Ben Charlesworth out to George Scrimshaw. 44 for 1 after 16. Gloucestershire against Northants. Liam Patterson-White making his Northants debut in that one was sent out on loan, or allowed just to bolster Northants' diminishing stocks yesterday, just for 1 match. Pennington in again, bowls, and turned away by Bohannon to square leg. There's no run. I was going to say there's no flags at the far end, but they're both there. The Notts flag and the Lancashire flag, they're both hanging very, very limply at half mast from the far end. Of course, if you weren't with us just before play started, there was a minute's remembrance for former Worcestershire player Josh Baker, who lost his life last week. Nice looking shot here by Bohannon. Turns this away square of the wicket. for 4 runs. Nice looking shot from Bohannon. 42 for 1. So the flags, when they do ripple, when you can actually pick them out against the sky at the far end, they are flying at half mast, but very difficult to pick out. There's not a breath of wind out there, that would suggest.
That's a good shot, wasn't it, by Bohannon?
Yeah.
Putting your bottom hand on that. Able to work it away behind square on the leg side for 4.
If you're with us on 5 Sports Extra, it's County Championship cricket. From Trent Bridge, Dylan Pennington in again. Bohannon pushes this back to the bowler. Kevin Howells is on a well-deserved couple of days off, and Nick Esch is looking after things till, I think it's till 1 o'clock, till 3 o'clock today, I beg your pardon. Then there'll be some IPL coverage. But, plenty of County Championship cricket on 5 Sports Extra over the 4 days of this round.
On a well-deserved day off. It's only a few weeks into the season. He's got his feet up already.
You've seen these players that are rested. Bohannon's on 13 now, down the leg side, and they're claiming something here. Notts, he went to pull it away. Bohannon certainly not looking to move anywhere, and the umpire not inclined to give him. But the thing with those down the leg side, Scott, is that although they can't see anything, the slips and the gullies and points, those sort of fielders, they sometimes hear things and all go up as one. But once again, I don't think Joe Clark was interested, but it did look as if he went to pull that down the leg side. 42 for 1. Had it been a wicket, of course, Dylan Pennington would have claimed that was all part of the plan. He comes past the tall figure of umpire Lungley, and Bohannon plays this up to mid-on, no run. George Balderson listed to come in at 4, then Tom Bruce, who I don't think I've seen play in the flesh. Not got off to the most prolific of run-laden starts for Lancashire, I think it's fair to say. Big boots to fill, though, as we say, in that middle order with Stephen Croft and Dane Velas no longer around. George Bell, who we have seen a fair amount of, a wicket-keeper now playing as a batter. Matty Hurst, Tom Hartley, Saqib Mahmood, Tom Bailey, Will Williams. Good, strong line-up on paper, but as all the coaching staffs always tell us, it's not played on paper, Dave. Played out there in the middle. 42 for 1, Lancashire.
Keeper's going to stand up here. Keaton Jennings in particular kind of keen to use his feet. A couple of times we've seen him maybe even bat a little out of his crease, but certainly looking to advance towards the bowlers early on. And Joe Clark with the helmet on, right up behind the stumps, still with the 3 slip fielders behind him. Moores, Harrison and Young, the 3 slip fielders. Here's Patterson from around the wicket, left by Keaton Jennings, snaffled by Clark, and there's no run. Backward point, there's a cover. There's a mid-off, which is the captain, Hasib Hamid. Ollie Stones at mid-on, with Jack Haynes at mid-wicket. And there's a fine leg, just crouching down on the boundary rope. 42 for 1, an hour and 15 minutes into the first day. Luke Wells, the only wicket to fall so far. Patterson to Jennings, forward and defends. The ball ricochets down to backward point, no run.
Mike's been in touch, says if you want to get one of those rooms in the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home, Dave, they are now advertising them. The respective care services company have put up an ad saying, with its strong sporting heritage, we feel privileged to have Trent Bridge Cricket Ground as our neighbours. We look forward to the relationship we can build with them. Thank you. I'd be ideal. An ambassador for the care home.
It's Patterson to Jennings. It's wide and chopped away into the offside, and there's no run. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you could approach them, put that suggestion to them, see what they come back with, mate. You could have your face, image of your face from the side of the building.
It's been. It's a site that's been used for all sorts of things. There's been 1 or 2 used car lots there. There's a garden centre there at one time, but essentially it's almost changed hands every year. But clearly it's not going to change hands for a while now.
Patterson for Nottinghamshire, balls to Jennings, driven straight down the ground. Nice shot. Hamid chasing after it, loses his cap in pursuit of the ball, and it just beats him. It was a teasing one for Hasif Hamid. He thought, I can probably get that, and it just seemed to gather a little bit of pace as it headed down towards the boundary. It's a straight long off. Nice shot from Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 16. Lancashire edging towards 50 on the board, 46 for 1.
Yeah, Dane Patterson's gone for a few in the last couple of overs, hasn't he? Bohannon helped him away for a 6, and now that shot down the ground. His figures were very miserly his first 4 overs.
He's now 1 for 21 as he bowls to Jennings. Wide ball, which Jennings tries to carve away. Taken by Clark, the keeper, no run.
Return to South Africa's test side during the winter, Dane Patterson. Some of you may be aware they had a test series down in New Zealand, and they wanted pretty much their full test side to be available to promote and play in the new South African T20 competition. So it was effectively, I'm sure they won't feel they were second string, but effectively it was a second string test side that they went down, and Dane Patterson played in the matches.
Final ball of the over, forward goes Jennings. Got over that from a Lancashire point of view. That lovely shot by Keaton Jennings for 4, and then he's content just to defend the final couple, or at least the last one. Solid off the front foot, just defends it back down the pitch. No run, end of the over, Lancashire 46 for 1.
Keen young man on the boundary edge in Lancashire colours, in his shorts down there with a big lens on his camera.
Yeah, I think it's it's either Dan or Luke, the twin brothers.
Oh.
Well, brothers, and from this distance, I think it's Dan that's here today, not Luke.
Twin brothers or brothers?
Well, I think they're twin brothers. They look pretty similar.
46 for 1, Lancashire. Bohannon, the right-hander, on strike on 13. Pennington bowls to him down the leg side, again taken by Clark. Again, you have to say that's really good footwork and glove work by Clark, but I'm sure Dylan Pennington just a little bit annoyed that it's just drifted down that leg side.
Yeah, Dan Adams, I think he's here today, taking some pictures. He's sent me a couple of pictures actually on email, just checking now, and of which one of them is, well, a couple of them, Jimmy Anderson, who was warming up with the players today.
Was he?
He was.
Didn't see him out there. Wandered out for the toss and said hello to a few people. Pennington in again down the leg side, and this time was contact with something. It pitched in front of Clark and then just sped away from Joe Clark, and it's gone down below us, and I think it's been stopped by the chasing Tom Moores, and it's a couple of leg byes, it is indeed. And they're the first extras of the match, 48 for 1. Another leg side delivery from Pennington that Bohannon tried to pull away but didn't. A couple of people have been in touch. Apologies for not attending to them before now. Peter Stevenson, Dave, what is the setup with Matt Montgomery, born in South Africa, played under 19s, now represents Germany? And Scott, were you surprised that Tom Hartley made the England T20 squad? There you are, one for both of us. 48 for 1. Next delivery is just popping up on the leg side. Matthew Montgomery, yet born in South Africa, but he's got 2 or 3 different passports, I believe, including a European one, which enabled the Germans to come in and snare him for their squad. There's been a number of players, hasn't there? Particularly Italy. Notice Italy, Forza Italia. I notice they've been poaching all they can get. Wayne Madson's played for Italy. Gareth Berg, as this goes through to the keeper. There's a South African. There's a piece on the BBC Sport website. A South Australian that's been playing for Italy, and he's not set foot in the country. At least when I played for them, I'd lived there for 5 years.
I forgot about that.
Oh yeah. 48 for 1. Tom Hartley, are you surprised, says Peter, that Tom made the England T20 squad?
I suppose not, having had such a good winter with the test side. But he's played a lot of T20 cricket now, hasn't he? Had a pretty good 100 the last couple of years as well.
Bohannon on 13, and one just jags away from him. He can hit a ball as well, Tom Hartley, can't he?
He can wallop it.
Yeah, I've seen him crack a few away at the expense of some Nottinghamshire bowlers over the last few years. 48 for 1. Michael's been in touch. How does Kevin Howells deserve a few days off?
Quite right.
Michael.
Quite right.
He only works 4 days a week and 6 months of the year. Money for jam.
Quite right.
I'm going to retweet that, Michael, because Kevin will pick that up, I'm sure, and come back with a response. Yeah, 48 for 1 is the next delivery by Hannon. Tried to go big downtown there, and he just dragged it a little bit to mid-on. We all like to have a little bit of fun at Kevin's expense, Michael. The award-winning Kevin Howells, of course. But yeah, if only you knew how many hours he does actually put in. Something on the board there that I must attend to over the next over or two. Eileen White, pioneer of women's cricket. At lunchtime today, for those of you in the ground listening, there's going to be a talk, a feature on Eileen White, and during the course of the next over I'll pull up all the information so I can give it to you properly, but for those in the ground as well, they've just seen it on the board. Let's just have a little look at that while Scott talks you through the next over.
Yeah, it will be Patterson to continue. Over number 7 for him, 1 for 21. Bowling to Lancashire's captain, Keaton Jennings. He goes back up onto his toes and defends. Just pops the ball down into the offside, no run. Picked up by Patterson off his own bowling. So still with the 3 slips, the fine leg, square leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover, deepish backward point. Bowling coming from the Radcliffe Road end.
Oh.
Turns and sets off again. Squad number 2. Stocky man, Patterson. He's around the wicket to Jennings. Forward again in defence. No run.
I'll just quickly rattle through this. It's from Steve Lamotte, who runs the heritage side of things here at Trent Bridge. Dave, if you've got a moment during the morning session, can you mention our lunchtime talk today? It is about Eileen White. She was a true pioneer of women's cricket in Nottinghamshire and the Midlands from the 1940s to the 1970s. It's taking place in the Boundaries Edge suite on the first floor of the Radcliffe Road stand, so that's 2 floors down below us. There were some slides on the big screen during the course of the day. They've been on there.
Patterson into Jennings, again defending, just half forward, leans into it, pushes away, bounces out to cover point, no run.
Also, for your information, I've attached a display that's in the library throughout this fixture, which features the 12 Lancastrian-born cricketers who've played first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire. The 12 Lancastrians. So, the 12 Lancastrians. I mean, straight away, we've got to be thinking Seba Mead and Stephen Mullaney, haven't we? Can you think of any more before I open it up?
It's Patterson around the wicket to Jennings, down the leg side. A tricky one for the keeper, standing right open. Actually, there's nothing on it. It's been given as 4 byes. So that does bring up the Lancashire 50. 52 for 1.
Rather than put us both on the spot, I've actually opened it up now. And there's some very familiar names of Lancashire-born cricketers who've played for Nottinghamshire.
Right.
The first one, even I won't remember, A.E. Hind in 1901, who was born in Preston. But there's a goodly number of people that we both know.
2 balls left of the over for Patterson, back into Jennings, going back and cuts the ball. Tumbling stop at cover by Lyndon James, no run.
Jackie Bond, of course, J.D. Bond, skipper of Lancashire in those successful periods in the 70s when they swept all before them in, if you like, both formats, the longer format and the short format. Lancashire and Kent, every year they fought out the Lord's finals, didn't they? Jackie Bond ended his career here at Trent Bridge, born in, it says Bolton Kearsley. Does that mean anything? Is Kearsley near Bolton? Should it be Bolton, Kearsley? I'm not sure.
Let's turn to the leg side by Jennings to end the over, which we've had now 7 sent down by Patterson, and 20 so far in the Lancashire first innings. 52 for.
Just go through the others. Bill Taylor, for many years, been on the committee here at Trent Bridge. Of course, he played for Notts. I think he played one game for Lancashire, but he played for Notts 71 to 77. He was born in Manchester. Mick Newell, of course, Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket, born in Blackburn, played 84 to 92, been involved in the behind the scenes since retiring. Since hanging up his playing boots, effectively. Mick, he ran the seconds, of course, for many years, member of the coaching staff, and then first team coach and now director of cricket. Mick Newell, born in Blackburn, one of the 12 on this list. 52 for 1 as Pennington bowls to Bohannon. The others: Mark Crawley, born in Newton Le Willows, Steve Bramall, born in Warrington, Jamie Hart, born in Blackpool, AJ Harris, Ashton-under-Lyne, Paul McMahon, Wigan, Ollie Newby, born in Blackburn, and yeah, we'd have got 2, I think, off the top of our head: Stephen Mullaney and Asiba Mead. There we are. Thank you very much, Steve Lamotti, for sending that through. I wouldn't have thought there'd be quite so many that have gone the other way, played for Lancashire, that were born in Notts, as Bohannon just cramped for room a little bit. Cuts this to backward point, fielded by Slater. Of course, Tom Moore's out there at first slip. Was born in Sussex, born in Brighton when Dad Peter was down there with Sussex. Of course, he made his first-class debut, and indeed his white ball debut, on a loan spell with Lancashire back in 2016 before he forced his way into the Notts side. Pennington bowls to Bohannon, pushes it back to the bowler, and it's 52 for 1 in the 21st over here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC
Radio Lancashire and Radio Manchester.
Thank you. And on 5 Sports Extra, and those of you watching the live pictures as well, there are pictures available through Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
So Moore's into the side because Duckett's been rested, is that mainly the reason?
Is Pennington bowling his defender? Yeah, I don't think it came down to a to a selection issue.
No.
From the side that played in the last match a fortnight ago at Edgbaston, Ben Duckett clearly is, like a lot of the England boys at the moment, just their game time is just being managed. So clearly Ben sitting this one out. Matthew Montgomery played in the first 3 matches. Didn't really find his best form or produce a great amount of runs. He could have been brought back, but as I say, Tom's had a couple of centuries for the seconds as Pennington bowls cut away for 4, short and wide, and a nice looking shot from Bohannon, just leaned into that, and this will go quickly away towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground for 4. Nice shot. You know, I guess it's a case of just trying to tap into somebody in form, if you like. He's been playing against the lesser bowling, if you like, in second 11 cricket. A couple of good scores, couple of centuries in that format. See if he can transfer that into the first team. And again, as well, almost since 2016, I would say it's the first time he's played not as the wicket-keeper, because of course 2016, 2017, Chris Reed was the keeper. Just wonder if that will have a bearing. Pennington in again to Bohannon. There's a big appeal from the bowler. Just seemed like Bohannon was squared up a little bit. This one struck him the midriff somewhere, gone over the top. End of the over, 56 for 1. Dylan Pennington 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 13. Dane Patterson has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 21, but is now getting a breather, and it's going to be Lyndon James for the first time in this match to come on to bowl. The 4th seamer, all-rounder, Lyndon James. He's taken 7 wickets at 33 apiece so far this season. Another tall right arm, medium fast seamer. Let's attack. Similar in a sense that they're all right armers. We had a spell that everybody had a left armer for a while, didn't we? And of course Lancashire have still got Luke Wood, who's not around at the moment, but the Nottinghamshire attack, I beg your pardon, we've got obviously these four playing, and then you look at the likes of Josh Tong, right arm, Brett Hutton, right arm, Luke Fletcher, right arm, Toby Petman, one of the youngsters. So I can't think of a left armer that's near to getting a go at the moment.
Here comes James then from the Radcliffe Road end. And forward goes Jennings in defence, no run. Slightly different, I guess, kind of right arm approach, isn't it? From Patterson, the shorter, stockier guy bustling his way in. Maybe a little bit skiddy. James, taller, striding in, a little bit of extra bounds potentially. Both bowling from around the wicket to the left-hand Keaton Jennings, but Joe Clark, who was stood up behind the stumps to Patterson, drops back with Lyndon James into the attack. Sets off again. Past the umpire to Jennings, full and wide, and encouraging him to drive, which he does, and he's clattered it straight to mid-off, and there's no run. 25
years of age now, Lyndon James, Nottinghamshire born, north of the county, from Worksop area. Went to Oakham School, the same as Stuart Broad, and has now inherited Stuart's number 8. Nottinghamshire squad number. This is his 47th first-class match, and he has 64 first-class wickets at 34 apiece.
In past the umpire to Jennings, full and wide and driven again on the bounce to cover where Hasib Hamid fields, no run.
Of course, you'd say he's a batting all-rounder, or I would say so far he's a batting all-rounder. He had a couple of years where he couldn't bowl at all, side and back issues, has 3 first-class centuries, best of 164 not out, so certainly made his mark at this level with the bat. Just 1 5-wicket haul so far with the ball, and that was last year at the Oval against Surrey.
Halfway through his first over, Jennings waits, plays forward calmly, carefully, bat just in front of his pad, leaning onto the front foot. Ball bounces back down the pitch. Again, there's no run. Both Jennings and Bohannon meet halfway down the middle there. Lancashire's vice-captain and captain together. Skipper Jennings and the vice-captain's Josh Bohannon this season. Removes his helmet and mops his brow as the Lancashire number 3. As Jennings waits. It's a wide ball, he's chased after it. And through it goes to Clark, and there's no run. He kind of turns on his heel straight away, Keaton Jennings, maybe just a little bit frustrated that he was chasing that wide ball.
Ollie Stone's loosening up again, so as I thought, it's going to be just a pace barrage from Stone and Pennington from the far end, the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end.
I thought it was a really good opening spell from Stone. He bowled really quickly. James in. Jennings advances and plays a lovely shot just off his pads. Out towards deep square leg for 4. He moves on to 20. And that has just taken the edge off what was prior to that. 5-dot ball sent down by Lyndon James. 4 to Jennings then. Lancashire 60 for 1. 22 overs gone of their first innings, with about 25 minutes remaining of the morning session.
Last time Lancashire won here at Trent Bridge in the county championship, I think it was 2018, and I'll just try and pull it up, Scott. I'm pretty sure that Keaton Jennings contributed 100 on that occasion. We'll just see if we can find it. Is Stone coming back? 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Scott's absolutely right. You look at those figures and okay, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. It's not going to grab the headlines. It's not going to leap out at you, but I fancy a ball better than that. And he's a lovely, lovely fella, but he's just got a little bit of nastiness in him with ball in hand as he comes in once more, and a bottom edge by Bohannon. Just flailed at that one a bit and bottom edges it through to the keeper. With ball in hand, if he gets riled, he can just crank it up a notch. He's got good pace. Keaton Jennings a century, 126 here, eventually bowled by Stuart Broad in 2018. That was a match that Lancashire won by an innings and 67 runs. Is that the one that Graham Onions got all his wickets as well? I fancy. We'll have a little look. 60 for 1. Next ball left alone. Not second innings, bowled out for 138. Graham Onion 6 for 55. There we are. The memory's not totally gone. Unless it's the good lady asking me to pick up something up from the shops on the way home, in which case it would entirely slip from the memory. But we tend to memorise and recall moments of cricket that we've seen in front of us, don't we? For some reason or another. Bohannon has 17. This pair have added 37. Next ball is again a little close for Bohannon to be cutting away. Cramped a bit for room, but he's looking to fight fire with fire, isn't he? He's looking to play his shots.
Quite positive, Josh Bohannon. He's been in there for a little while now, so he's not facing stone fresh, is he? He's managed to bat 39 deliveries.
Nigel makes a good point. Dave Warrington is in Cheshire. There we are. It's not my list, Nigel. I tend to agree with you, though. I don't know boundary changes and all that sort of thing as his run to backward point and there's no run. I mean, that's more your area of expertise than mine. Is Warrington in Cheshire now, and was it once in Lancashire?
Yeah, he wouldn't be classed as being Lancashire now, no. But he probably was originally part of Lancashire, like Manchester was. And
heart of Lancashire Rugby League country.
Oh, yeah. I know people get very, very precious about these things, don't they? About what...
Yeah, in fact... Josh Roberts says the same. Dave, isn't Warrington in Cheshire, not Lancashire? Not my list. Not on my list. Thank you. Next delivery on its way. Driven through the offside by Bohannon. Dane Patterson's after it. They've run 2. The sliding Patterson drags it back, and he's got Hamid there as a willing relay outlet, and they come back for 3. And Asib Hamid appreciates the work that Patterson did, and it is 3. Bohannon up to 20. Pint for the marker because Jennings is on 20 as well, and just add them together and they've added 40.
It's a good shot. It was a good piece of fielding. He hit it on top of the bounce, Bohannon, and Patterson was really quick. He was sharp across the ground there. It's a big boundary, isn't it, out to that far side? Well,
comparatively speaking.
Yeah, compared to the other one. Yeah, broke the rope in a little bit, haven't they? But
Stone in again, bowls to the left-hander, and this is just run down behind him by Keaton Jennings. Will Young picks it up, 63 for 1 after 23 overs. I tell you what, I'm really pleased, just for the fact we can look at that scoreboard again, to be back at Trent Bridge. The last 2 matches I've been at Taunton, the board wasn't bad there, but at Warwickshire, Edgbaston, the scoreboard there, very limited information, and the bowling figures, they go like that. You know, you'll come in and say last ball of the over, the bowler will bowl it, and before you've looked up, they've already taken the bowling figures off it. Oh, ever so annoying. But the scoreboards at Edgbaston that we can see from the commentary box don't necessarily fulfil all their needs. We'll say no more. Excellent here, run by Ian Smith as always. Thank you very much. Here's Lyndon James. Here's Scott Reed.
Yeah, going to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander, Josh Bohannon. Handsomely driven for 4. Stood there and admired it. Josh Bohannon punched away through the covers. He moves on to 24. Lancashire 67 for 1.
He's getting away, isn't he, Bohannon? Just getting on top of them. Playing his shots. He's coming out the middle of the bat now.
He's not had, not really got his season going on a kind of consistent basis. He got 84 in the first match, rain-affected game against Surrey. As he waits for James and plays forward in defence, and there is no run. So 84 in the first match against Surrey. Then the following games, 30 against Hampshire in Southampton, and then at Chelmsford he got 0 and 5, and then last week against Kent he got 9 and 31.
So which 2 have you lost? Essex and Kent? No, you lost to Kent. Who was the other defeat?
Yeah, they've lost to Essex and Kent. Yeah, it's James bowls to Bohannon. It's defended into the offside, no run. So yeah, they've lost their last 2 games. Away to Chelmsford, they were pretty comprehensively outplayed really across the game there by Essex. They fought back with the bat in the second innings against Kent, but they were all out for 92 first time round, and that was kind of damage done really.
Yeah.
Got runs second time round. They were following on, got to 332 against Kent last week. Some of the younger lads did really well. George Bell, Matty Hurst in particular. Forward goes Bohannon, defends, no run.
Knott's only defeat was in the first round here, also to Essex, but it was the second innings there with it got away from them. Bowled out for 80. Sam Cook got a hat-trick in the first innings and 6 for in the second. I think he took both match balls home, his hat-trick ball and his 6 for balls.
It's greedy.
Yeah.
He's a good player, isn't he?
He was one that certainly enjoyed the sight of the Kookaburra ball in the early weeks of the season.
James to Bohannon. Off the front foot, defends, snaps the ball away into the offside. Up comes third slip to field, and there's no run.
Still got our usual number of spectators in the William Clark stand, which when they're playing where they are now, is almost as far away as you can possibly be. I know people do have their favourite stands, favourite seats, don't they? But some do like to get as far away from the cricket as almost as far as is possible to be.
Better off in the retirement home, aren't you? At least you're elevated. Here comes James. Balls up and over mid-off this time by Bohannon, down towards the boundary, bouncing along the grass and skipping over the rope. And 4 more. He moves on to 28. The end of the over. And 8 coming off it. Lancashire 71 for 1.
Ball in danger of being run over there. There was mobility scooter on the boundary edge and it almost got lodged under the wheels. 71 for 1, but nobody hurt and ball unharmed. It'll be returned. Bohannon just going through the gears here now, and you'd imagine the adrenaline is coursing through his veins. He's played some very positive, very attacking shots. Say at the moment he's more likely to get himself out than not to get him out at the moment, because he does look as if he wants to run at 100 miles an hour, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, he does.
Still going to be Ollie Stone. Jennings has 20. Been there since play started on time at 11 o'clock. This one wide of the off stump. Old chum Andy Wilson. Dave, you're a brave man getting involved in that debate over whether Warrington is in Lancashire or Cheshire. I'm not, Andy, I'm not. I'm sitting in the back garden doing some work with the radio on whilst Tanya, watching various live streams for the blog. Very pleasant. Love to be with you at Trent Bridge. Hope all is well. Don't go in that retirement home just yet. Thank you, Andy. Nice to hear from you. I was only reading out a list had been sent. 12 Lancastrians who've played first-class cricket for Notts. That's what it was entitled. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. But I would, in my childhood, I know this is when the world was black and white, way back middle of last century, but I would have said Warrington was in Lancashire. But I do know, I'm well aware now, it is classified as being in Cheshire, so I wonder if there's been a boundary change.
I'm sure there's been a boundary change.
Or I wonder if in my infancy I got it wrong. But the key thing is, when Stephen Mullaney was born, where was the boundary line? If anybody knows, let us know at Brace Cricket, or don't know if Scott's open for correspondence. Oh, now then, this. Do you think he took pace off the ball there, Stone? And Keaton Jennings initially, I think, was going to turn his back on it, and then the ball just sort of lolloped towards him, not at the original high speed he was intending. And I think it didn't catch him on the arm or the back of the elbow, dropped down in front of the stumps. Yeah, it's caught him on the arm somewhere. I just want, they're going to call for the physio. Just wondered, he's certainly got in a little bit of a pickle there, Keaton Jennings, but whether it was the lack of speed that might have done for him, that was my initial thought.
Yeah, kind of got into a bit of an awkward type position, didn't he, really? And that, I think your description of the ball lolloped back into him was quite a good one. I think he's hit him somewhere on the right, either forearm or the glove, or Lancashire physio's Sam Byrne, so he'll be coming out from the dressing room. 12th man's Jack Blatherwick. He's going to run out with some drinks as well.
Well, he knows his way out to the middle there.
He
Of
does.
course, former
He
Notts
does.
man.
So yeah, time to have a little impromptu drink break, really, where Keaton Jennings gets checked out.
Alan Smith says Kevin Howells actually only works at lunchtime and at tea time, so only does an hour a day roughly. Thank you, Alan. Pass that on again for Mr. Howells. Jamie Bowman says you mentioned Newtonley Willows. That's in Merseyside.
Don't you start, Jamie. Blimey. Well, that was Lancashire, wasn't it, originally? Merseyside. That was all part of the historical county of Lancashire.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Are
it
you
was.
taking correspondence, was I think the question?
No, we'll stick with you.
At Brace Cricket then on the old Twittery thing, if you'd like to get in touch. We can give Scott a ring on his mobile on 077. All the players out there, as always, with these little hold-ups, are having a drink, but you feel a little bit for Tom Lungley and Richard Kettleborough, because 12 men never bring them a drink out, do they? They never say, well, do you want a drink, Umps? It's probably seen to be not encouraging a delay in play in doing so. Match referee, by the way, is Will Smith, who greeted me this morning and said, don't you speak to me. I said, what? I said, I'm broke. I said, what? Anyway, he was last here for the round of matches that incorporated the Grand National, and he likes the old horse, does Will Smith, and he gave me the name of one, and I think it's still running.
Right, okay. Not so much a top tip then.
No, it wasn't on that occasion. But nice man, Will Smith. Really is a splendid chap. Loves his cricket, obviously, loves his horses. John says, Dave, when I was born in Warrington in the 1960s, so here we are, if John doesn't know, when I was born in Warrington in the 1960s, the boundary between Cheshire and Lancashire was the Ship Canal in the south of the town. In the early 70s, all of Warrington was assimilated into Cheshire. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Stephen Mullen, not Stephen Mullaney, Stephen Mullen. Warrington moved to Cheshire in 1974 when Liverpool and Manchester also came out of Lancashire. Thank you, Stephen. Hope you're listening here, young Master Reed.
I'm always learning when I'm with you.
You did yourself no favours the day you said you'd never heard of Debbie Harry. That's always stuck with me.
No, I think it was my dad that messaged me there to stick up for me on that occasion, to say it's a little bit before your time now.
Well, have you heard of Elvis?
I watched that film the other week, actually, that new film, that was good. The Elvis film. He's good, isn't he, that lad that plays him?
I don't know.
He's good.
I've not seen that.
He's very
I saw the Bob Marley one relatively recently, just before the season started. I enjoyed that. Is Keaton Jennings okay?
I think he's all right now. Yeah, I think he's all right.
So we're going to get some cricket. The Notts over 8 has not exactly been flowing along this morning. They'll, I'm sure, attend to it during the course of the game. I'm sure Calvin Harrison will get his quota of overs at some stage just to bring that over 8 down. Here's Stone then into Jennings, who shows no signs of any ailments as he rocks forward and pushes it into the covers to Haynes, and there's no run.
You mentioned Mullaney. Is he bothering this season?
He's
T20.
Well, he's available for all cricket, all forms of cricket.
Is he?
But he is the second 11 captain and coach now.
Right, okay. Right.
So he's generally looking after the next generation.
So he's got one eye on what's to come next.
Yeah, he's signed a new contract, so he's around for years to come. But it'll be interesting to see the makeup of the T20 side, and if Stephen is selected or not, as this is pushed into the offside. Dearly, desperately wants to spend a career, an after playing career on the coaching side of the game, so the first steps gets the opportunity to look after the Nottinghamshire second 11.
I bet he'd be a great coach to work with. I bet he'd be. I mean, I know we get on with him, so we're a bit biased maybe, but I bet he's a really fun coach to work with.
I'm sure he's had some input on Tom Moores as well, of course, because he's been sort of looking after the seconds whilst Tom's had a little bit of success with the bat. Next ball is a bouncer over the shoulder of Keaton Jennings. I thought somebody was doing the hoovering then. I don't know if it was the odd leaf blower that it might have been just somebody hoovering in the corridor outside the commentary box. 71 for 1, but sounded like I was at home for a moment. 25 overs gone. Bohannon 28, Jennings 20. Just the 1 wicket to go down this morning. And that was Luke Wells. He was caught at second slip, low down by Calvin Harrison. Went quickly. It was a good catch from the bowling of Dane Patterson. That was when the score was on 23, and Luke Wells had scored 17 of them. It was a fairly watchful start from Keaton Jennings, but he's got going in recent times. Josh Bohannon, well, he's very quickly gone from first and second gear to fifth and sixth.
He's played the odd flamboyant shot along the way, hasn't he, Josh Bohannon? There is James into him, just leans into it. Short cover in place now, and there's no runs. It's been predominantly with the 3 slips in this morning session, down to 2 slips, and then the offside pretty well guarded, probably as a result of the type of shots that Bohannon's played. There's a deep point, short cover, and there's a mid-off, so mid-on, mid-wicket, and then the long leg in front of the scoreboard. Bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. It's James who loops back round. Squad number 8. Tall man striding in to bowl right on over the wicket to Bohannon. Whipped away into the onside, in the air. Cries of catch. Hamid's at mid-wicket. Bohannon shuffles back. They might even think of 3 here. They are. They're going to run 3 by the time that the ball's picked up by Patterson. Josh Bohannon moves on to 31. Lancashire bring up 71 for 1, and that is the 50-run partnership as well between Josh Bohannon and his captain Keaton Jennings. They put on 51 from 96 deliveries, 31 of them runs to Bohannon and 14 to Keaton Jennings.
Sam's been in touch from Japan. Turned in to watch the live stream from Kobe in Japan, Dave. Lovely to feel being back in Nottingham, to hear the cricket chatter, very appreciated. I've tried to rep cricket to fellow students, no joy so far. Come on, Notts. Come back in a second.
It's James bowling around the wicket to the left-hander now. It's driven to mid-off, no run.
The pick attached is of the Vissel Kobe Stadium. It's got the closing roof, so we'll retweet that at Brace Cricket. Kobe in Japan, a closing roof. I suppose it's a bit like the old Millennium Stadium, is it? I think that was after a discussion about closing roofs in cricket, which it'd be a fine contract for a developer to get, wouldn't it, to put a roof on this place or Old Trafford.
James to Jennings. Forward in defence, the ball deflects off the inner half of the bat and bounces out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Speaking of which, I was totally unaware until last week, all the furore and everything over it, that there's a new concert arena being built, or been built, in Manchester.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
so a few teething problems.
Yeah, so whereabouts is that?
Well, it's near the Etihad, so it's near the Manchester City Stadium.
Well, I went there on the tram last year, in September. Can't you remember?
No, I can't remember that. No. Sounds lovely, but yeah, they've built one there. As James is into Jennings, and that's worked out through square leg for a single. He moves on to 21. It's 75 for 1, but everyone keeps cancelling.
Well, we watched it rain for 3 days, didn't we? Last September, the match at Old Trafford, the cricket match, and I managed to get a ticket to go and watch a bit of footy one evening. Went on the old tram. I'm disappointed it's not stuck in your memory. You tell me where to get on and where to get off.
I'm very good with the tram network, yeah. Very good with that. There's James to Bohannon. Forward again, defends. And there is no run. End of the over, 75 for 1. Bohannon 31. And Jennings on 21. Was it kind of a random European fixture?
It was.
Okay.
It was.
I think I do remember that now.
Got a nice cheap old ticket as well.
You were up in the gods, weren't you?
But front row of the gods.
Oh, excellent. Good view.
You know, dangle my feet over the edge. And I think it was it Red Star Belgrade, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. There we are.
Or the arena's by the City ground.
Look forward to going there one day. 75 for 1. Lancashire winning the toss. First toss that a Seabermead has not been successful in this season, as Ollie Stone comes in. You can certainly say he's given everything this morning. Fields off his own bowling there. Defensive block from Keaton Jennings. Scott Reed and Dave Bracegirdle watching the action here on the first of 12 sessions if it goes all the way of these two famous old counties that have met so many times over the years. Been some thrilling outcomes, been some one-sided contests as well that will draw a veil over. Stone in once more, and this wide of the pegs goes through into the gloves of Joe Clark, who will be Notts T20 captain this coming blast season, new skipper. A bit of a changing of the guard, because many years Dan Christian was the captain here. Stephen Mullaney's had it the last couple of years. Now it'll be Joe Clark. There's Stone. In again. Bowles worked away, 4 more. Nice looking shot from Jennings on the onside. There's not much protection out there. Beat a Seabermead and you've got 4 runs, and that's exactly what happened. And this is turning into a very decent session for Lancashire, which is only about 4 minutes away from coming to an end. Lunch has all but crept up on us, Scott.
Yeah, it is turning into a good session, this, for Lancashire. And Nottinghamshire, I thought, bowled really well first half an hour. I thought the opening spell from Ollie Stone and from Dylan Pennington was really good. Managed to get the 1 wicket. I suppose they could have had more, but Jennings and Bohannon have batted nicely together here.
Next ball. It's a straightish delivery, which Jennings went to turn on the leg side. Couldn't get it away.
It's probably about what you want, isn't it? You win the toss, you bat first. You don't really want to be more than a wicket or 2 down at lunch. You want to still ideally be batting by the end of the first day, if that's what you're opting to do. A bit of pressure on their top 3, because we mentioned there's some younger lads in the middle order, so there's a little bit of pressure on Jennings and Bohannon.
Michael's been in touch, Dave. I don't know if you'll be able to reply to my comment, but I'm just sitting in my office listening to the commentary and enjoying it. Well, always glad to give you a shout out, Michael. Thank you very much for the kind words, as this is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run, 79 for 1, as we always say. Just sorry, Michael, it's not better than it actually is, but we've got Scott here just to improve things a little bit. 79 for 1. Morning's flown by, Scott.
It has, yeah.
Absolutely flown by.
It's been good cricket to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Return match, of course, this year will be at Southport. Looking forward to that. Not's not been there since 2011. Not's won there that year, but that was the year that Lancashire won the title, wasn't it? You didn't do that game, did you?
No.
79 for 1. I think I was in the tennis court or the tennis secretary's office or something, as this one passed the outside edge and goes through to the keeper. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
I've not been there.
We'll be there
before
again.
Or since.
Yeah.
We'll be in the tennis secretary's office, will we?
Well, it's at the tennis pavilion, and we sit in front of that. So we'll be outside, which is always nice if it's sunny, or if it's dry at least. So yeah, we'll be just in front of the tennis pavilion. It's a good ground there. I really enjoy going to Southport.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I've got a Southport and
Birkdale.
That's it. Cricket club tie, which one kind entrepreneur came and sold it me for half price whilst I was there. I thought he was presenting me with it, but then it's only half price, Dave. Once I'd said thank you very much, really appreciate it, I'll wear it always, as James Bowles passed the outside edge and through to the keeper. Must bring it, see if I can sell it back.
Sell it back up full price.
79 for 1. Graham White, who wasn't with Notts for too long, slow left arm spinner. He had spells either side of his couple of years with Notts with Northants. Finished his career now. Spinner. I think he scored runs in both innings that year in 2011. Andre Adams and Darren Pattison with the wickets, as Josh Bohannon gets one that just runs away off the shoulder of the bat down to the unprotected third man area for 4, down towards the Hound Road stand. Just played that with soft hands, really. If there'd been a 3rd or 4th slip, they might have been brought into play, but there wasn't, so it ran away for 4. There'll be more from Scott after lunch. Got the 1 o'clock news headlines in our ears now, so Scott will be doing an update for listeners up in the Warrington area and surrounds. I'll do the same for BBC Radio Nottingham. This will be the last over of the session. That is going to contribute in the end 28 overs. Lyndon James into Bohannon, who's on 35 with that boundary. Defends this one up to Patterson at mid-on and then dummies Patterson as if he's going to go for the run. Makes Dane Patterson just hurry up to get to the ball. Remains 83 for 1. Bohannon 35, Jennings 25. Partnership of 60. James sets off again from this pile of sawdust at this end of the ground. Bright sunshine down the leg side, taken by Clark. Well, it wasn't taken by Clark, didn't take it cleanly. I don't think it was anywhere near the bat in any case. Might have just deflected off the pad down the leg side. So Notts will be disappointed only to have got 1 wicket in the session unless they can strike with these last 2 balls. Lancashire will claim the session as their own, I'm sure. 83 for 1. Bohannon on strike on 35. Hit him on the pad. They're asking here a given, and James does get a wicket on the stroke of lunge. That is lunge. Bohannon goes for 35. Pitched up by Lyndon James right in the block hole, and Bohannon played around it and perishes. And it's lunch at 83 for 2. Well, that's just dragged things back a little bit for Nottinghamshire. Lyndon James with the wicket. Keaton Jennings remains unbeaten, but he's lost his second partner of the morning. We've seen a replay now right up there, and Richard Kettleborough had a good look and raised the finger. Jennings 19 not out. And it does mean that Notts will have a new man to have a go at. 27.5 overs bowled in the session. And Lancashire, who won the toss, 83 for 2. Just do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment, and then we'll be back after lunch when play resumes here. Those of you listening to 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to Nikesh. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in ample time for the start of the afternoon session here. Lancashire batting on day one of this County Championship Division 1 game. 83 for 2 at lunch. Nottinghamshire striking with the final ball, turned out to be the final ball of that morning session. Lyndon James getting rid of Josh Bohannon, who'd played quite fluently for his 35. Keaton Jennings batting throughout the session. He'll resume in just a moment on 25 not out. He'll have a new partner, presuming it'll be, yes it is, George Balderson making his way out to the middle. A very warm welcome, as I say, to Trent Bridge. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Scott Reed alongside me from BBC Radio Manchester and Lancashire. Lovely sunny day, really been blessed by some very nice conditions here. It's a little bit hazy, but still nicely warm enough. There's one ball left in this over. Lyndon James will be bowling to the new man, George Balderson. Got 90 odd last year in Lancashire's second innings. Another left-hander, 2 lefties out there, as Lyndon James comes in to conclude an over, and away goes Balderson. Is it his benefit match, his testimonial game? Short and wide, up yourself to 4. He's off the mark, 87 for 2. Very good afternoon to Scott, suitably fed and watered and looked after, I hope.
As always, Dave, as always here at Trent Bridge.
Good stuff.
It's a positive way to start for George Balderson, but it was a bit of a post-lunch loosener, really, wasn't it? It was short and wide, and he's hammered it away for 4.
Spoiled a good over there, really.
Yes.
Balderson will do well to keep this strike rate up if it lasts for any length of time.
Yeah, I wasn't on comms with you just before that wicket fell, before lunch. Just from a Lancashire point of view, just took the edge off what was a very good morning session. I think it's probably what Nottinghamshire needed going into the lunch break to manage to find that second wicket. And it just balances out the morning session, perhaps.
Yeah.
Will be Ollie Stone from the Stuart Broad end, with Jennings on strike, and just playing inside the line. And there's a ball from over the wicket from Stone, angled across Keaton Jennings, and there's no run.
I was expecting that, actually. Notts only bowling 27.5 overs in the morning session. They're over 8 -3. They tend just to adjust it now in the sessions, certainly the first 3 days of the match. They tend to do that.
87 for 2. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was a particularly slow session, did it? It felt like a good morning session. Jennings defends, no run, but obviously just a little bit behind on the overs there.
Probably lost 3 or 4 minutes as well with the you say the injury. Keaton Jennings was struck somewhere on his arm. The physio came out. At no stage did we think he was unduly uncomfortable or need to go off, but it did take a while, didn't it, and get the physio straight out there and then attend to him and just make sure he's okay.
Jennings has played patiently through the course of the innings so far, waiting for Stone, who's in and bowling, and that, again, just playing the line of that. See those watching on the live feed, just leaning into it, bringing the bat inside, and the ball just angled across him.
If you were with us this morning, there was a bit of a discussion, which I'm not going to prolong. We're not going there anymore after this, about which county Warrington was in, but Past Your Eyes says, really interesting discussion on the Lancashire borders. When I was born, Dave, it was from the Mersey to north of Morecambe Bay and the Pennines to the east. These are the historic boundaries. Thank you, Past Your Eyes. There we are. That's the Lancashire boundaries.
It does create a bit of interest as that subject. There's Stone, balls again to Jennings. And, just holding the line and allowing it to go through to the keeper. There's no run. Probing away, Ollie Stone to Keaton Jennings over the wicket to the left-hander, angling it across him, and so far just playing inside.
Bit of grafting for the ground staff in front of the William Clark stand. Not used those nets, the netting facilities over there during lunch. I think Luke Fletcher and 1 or 2 others were over there bowling, but all those nets are now being taken down by the ground staff.
And Stone to Jennings. Straighter delivery, which Jennings has to play, just defending the top of his off stump. And there is no run. Score remains on 87 for 2. Jennings on 25. Balderson having faced just that one delivery, which is the final ball of the over. Bannon departing with the penultimate delivery of the morning session. He's unbeaten on 4. Ollie Stone turns and sets off again. Balls forward again goes Jennings. And plays calmly away into the offside. And that's the end of the over. Don't be alarmed. It's
The
not
rain.
It's not raining.
And as you're watching the live stream, you can just see the hover covers getting its tyres pumped up. Just going to move it a little further away from the edge of the boundary. As I say, they were just taking down some nets that had remained up there during the luncheon interval. There's a little noise. We'll just mute the effects microphone for a minute. Oh, there we are. It's run out of petrol already. It's going to be Dane Patterson who took the first wicket today, that of Luke Wells, to get things underway properly. That's an interesting call, actually, because Lyndon James bowled 1 ball to finish an over, went for 4. Now he's out of the attack. There's Patterson. Bowls to the left-handed Balderson, who just drops a bat on it, runs it out onto the offside. Some fun and games between Slater and James. Clearly they'd had a little race between them to see who could be first to the ball. Slater gets there, throws it to Jack Haynes and doesn't reach him. Friday afternoon, traditional time of the match when the numbers tend to swell a little bit. People who can get away from whatever they've been doing on a Friday morning tend to come in and enjoy the cricket, as Patterson bowls again. Once more a defensive block.
It's not a bad crowd at all, is it? I don't think. Looks pretty healthy.
Yeah.
There's good numbers in last week, certainly over the course of the weekend against Kent at Emirates Old Trafford. Nice sprinkling of spectators. And the forecast has been pretty solid, hasn't it, for today and for tomorrow, so that helps, I think. Maybe back in your decision to say I'm going to go and spend the full day at the cricket, knowing that at least we're going to get a full day with the weather. Yeah, nice looking crowd in.
There's Patterson once more. Round the wicket. Bowls driven into the offside. Fielded by Lyndon James. Got himself quickly down to ground level and dived on top of the ball, preventing any runs. Yes, as Scott says, these Friday starts, at least you can sort of plan to have a weekend at the cricket. If it's a Wednesday or a Thursday start, you're never entirely sure. We've got some Wednesday starts later on in the season. I don't like those Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's when the football's started as well. You never know, do you? As this is pushed back to the bowler. Those of us who cover football as well, it sort of takes you away from that side of things if you've got a Wednesday start in the cricket. But also the many people that like to come along and watch cricket at a weekend, you can't absolutely for 100% certain say that there would be cricket on the 4th day of any county championship match.
The thorny issue of the schedule.
Yeah. Well, that's one. Next ball is just run to backward point, no run. That's not really the schedule, is it? That's just somebody having a say on what day of the week we should start, and I don't know. Crikey, I'm just looking to my... I don't know if I'm looking to my right or to my left, because when you've got all these... I'm never very good at the old chemistry side of thing and refraction and all that with light and light and light, but away to my right it seems like there's loads of people wearing Trent Rockets shirts, Scott. I don't know if you can see that, or if it is a reflection from the other side of the... don't know. This one down the leg side, tickled away by Balderson, and will be beating the dive of the fielder on the fence. Dylan Pennington away for 4.
There's at least 2 people there, wearing Trent Rocket shirts. Yeah, maybe 3 actually.
Well, that was it. I wasn't quite sure with the... I'm looking through a window, and it's all about prisms and refraction and all that sort of stuff, wasn't it? Was it physics? Yeah, it was physics at school. I'm no good at any of that nonsense, but either way, somewhere there are people inside the ground sat watching Nottinghamshire wearing Trent Rocket shirts. Maybe bought them. The shop downstairs is absolutely jam-packed full of kit, all the latest Knots kit, the Blaze kit, the Trent Rockets kit, tons of stuff.
Here's Stone, sets off again, balls to Jennings, short, a little leg sidey to Jennings, who just has to flex his knees and duck underneath that. Taken by Joe Clark.
So if you like your replica shirts to either wear to come along to the cricket, or no doubt to take off on holiday and walk along the promenade of your Spanish resort or your your Cyprus villa or whatever, the shop is full of shirts. Plenty of England stuff as well, of course, with the World Cup coming up.
Stone to Jennings, fallen off stumpy drives to his counterpart, the Nottinghamshire captain, Hasib Hamid, no run.
The Bolton-born Hasib Hamid.
Yes. I say Bolton's finest, of course. Josh Bohannon's a Bolton lad as well, so maybe he's taken that title over. 91 for 2. Kind of nicely balanced, this match, actually, just heading into the middle session on the first day. That wicket just prior to lunch would have made life feel a little better for the home side during the lunch break. As Jennings gets forward and works it at a slightly open face of the bat down to backward point, where Lyndon James fields, and there's no run. Lancashire have been pretty positive through the course of these 30 overs so far. Bohannon, prior to getting out, was playing a few shots. We've seen Balderson hit 2 boundaries from a couple of deliveries since the lunch break. Lancashire pushing up towards 3 figures. Nottinghamshire know that the captain here, Keaton Jennings, is a key wicket. When he gets in, he's difficult to get out. Stone to Jennings, and just half forward, just trying to find a gap through the offside, just pushing it away. But again, it's picked up by Lyndon James at cover point, and there's no run.
Say hello to everybody listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, in the cars, on the motorways, all that Friday afternoon traffic, Scott. Got my sympathies there on 5 Sports Extra. For much of this game, hopefully, there'll be a little bit of IPL cricket for you from 3 o'clock, though, on 5 Sports Extra. But you can get this and all the other games via the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball.
It's Ollie Stone balls to Keaton Jennings onto his pads, and he just clips the ball down towards Patterson at fine leg for a single. Jennings moves on to 26, and Lancashire now 92 for 2. Here's the Gujarat Titans against the Chennai Super Kings in the IPL today at 3 o'clock. As Dave was saying, every ball of the County Championship on the BBC Sport website and app. 2 Division 2 matches taking place this week. Glamorgan Sussex, Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire, and then Hampshire, Durham, Kent, Worcestershire, Surrey, Warwickshire in Division 1 alongside this fixture here at Trent Bridge. Everyone's playing, the weather's good around the country. Here's Stone bowling to Balderson, and that's run away down to third man, to the left of third slip. And there's a ferocious looking chase on here. It's a great effort, but it's gone for 4. Harrison trying to catch up with the ball. Good turn of pace, wasn't it, by Harrison? But even with that extra bit of speed, he couldn't quite catch up with the ball. Spinning off this hard outfield down towards the boundary for 4. So Lancashire 96 for 2. Balderson on 12 and Jennings on 26.
I don't know if you remember, before the season started, we were all asked to contribute to a publication to say who we thought would win this, that or t'other. I don't know if you remember who you tipped for Division 2 honours this year. I can imagine there were a lot of people went for Yorkshire and Middlesex, but I went a little bit left field. I thought Glamorgan might have a bit of Labuschagne, of course, but one or two others. I think they're due. Last time Notts were in Division 2, they were a strong side. Here's Patterson round the wicket bowls, and it's dropped on the leg side. And how smug was I feeling when second day of the season Sam Northeast made 335 not out, but they've not quite lived up to those sort of scores since then.
No, early on, but the leaders in Division 2 are Sussex with 2 wins from 4. The Middlesex are second, Leicestershire third, and Yorkshire are fourth.
Yeah, you never quite know when a player comes over to the county championship for the first time, or you've not seen much of him, but Jaden Seals has got a load of wickets, hasn't he, for Sussex already in the early weeks. West Indian quick as this is pushed up to mid-off to Asiba Mead. I actually tipped Lancashire for the Metro Bank.
Well, that's the big one.
Going Surrey first division, Glamorgan second. I did say I'd better tip Notts for the Blast because nobody else will, and then went Lancashire for the Metro Bank. 96 for 2.
Is the final here again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Jennings on 26. 13 runs added since lunch. Down the leg side, and Joe Clark's done really well there. He wouldn't have seen much of that. That was a really awkward one for the keeper because he's standing up to the left-handed Jennings and bowling round the wicket, right arm round Patterson. He just speared it on a line of always going down the leg side, but as I say, Clark wouldn't have seen much of that. He did really well to stop that.
He did, yeah, good work by Clark. He's kept the gloves. Tom Moore's back in the side, playing just as a batter.
Yeah, standing at first slip. You won't see an awful lot of that because they'll be coming to him very quickly from, well, not as quickly as that one's been slapped off the face of Keaton Jennings back and batting away for 4. He moves to 30, but yeah, Tom Moore's at first slip with Joe Clark. I was going to say standing up, but it looks as if Clark may be contemplating going back. He's walked all the way back to talk to his slips. Unforgiving outfield, isn't it? If a player plays his shots, he'll get full value for them if it beats the ring.
We've seen that a few times already today. As soon as you get through the infield, it's going to probably skip on and get 4. Looks like a pretty quick outfield.
100 up. Coming in the 32nd over. So not blisteringly fast from Lancashire, but it is all about setting a solid first innings foundation. This next one's drilled up to HH, the Notts captain. We both sat and had a little smile at the same time, and it turned out for the same reason. Just before we came on air, I know some of you like to join us nice and early, about 11:15, 20 to 11. Aaron Lord will set up the day, Aaron and Kirsty, with Trent Bridge live. You'll see 1 or 2 interviews and previews and obviously highlights as the day goes on. But Kirsty was interviewing Asiba Mead ahead of this game. I'll come back to it in a moment because Patterson round the wicket bowls and dropped on the leg side, and Kirsty asking Asiba Mead a number of questions, and it was PM this and PM that, wasn't it? So we thought for a moment they were talking about Rishi, but it was Peter Moores apparently that Asiba Mead was calling. I know in the past we've heard Peter and Boss and Gaffer, but it was PM this morning. Yeah, PM. Somebody, of course, you know very well from his time as Lancashire's head coach, won the county championship there as well.
Yeah, very happy memories of PM. did a fabulous job with a great team at Lancashire to win the title.
Say as well, he won it with Sussex. He's hoping to do it with Notts for third county.
Here's Ollie Stone in and bowls forward because Balderson defending. And there is no run, just squeezes the ball away into the offside. It's got 3 slips in place. Backward point. The captain of Nottinghamshire is Asiba Mead at mid-off. Kind of wide mid-off. He's almost in that position where you kind of cover 2 spots, the mid-off and the cover region. So he's kind of floating between that. In mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, square leg, and then there's a fine leg down below us. Bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end of the ground. It's Stone into Balderson, who's hopping back, defending, just nudging the ball away out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Jack Haynes and there's no run. It's 100 for 2, Lancashire, into the afternoon session. Balderson's on 12. Jennings on 30. The wicket of Josh Bannon just on the stroke of lunch. Well, they've been up to that point a pretty good morning for the Red Rose. Just took a little bit of that good feeling away, and Nottinghamshire ending well. That's left. Look at the carry and the zip through to Clark there. Blimey. From Ollie Stone, it's almost knocked Clark off his feet. Takes it with both feet off the ground. Gloves up to about chest height.
It's encouraging, isn't it, for everybody that's sort of felt the pain of all the injuries he's had over the last couple of years. Ollie Stone, and by that I mean the people that have worked with him, the county coaches at both Warwickshire and obviously Notts, the England coaches. They want to get him fully fit and firing in the international ranks. Of course, family and friends, and Ollie himself. Just a dreadful run of injuries.
Oh, I think he's bowled really well this morning.
Yeah.
Into his 12th over for 28, but that's full and wide of our stump and left. Taken by Clark, and there's no run, but I don't think those figures necessarily do him justice. He's bowled with great aggression and pace. Ran in hard this morning with the new ball.
Just quickly, the other scores, not giving you them since lunch. Hampshire 111 for 1 at home to Durham. Worcestershire 106 for 1 away at Kent. And Warwickshire 104 for 3 away at Surrey. I see that Peter Siddle, who's played of course for Notts and Lancashire, is having another tilt at county championship cricket. He's with Durham. I think that's his 5th county.
More clubs than
Jack
Nick Faldo.
Nicholas,
Yeah. Stone into Balderson. It's driven away through the covers. Nicely timed by Balderson, all the way for 4. And that pushes Lancashire onto 104 for 2.
And in Division 2, Gloucestershire 93 for 2. That's at Northants. Liam Patterson-White hasn't had a bowl yet in that one. And Cardiff, Glamorgan playing Sussex. Sussex batting there, they're 102 for 3. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian superstar who played for Notts back in 2017, is 27 not out. It's a lovely shot from Balderson, who's on 16. Scored 16 of the 21 runs that have come since lunch. Here's Stone to bowl to him once more. Round the wicket bowls and just rocking forward. The Lancashire number 10 does the blocking. We mentioned Simon Kerrigan this morning, whose birthday it is, former Lancashire man. Pretty sure he wore number 10 during his days with the Red Rose. End of the over, 104 for 2 Lancashire after 33 overs, so going along at just over 3 and over. With Patterson to continue. There's a quick update for Radio Nottingham. Lovely summery conditions here at Trent Bridge. Lancashire batting after they won the toss. 104 for 2. Wickets in the morning session for Dane Patterson and Lyndon James. Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, 30 not out. Lancashire 104 for 2. So new over has started. Patterson bowling to Jennings and he pushes it defensively back. Players from both sides wearing black armbands. Just remembering Josh Baker around the county circuit this week. Tragic loss of the 20-year-old Worcestershire spinner. Played here for the Pairs just 3 or 4 weeks ago. This one wide of the off stump, cut away nicely by Jennings. It's on to 34. Does just feel and sound like he's got a big heavy bat out there, the way that one just shot away. Gave it a good firm old clump to backward point. Ben Slater has to go and fetch it, and then gets the news from his skipper that he hasn't got a run back in. He's been posted out there on that boundary at backward point. 108 for 2. Jennings 34, Balderson 16. There's Patterson. Runs in, past umpire Kettleborough, bowls. Clark standing up again. Jennings has to go deep into his crease. He's a tall man anyway, but just goes up on his tippy toes and defends that one back to the bowler. And just continues merrily on his way here, Keaton Jennings. Certainly looks to have set his stall out for a long innings. He's already faced over 100 deliveries, 102 balls now at the crease. Patterson getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates as he comes in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. And Jennings just rocks forward and eases the ball into that space left vacant by moving Slater from point out to the point boundary. Take another single, 109 for 2. Men out, Wells for 17, that was 23 for 1 in the 10th over, and then Bohannon, he went for 35, it was 83 for 2. That was in the 28th over. Balderson has 16, Patterson bowls to him, and George Balderson drives up to mid-on, no run. Ollie Stone starts working away frantically on the ball. Began with Northants. Ollie Stone hails from Norfolk. And had around 4 or 5 years with Warwickshire before moving to Trent Bridge. This is his second season, but I say we hardly saw him last year through injury. Gets to field again as it's played up to mid-on defensively. End of the 34th over. Lancashire 109 for 2. Crowd very much part of this. There was lots of chatter I could hear during the lunch interval on the concourses. People of a Nottinghamshire persuasion encouraged by that wicket just before lunch. A lot of Lancashire supporters here as well, proudly showing off their colours. It's going to be Ollie Stone. He's going to go round the wicket. It's going to be described beautifully, I'm sure, for you by Scott Reed.
Yeah, he's gone over the wicket quite a lot, hasn't he? Especially to Jennings. But change of line here for Ollie Stone. That's defended by Keaton Jennings. Stone crouching down, putting his fingers on top of his head. Maybe he felt that maybe he was not far away from just breaching Jennings' defence there and just trying to find the ball between bat and pad.
He went all Basil Fawlty, didn't he?
He did a bit, yeah.
Staff expected him to start hopping about like a frog and then pick a tree up and start bashing the car. But,
touch of Basil Fawlty about it. It was a look of despair. 3 slips weight. Here's Stone. Jennings on 35 in and balls, short and cut, and that's 4 to that shorter boundary. Sliced away off the back foot, sat up nicely for him. Got into position early to play it, moves on to 39. It's 113 for 2.
It's an interesting conundrum for the skipper, Seba Mead, in this case, and obviously Keaton Jennings will then have the same issue. Do you attack, because you need wickets, you've got to bowl the side out, or do you go a little bit defensive and try and block some of these boundaries? Because with the pace that Stone's bowling, just anything that, as we said before, anything that beats the field has gone for 4.
Yeah. Still been pretty attacking, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's kept at least 2, mainly 3 slips in place. It's dabbed away off his toes by Keaton Jennings. Ball just back of a length, which brings him up on to his toes to drop it away into the offside. No run.
He had quite a period out of the game last season, didn't he, Keaton Jennings?
He did. He had a bit of bad fortune, and indeed the previous year as well. But last year he was in great form. I think he was 180 odd not out in the match against Somerset when he pulled a hamstring, which kept him out for quite some time. Good couple of months really, missing through injury. Stone back into Jennings, glance down towards fine leg where Patterson fields. Jennings gets a single. He moves on to 40, and Lancashire are 114 for 2. So he's had his injury problems, but I guess there's not too many. You're a lucky cricketer, aren't you, if you get through it without having get through a full season, or indeed get through successive seasons without having too many niggles. I guess somewhere along the line everyone's carrying a bit of a bump or a bruise, trying to deal with it. Seen 2 fast bowlers in this match coming back to full fitness. Stone that's doing just that. Balls to Balderson, and that's turned to the leg side in front of square through mid-wicket. Shuffles back for 2. He moves on to 18, and the score now to 116 for 2.
Yes, as you say, you do well if you manage to steer clear of injury or illness. Of course, Samit Patel is the exception to the rule. He didn't miss a game for Nottinghamshire for about 2 decades, except when he was called away to play for England. Absolutely astonishing, and we all know that people would have their views on Samit's fitness, but you look at his availability record for nigh on 20 years.
Off the back foot and defended away by Balderson into the offside. No run, just forced back a little by Albie Stone. Nicely kept out. 116 for 2, Lancashire.
Now moved on to Derbyshire down the road, Samit. I'm sure we'll look forward to seeing him once again in the forthcoming blast. I think he's declared he is still available technically for red ball cricket as well for Derbyshire, but they haven't used him as yet in the red ball format. But I'm sure we'll see him in the blast. Certainly when he comes here, he'll be looking to get one over his old teammates. 116 for 2. Drink taken on board by the 2 Lancashire batters.
Yeah, that will be a bit odd, seeing him in an opposition shirt.
Yeah. Well, it's going to happen. Lancashire 12th man is not exactly rushing off the field, holding everything up here. Do we know who he is? It's not Jack Blatherwick, is it? He's not tall enough, I don't think, for Jack. George Lavelle, he was in the squad. As Patterson bowls, and this is played up to Stone at mid-on.
Played a little bit in the first couple of rounds of the season, did Jack Blatherwick. Played in the second match at Hampshire, and again played against Essex the following week. Not picked last week against Kent, as they went with the 2 spinners, Hartley and Lyon. And with Saqib Mahmood back available, he gets the nod for this game.
Patterson in again to the Lancashire captain, and he'll just let the ball almost run onto the face and then manipulate the wrists, working in a way square. Takes a single. 117 for 2. A nice interview yesterday I was reading about Nathan Lyon on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page, about his injury at Lord's last year and the ovation he got from the watching public. Admittedly there'll be a few Aussies in the crowd, but said he was just taken back by the reception he got from the England supporters as this is run to backward point. He left the field injured, and then he had to come out to bat, didn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of days later.
Kept hobbling down the steps at Lord's, didn't he, to bat?
It's a nice piece, actually. If you want to have a look at that on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page. And of course on there's also the live text service that stays on throughout the county championship. Just as soon as a wicket goes down or a milestone is reached or is approaching, everything goes on there. It's a great way to follow the game, an accompaniment to the commentary as Patterson bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Will Young. I think that's the first time we've seen Will Young out of the slip cordon, certainly for a while. Doing the fielding, the 2 slips are Tom Moores at first, Calvin Harrison at second. Will Young, one of 2 New Zealanders in this game. Looking forward to having a look at Tom Bruce, who we've not seen, but is scheduled to come in next, part of this Lancashire middle order full of bees. Bohannon, Balderson, Bruce and Bell, and then Bailey a little further down. Patterson bowls, and again a crisp drive, but straight to stone at mid-on, and there's no run. And there's angst and anguish from both bowler and batter there. I think Patterson thought he was through the defences, and I think Balderson thought he'd driven it straight down the ground for 4. Neither of which happened. Plenty of people in front of the pavilion enjoying the sun at the far end. No sight screens down there, of course. There are some seats that have been left purposely empty. Just, so we haven't got people walking about behind the arm as Balderson defends this next one, and Dane Patterson is now through 11 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 35 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire, and to all our friends up and down the country, wherever you may be, following us on 5 Sports Extra, and also everybody watching the pictures. Many thanks as ever to our production team and the camera crew all around Trent Bridge bringing you the pictures.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire not facing Nathan Lyon in this game, but they will have chance to face him before his spell with Lancashire's over and done with. He'll be available for the match at Southport. One of the games that Lancashire have earmarked him for, having to miss out on one of these fixtures as part of the agreement with Cricket Australia. So he'll be able to play against Nottinghamshire at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club in the back end of June. Actually, that might be his last game. That
Australia will call him back a game early.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah. He was due to play in the Blast and the whole championship. Bowling change, first one after lunch, with Pennington replacing Stone. And Dylan Pennington comes around the wicket to Jennings, he defends, and there is no run.
Is Pennington a name that's sort of stuck there in the memory banks from your matches against Worcestershire?
A little bit, yeah.
He's done well against Notts in the past. 25, it's a good time to move. He's clearly got ambition.
And again, balls to Jennings, right forward in defence, and no run. Big strong lad, isn't he? Runs in on his big open chest. Tall man. Jennings coming down the pitch to have a look at where that bounced. .117 for 2. Here is Pennington, so he's into his 9th over, his first of the afternoon. Comes bouncing again, and balls. That's played off the back foot and cut late behind square on the offside by Jennings for a single. There is a deep backward point in place, which is Lyndon James, and Jennings moves on to 42, 118 for 2 now. Bringing Balderson on strike.
Just doing all they need to do, aren't they, Lancashire? I mean, you're not going to win a county championship match on the first morning or the first couple of sessions, but you can certainly lay down the platform on the first day, bat through that first day, get top side of 300 on the board with a couple of wickets or more in hand to take into the second morning.
Pennington to Balderson, just nudged away to the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's Will Young again in that position to mid-wicket. Stones at mid-on, the captain Hamid's at mid-off, Jack Haynes at cover, Lyndon James at backward point. There's 2 slips in place. Balderson 18 not out. And here comes Pennington, steaming back in, balls again down the leg side to Balderson, taken by Clark. And there's no run.
Does let 1 or 2 slide down that leg side. Guess presumably would be one area that Kevin Shine would be, the Notts bowling coach, fast bowling coach, would be working on with him. Not going to create too much difficulty if you keep firing them down the leg side.
In to complete the over, balls played softly down towards third man by George Balderson. He gets 4 more to completely over. 122 for 2.
That's the frustrating thing, isn't it? The one down the leg side, the keeper goes across and takes it, and it's just the very definition of a dot ball. Nothing happened from it and whatever. Puts the ball in a good area and it just goes away off a thickish outside edge and runs away for 4. If you weren't with us earlier, we are hoping at some point this afternoon to be joined by a guest of the club today, former Nottingham Forest European Cup winning captain John McGovern's going to, hopefully pop in, spend 20 minutes with Scott and myself. Don't worry, it won't be a football-a-thon. We know a lot of people turn off as soon as we start mentioning the round ball or the round football, as Patterson starts with one down the leg side, well taken by Clark, who again is standing up. John loves his cricket and has played a bit of cricket in his time, and of course in this part of the world we've heard a lot of his footballing stories, but of course he did spend a decent amount of time in Bolton, playing for Bolton and managing Bolton, so might be one or two Lancashire stories we can drag up. We'll try and do that for you. 122 for 2. Keaton Jennings has 42. Turns this on the leg side. Short mid wicket is where Will Young, the New Zealand international, is fielding. Young, who partnered Joe Clark in a stand of 372 unbroken at Taunton 3 weeks ago. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the pair of them. Lots have had a double centurion in each of the last 2 games. Doesn't happen very often. Ben Duckett the last match against Warwickshire. This one's hit in the air but over the offside ring and away for 4. Cries of catch. Asiba Mead was the nearest to it, but nowhere near it. It was an extra cover drive, but through the air, wasn't it? It was lifted up high and over, and it takes Keaton Jennings to within one more blow of a half century. He's on 46, and Lancashire 126 for 2. Did he deliberately mean to hit it up and over? I suspect he probably did. Just moved Lyndon James. He was a little squarer, wasn't he? But just moved him more towards extra cover in case he does it again. Patterson in once more and down the leg side, and Clark can't get anything on this except perhaps a touch of the gloves. Now what's it going to be? The umpire is going to touch his knee, so it's leg buys. Leg buys. There's no wonder Joe Clark couldn't get anything on that. It's hard enough, as we say, down the leg side, but if it brushes the pads, then you've got no chance.
Yeah, your line's going to be exceptional, isn't it, with the keeper standing up, Clark here, which is a good move, I think, especially to Jennings, who does like to bat out of his crease and try and use his feet, but anything leg side, and it's going to be costly.
This pair have put 47 on now, believe it or not. This is driven into the offside, fielded by a tumbling Lyndon James. I say believe it or not, I mean, there's nothing unusual in the fact they've put 47 on, but it's almost gone under the radar, isn't it? It's 47 in 42 minutes since lunch.
It's been nothing risky, has it?
No.
It's just been kind of nice, positive batting between these two.
Jennings has been at the crease since the start at 11 o'clock. In fact, I think by most clocks or watches, we seem to start about 2 minutes to 11, which is never a bad thing. Next ball is worked onto the leg side by the Lancashire skipper for another single. It goes to 47, 131 for 2 at the end of that Patterson over. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. He'll run in all day doing that, Dane Patterson. He hardly went for any runs and picked up a wicket in his first 4 overs. And then Josh Bohannon threw the bat at him a little bit, got a 6 over extra cover. It was a Jennings drive down the ground as well, but he just keeps coming back and running in for more and more and more, and he's been a real workhorse for Nottinghamshire, as I say, 50 wickets or more each of the last 3 seasons, so that'll be quite a feather in his cap if he can do it 4 years running.
Yeah, he's been an absolutely outstanding player, hasn't he?
Yeah.
For Notts, that consistency level is superb. To have someone who just keeps running in and bowling for you and picking up 50 wickets a season. A bit of width there from Pennington to Jennings. Just tries to carve the ball away, but picks out extra cover, no run.
Actually, you've been witness to to one of his better moments with the bat as well. He's usually swishing out, or 4 are out or 6 are out. But at Blackpool, he hit 2 or 3 enormous sixes, if you remember, in the dying embers of that 50 over semi-final a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
A couple cleared the ground, I think, didn't they? I think maybe heading towards the zoo at one point. I think one of them. 131 for 2. Pennington bowls, and that's turned to the leg side by Jennings. It's gone to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Will Young fields.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, Ben Slater got a century, and Stephen Croft, I don't know if he got to 100 or 90 or whatever it was, but certainly it was the match-winning innings from the Blackpool boy at Stanley Park to get Lancashire through and over the line. You had to go to, was it Somerset or Hampshire? You had to go the next day.
Somerset, I think. It's Pennington in and balls to Jennings. That's worked out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's one of the bonuses of
being knocked out. Yeah, it was. I think it was the next day, wasn't it, for the game the following day?
Yeah.
Bit of a quick turnaround.
Play at Blackpool, travel day, and then play at Taunton.
1-3-1 for 2. Keaton Jennings, 47 not out. Dylan Pennington searching for a first breakthrough after lunch. Balls short and wide and cut by Jennings, almost into a position to try and uppercut it, but in the end just guides the ball cleverly out toward deep point for a single.
Changing of the guard this year at Old Trafford. Dale Benkenstein now running things.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I think it probably a bit of an evolution of the team, really. I mean, we were chatting this morning about the side that went to Lords to play in that Bob Willis Trophy final against Warwickshire, and Lancashire that season finished runners-up. It was their best chance to win the title since they won it in 2011. Down the leg side by Pennington, taken by the keeper, no run. But that side that had Lancashire finishing second, I think, for successive seasons, or 2 in the last 3 seasons, and they were runners-up in the Blast and the One Day Cup. That side's not really this side. That side's moved on a little bit. There's no Stephen Croft in red ball cricket. There's no Dane Villas. Likes Danny Lamb and Rob Jones and Matt Parkinson have all gone. Obviously the head coach is gone, the bowling coach is gone, the assistant coach is gone. So yeah, there's definitely kind of a bit of a transitional feel to it a little bit. Forward goes Balderson in defence, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 132 for 2.
Is Darryl Mitchell finished, or will he be back for the Blast?
No, he's finished.
The Grand Home, he was another one you've had in recent years.
He did a bit last year. He's not bothering this year, so no, they're not with Lancashire this season. They were hoping to have Nathan Lyon for their T20 Blast,
right.
And obviously Tom Bruce is the other overseas player. They have replaced Nathan Lyon with Chris Green for the Blast.
Darryl Mitchell's a good player.
He was brilliant. He was great.
Preaching to the choir or whatever the saying is, but yeah, very good player. Lyndon James returns to the attack. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. He has actually bowled since lunch, but just 1 ball, the first ball after the 40-minute break, just to finish an over, because he removed Josh Bohannon. It turned out to be the last ball before lunch. 24 deliveries have conceded 24 runs. We'll be looking to tighten it up in this spell. First ball just shapes away from Keaton Jennings, who remains 48 not out. Elsewhere, Hampshire now 138 for 2 against Durham. Worcestershire 136 for 1. That's down at Canterbury against Kent. Jake Libby's the man out. Gareth Roderick and Kashi Valley are unbeaten there. Roderick 40 odd. Cash Alley's got his half century. Lyndon James bowls wider and wider still, and Jennings chased after it, had a bit of a flail at the Oval. Surrey playing Warwickshire 132 for 4. The openers put 59 on and then followed each other back. Yates 32, Davis 25. The others to fall, Sam Hain, who has not been part of the Warwickshire side this season for personal reasons. He's back, Sam Hain, and Dan Mousley is out as well. Hain made 17, Mousley 25. Next ball pushed into the offside, so it's Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard at the crease. Warwickshire 134 for 4 against the defending champions. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Glamorgan playing Sussex. Sussex are batting, they're 121 for 3. And at Wantage Road, also in Division 2, Northampton's playing Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire are now 126 for 3. Liam Patterson-White has just bowled his first ball into the attack. The on-loan Nottinghamshire spinner, as Lyndon James bowls to Jennings, who's on 48, partnership of 49 for this third wicket. The openers put 23 on, then 60 for the second wicket between Jennings and Bohannon. Now 49 for this third wicket. There's James again. To bowl to Keaton Jennings. Drives into the offside, and Matthew Montgomery out there on the field. Birthday boy, 25 today. Monty does the fielding.
Is there a better way to spend your birthday than in the field? On a warm day.
32 for 2. Don't know what the thing is for your birthday. It's nice and full this time, and there should be at least a couple here for Keaton. He'll probably get 4. He will get 4 through the offside. Warm applause for Jennings as he goes to his half century from 128 deliveries. Keaton Jennings. It's been watchful, it's been resolute, but it's been very, very effective, and he usually delivers against Notts, particularly here. He's been at the crease for 3 hours now. 128 balls, as I say, faced. 10 fours. Jennings still with power to add. Scott 52 not out. I don't think Notts have seen the back of him just yet.
Yeah, it's excellent knock by the Lancashire captain. Real kind of sense of calmness and authority about that knock, isn't there? From the minute go, really. Yeah, a little bit of good fortune in the first half an hour. A couple beat the bat, that's going to happen. Need something to go your way with that as an opening batter, but then he's just calmly gone about his business. He's been nothing really reckless, and he's not at all rushed. He just plays at his own pace, and he looks like he's playing the long game here for Lancashire. As Balderson faces Pennington, who's running in to start his 11th over of the day, and that's defended, and there's no run. 136 for 2.
Yeah, got good figures as well. Pennington none for 19. 4 maidens. The Lancashire media cameraman is on the boundary edge again, looking to get some snaps.
Pennington to Balderson, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. 136 for 2. Remains on 22. 53 run partnership.
Must admit, over the years I used to look in awe at cameramen, and still do a little bit, but now we've all got, many of us have got mobile phones with cameras on.
Pennington into Balderson, that's full and left and through to Clark, no run.
Don't know about you or anybody else, I just point the old camera phone and go click, 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 and then pick the best of the best of them. Just hope we've got something. But I know that's a far cry from being a professional sports photographer, and it really is a great talent. But you can easily make do, can't you? Just by click, click, click.
136 for 2. Here's Pennington into Balderson. That's defended, pushed away to the onside, no run.
At Brace Cricket, if you'd like to get in touch, I say if got any questions for John McGovern, who, well, we not only promised he will come up and see us. I was actually talking to John this morning, and he's well aware that in his invitation to attend the ground for the day, there's a 15-20 minute slot to come and join us.
Forward again goes Balderson, solid front foot defence, no run.
So firmly expecting him to come sometime this afternoon. He was clutching a cricket ball when I last saw him, so that's a good sign, isn't it? That's a good sign. Captained Nottingham Forest under Brian Clough. Of course, he was a player that pretty much followed Brian Clough everywhere. Hartlepool and Derby County, Leeds United. 44s of days of Clough.
Pennington balls, and Balderson gets right back and defends, right in behind it. Solid defensive shots there by Balderson. It's a good examination by Pennington. He's difficult to get away. You can tell why he doesn't concede many runs. Kind of awkward length that he bowls, and he's quite a tall man and gets the ball in and around you at a slightly awkward height, and he's done well there. George Balderson to keep that out. 136 for 2.
He made his first class debut on this ground, not with a red ball, not with a white ball, but one of those ridiculous pink ball matches that we had. What was that, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018,
yeah,
something like that. And they've got a debutant, Dylan Pennington. I mean, it's a little bit of an unusual name. There's not too many Dylans in county championship cricket, so kept an eye on him, watched him. I thought he did really well that day. I think he got Chris Nash early. Sorry, Nash, if you're listening, but I think he got Chris Nash earlier. Jennings on strike on 52, and this goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's difficult to not kind of remember certain things from those pink ball matches, because they were so unusual to have the pink ball, floodlights, day-night county championship cricket. I remember quite a lot from those fixtures as well, because
everybody went home 7 o'clock.
It
was freezing cold.
Yeah, didn't really
hard
work.
to pick up. It's hard to pick the ball up in that twilight period. It didn't really get dark enough to have the floodlights on it. Just by the very fact that they only tried it twice, I think tells you how much of a success it was.
I think so.
Jennings has 52. Lyndon James bowls to him, and he's leaned into that one, opened the face and guided it down to third, and there'll be 2 of the easiest runs he'll score all day there. Hardly had to break into any sort of jog just to get there and back. 138 for 2 Lancashire, looking to set the match up with a score well in excess of 300 here first time round if they can.
Yeah, well, this is the challenge for Lancashire. Already this season in games against Surrey in the first match, and twice against Essex, once against Kent. They've lost wickets quickly.
James bowls, driven by Jennings, fielded by the Notts captain. The Bolton Bradman, Asiba Mead.
They might be able to take something from the way that they batted in the second innings against Kent last week. They'd come back well, following on, got to 330. Actually, for a moment or two, we thought they might be able to put Kent under a bit of pressure and maybe even try and win the match from a position of following on.
James again, halfway through his 6th over. Again, a lot of width, but there is that protection out there with Ben Slater. Fizzes the ball into the gloves of Clark. 139 for 2. And those gritty wicket-keeper stroke batters in the middle order, George Bell and Matty Hurst. I think they'll enjoy having a knock on it as well. And lower down, looking forward to seeing Tom Hartley again. Though to give him his full name, Tom Hartley, England international. That's just tinkering with the field a little bit. A gully's gone in there. Will Young. This one down the leg side and tickled away for a single. 140 for 2. Not supporters have heard me tell this a couple of times, but last year when Will Young joined Notts, his first match was at the Oval, scored a century, so went and interviewed him afterwards, and obviously he didn't know me, I didn't know him. So at the end of the interview, he just thought I'd throw something out there, throw something up in the air, you know, see what you might catch. You can always cut it off the end of the interview, can't you? 140 for 2 as Lyndon James bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and they take a single. 141 for 2. Jennings up to 56 at the end of that over from Lyndon James. So I just threw up there. I want to finally finish with Will. What's your favourite Will Young song? Now, I was more than half expecting him to just look at me and think, who is this idiot, or what are you talking about, or whatever. And you will have heard, I'm sure, absolute delight when somebody says, a funny thing about that. I thought, ooh, apparently he played for Durham the year before, and when he got to Durham there was an initiation, as a lot of dressing rooms have some sort of initiation, and the initiation at Durham was to sing a song for the rest of your teammates. And he'd learnt all the words to of Will Young's song, I Think I Better Leave Right Now. So he said, so I stood up and sang that for them.
It's Pennington into Jennings, who just wants a single here, just drops it away into the offside, just leant into it, didn't really push at it, just deflects off the face of the bat. And with point back towards the boundary, he can get through for 1, moves on to 57, 142 for 2. I thought you were going to say, like, I've not heard that joke before. he must have heard that line a few times, but quite nice that he stood up and performed a song.
Yeah. Works well with cricket as well. I think one or two other commentators have had a bit of fun when they've got him out. Will Young, I think you better leave right now, and all that. It does tend to get a bit of a bashing.
Pennington to Balderson, just following that for a moment. Just later on, just bringing the ball at the bat back and allowing it to go through, but just shaping up like he was having a little flirt with that. Maybe just a little bit of movement off the pitch from Pennington. Balderson coming down the wicket to have a look at that.
Luke Fletcher again on drinks duty, walking around the boundary, just having a chat to Ben Slater, giving him a bottle of water.
Pennington meanwhile bowls short this time to Balderson. Ducks underneath it, through to Clark. No run.
Of course, to give him his full name, of course, it's the evergreen Will Young.
.142 for 2. He's at mid-wicket at the minute. A deep backward square leg, which is Ben Slater. There's a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 slips in place.
He'll know all about Tom Bruce, won't he? He'll have passed on some intel, I'm sure, to the Notts side.
Pennington to Balderson left, taken by Clark, who skips in front of Tom Moores at first slip, and there's no run. Yeah, due in next, Tom Bruce, the New Zealand batter.
Do we know how that came about? Who recommended him, or
don't really know.
Best mate of somebody? Or?
He's with Lancashire for the whole season, so he's got a very solid first-class record in New Zealand. Not quite got going yet this year. It's punched up to mid-on by Balderson. And Ollie Stone is quick across the ground to his left-hand side at mid-on. And there's no run, 142 for 2.
Mark Dev has been in touch. Dave, can you please say hello to a friend who's watching in from hospital and say all the best to Lord Doug of Cotters from the Bulwell boy. Pleasure, Mark. Go well, Lord Doug of Cotters. Hope you're feeling a little better and be up and about soon. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thank you very much to Mark for that. At Praise Cricket, if you got anything you want to pass on.
Final ball of the over. Pennington to Balderson. And that's it. He's through to the keeper. And there's no run. It's a good ball sent down by Pennington. Just turning Balderson around a little. Slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Clark. 142 for 2, Lancashire.
Yep, just a 52-year-old says it's time for Calvin Harrison. Well, it isn't, because Lyndon James is going to have another over. But imagine the Nottinghamshire captain is considering just introducing his leg spinner, and right on cue, he's just whirling his arms around. He's not going to bowl this over, but he's just got the nod, I think, from the skipper. I think You didn't need to be Nostradamus to realise that it was about time they tried something different. Here's Lyndon James bowling to Jennings, works this way square of the wicket on the leg side out to Jack Haynes. There is protection out there in front of the Fox Road stand. We've got the first sight of a topless gentleman, I think, in the Fox Road stand. That's
Blimey.
always the sunnier side. There's Lyndon James, nice and full again, worked away. It was cries a catch, but it was all the way along the ground, past the diving Will Young, or the sprawling Will Young.
Good spot for sunbathing, isn't it?
Yeah,
a bit of cricket.
Yeah, you can see a gentleman there, right in the full glare of the sun, in the middle part of the Fox Road stand. Can't fault you, sir. .44 for 2. James bowls, and it's defended. Conversely, on the other side of the ground, the Smith Cooper stand, the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, they call that the fridge over there for obvious reasons, because it never gets warm in there. It's always in the shade. Spot there on the live stream of Luke Fletcher, 12th man for this game, just having a little bit of a chat to Dylan Pennington. Of course, the arrival of Pennington and the recovered fitness of Ollie Stone means that the likes of Fletcher having to sit out more games than they would have done over the last 2 or 3 years. Brett Hutton's out injured at the moment, hurt his Achilles, quite a nasty one, so he'll be out for a few weeks. Hold up now whilst somebody has encroached behind the bowler's arm downstairs somewhere. There's Lyndon James, lengthy approach. Bowls, and it's hit back in the direction of that gentleman who was moving about behind the arms for 4. You could see that one well enough.
Yeah.
Jennings on to 62 with that straight 4. Lancashire 148 for 2 on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio's Lancashire and Manchester, and BBC Radio Nottingham with Scott Reed, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Reminder, at 3 o'clock there'll be IPL coverage on 5 Sports Extra, but you can continue listening to this match or any of the other matches in the County Championship via the BBC Sport website and app. There's Lyndon James in again. Jennings on 62, and that's a good diving stop from Ollie Stone, otherwise it would have been back-to-back boundaries. Really good from Stone. As he gets up there, Scott, you can see a smear of red down his flannels. He seems to be the designated ball polisher there for Notts.
He's saved some runs there, hasn't he?
Yes.
Led on this today. He's been excellent.
And if there was any doubts about his fitness, he certainly wouldn't be throwing himself about like he has been. Just glad, I think, to get back out there playing again. Next one, ooh, almost chipped. It's actually chipped to where Will Young was standing in the previous over, but Notts have done away with the short mid-wicket, so a single taken by Jennings. Of course, if he was there, he probably wouldn't have chipped it in that direction. 149 for 2 Lancashire. Still 101 runs away from a batting point.
It's time for a bit of a change, I think, isn't it? Maybe when your correspondents say maybe have a look at Harris and get the leg spinner in, see what he can do. Been good by the seamers. They bowl well. It's set up beautifully the first thing this morning, but it's worth a look, I think, at Harrison.
There's a lot of superstition in cricket. Tom Moores has just walked up, swapped the bails over at this end. I think Stuart Broad was one for that, wasn't he? Changing the bails over if there's a frustrating partnership. 66 from 97 balls this pair have added since lunch.
Well, you've got to try everything, I guess, haven't you? Maybe need a bit of superstition. Switch the bails over, see if that works. And Pennington's going to continue. It will be the 5th over of the spell. He's been pretty miserly since coming into the attack from that Stuart Broad. In 4 overs for 7 runs. Again, just Bringing Jennings onto the front foot. Deflects off the face of the bat down to backward point, and there's no run. 149 for 2. And the warm-ups from Calvin Harrison are stepping up a little bit here. Not too far away before we see a leg spinner into the attack, I don't think. Just a little bit of something different. We've had pace so far through this first day. Oh, that's a bottom edge from Jennings, which bounces in front of Joe Clark, the keeper. A little bit of a loose-looking shot from Jennings. There's a little wander away to square leg. Shrug of the shoulders as he looks back towards his batting partner, George Balderson. 63 not out, Keaton Jennings. 149 for 2. Pennington racing back in bowls again. Another play and a miss from Jennings through to the keeper, no run.
That looked a little ugly, didn't it? He's a very, very fine player, but that didn't look a very elegant shot at all.
Yeah, he played it in a manner that, as if he was a little bit surprised by how the ball reacted off the surface, but it just cut back in a fraction from Pennington, perhaps. There's a rather quizzical look back down the pitch from the Lancashire captain, and he came a few paces down, settled back into his crease. Pennington bowls again, defends this time, jabs the ball away into the offside. Fielded by Pennington off his own bowling, and there's no run. You can see why Hasib Hamid happy to just stick with the seamers, certainly at least from that far end. At the minute, this spell from Dylan Pennington is pretty tidy. Lancashire have not really been able to get him away. A little bit more expensive from Lyndon James, 3 overs for 16. Might see the leg spinner potentially from this end. We'll see. Here's Pennington back in, short down the leg side, and Jennings tries to pull it. Keeper takes a smart tumbling catch. There's kind of a half of a question mark as to whether he's got a little bit of glove on that.
If they'd all gone up then, I wouldn't have been surprised. Clearly he didn't hit it, but I was fully expecting them all to go up. It did seem as if there was perhaps a little bit of deviation, but once again it was a leg side delivery from Dylan Pennington. That's fine if you're just trying to get the top edge down to long leg or deep backward square, but we are getting 1 or 2 and over, sliding down there.
Just onto the pads of Jennings, that's turned away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's a maiden over that for Dylan Pennington. 13 overs, 6 maidens. He's gone for 20. That's his figures for the day. In this spell, it's 5 overs, 2 maidens for 7 runs. It's 149 for 2.
Yeah, and as well on top of that, every single ball he's running absolutely flat out, hasn't he? He's a captain's delight, I think. There's Calvin Harrison coming on. That was the cheer. I think some of the home supporters have obviously felt this was a little overdue. Calvin Harrison, a Manchester original, Scott, who last year got the best figures in the 100, 5 for 11 for Manchester originals at Old Trafford. Leg spinner, South African born. Coming on from this Radcliffe Road end, we bowl into the 2 left-handers here. Alderson initially was on 24. Keaton Jennings on 63. So here is Harrison over the wicket, tosses it up there, driven out into the offside. That nearly embarrassed Will Young for a moment. He was running to his left, the ball deviated away to his right. Durban born, 25 years of age, Calvin Harrison. This is just his 15th first-class game. Tosses this one up, and this is drilled back to him. And a 5 for this season against Worcestershire. Twirling the ball around, comes in and bowls, and again just pushed into the offside to Hamid.
It's quite flat and quick, isn't it, so far by Harrison?
Yeah. Decent enough start. He's in again and bowls, and Balderson on the front foot pushes it out. I think for the 3rd time out of 4 balls, it's Hamid doing the fielding. The captain. This one's worked by way of a change onto the leg side, fielded by Haynes. Don't spoil it now, Calvin. 5 dot balls. Balderson will be looking to rotate the strike if he can. Can't. Hits it again straight to Asiba Mead. So the spinner starts with a maiden. Good for confidence, good for the crowd as well from that reception. They enjoy watching him bowl here. 149 for 2 Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a good start. He's understandably, it's the first day of the match. He's bowling quite quickly, quite flat. There's not a great deal there for the batter to work with, but that's all right. It's a good start. Gets him into his spell. This is what Hasib Hamid will be kind of hoping for. Pennington, in this spell, Pennington's bowled quite nicely from that top end. So if they can just get a little bit of control from this end, the leg spinner started nicely. Might be able to try and find a way of creating some pressure and trying to get some chances. Definitely worth a little stint here from Calvin Harrison for a period. Dylan Pennington to continue with Jennings on strike, and Jennings gets up onto his toes and guides this ball safely out towards cover point. No run.
Just a reminder, as we get close to 3 o'clock on 5 Sports Extra, they'll be taking coverage and commentary of the day's IPL cricket. So if you want to stay with us for this match, you'll need to redial or retune, as they used to say in the old days. Twiddle those knobs. We're available via the BBC Sport website and app, and also via the live stream if you want to stay with us.
That's carved away for 4 by Keaton Jennings, and pushes Lancashire beyond the 150 mark. 53 for 2 now. Jennings moves on to 67. The partnership's worth 70. Jumped all into that, did the Lancashire captain. Yeah. Short and wide and hammered away for 4.
He's got what you'd describe as quite an expansive wingspan.
He has, yeah, he has.
When he tries to reach a ball, he can reach it a lot further away from his body than a lot of other players.
That's Pennington's response from around the wicket. Big appeal, big appeal! Umpire says not out. Well, I suppose he's got to do a decent amount, hasn't it, from around the wicket to the left-hander.
Seemed to be very full. Not yet seen a replay. Don't know if we'll get the chance to have a look on the monitor.
It's a big shout.
Yeah.
It's an instant no from the umpire. That's what kind of the shout started and ended quickly, because straight away the umpire said not out.
Seemed convinced, didn't he, Pennington? It wasn't what they would describe as a frivolous appeal. I think he had genuine belief he'd got him then.
It was a good comeback ball. And the last one crashed away for 4. It was off the front foot with a half shuffle forward here. Jennings to defend, bouncing out to Jack Haynes at cover. No run. Here we go. This might well be the replay. Big LBW shout. The element of doubt is from around the wicket to the left-hander, isn't it, as to whether that's potentially sliding down the leg side.
Didn't help that I was sort of buffered a little bit, didn't it?
Here comes Pennington to Jennings. Well, that's gone through to the keeper, and Jennings lifts his arms up in the air with a sense of I'm not sure what to do about how to play that. He comes down the pitch, Clark stops it, does well, the keeper away to his right. Both batters meeting halfway down the pitch.
Yes.
He's bowled two very, very good balls from the previous one, which was short, a little short and wide, not too short or wide, but enough for Jennings to thrash it away for 4, and his 2 comeback balls have been excellent. It's nudged away off the pads out towards mid-wicket for a single. And Jennings keeps the strike, so he moves on to 68, and the Lancashire score is now 154 for 2 at the end of the over.
Just wonder if there's been any dialogue out there between batter or bowler. I think Pennington genuinely felt it got him then. Pat on the back from Asiba Mead. It's as close, I think, as knots have come to dismissing the Lancashire captain. But, it wasn't close at all, because the umpire said just didn't have enough going for it. But Dylan Pennington again continues to give of his all. Leg spinner Calvin Harrison began with a maiden, bowling to Jennings for the first time, and Keaton Jennings has just taken a fresh guard to the leg spinner. He's a big tall man, Keaton Jennings, so almost the exact opposite of what you get with a Ben Duckett, who's nice and small and is already down there looking for the reverse sweep and all the other little intricacies. First ball's outside the off stump, goes through to Clark. Remains 154 for 2. Lancashire haven't lost a wicket since lunch, which was taken on 83 for 2. Harrison tosses this one up, and that's a full toss, or it's made into a full toss by Jennings. Just reached forward and just paddled it away on the full, down to fine leg for 4. Just over pitch from Harrison, and Jennings was very quick to spot that and turn it into something for his benefit. Just guided it away nicely. There's enough pace on the ball and just ran down the face and away down to fine leg for 4. Jennings into the 70s. He's 72 not out. Balderson 24 not out. Lancashire 158 for 2. It's Harrison in again. Once more down on one knee, but this time just paddles it behind square straight along the ground to Dylan Pennington. Harrison once more. He's taken the aerial route this time, and my word, a lovely looking shot from Keaton Jennings straight down the ground for 6. He's not going to be tied down by the spinner. Lovely looking shot over long on. Ollie Stone was rushing back and saying, do you want me deeper, do you want me deeper? And he was at mid-on, cleared in by the proverbial country mile and sailed over the ropes in front of the Radcliffe Road stand for 6, 164 for 2. Harrison in again. The over's gone for 10 already. Now he goes to sweep and misses it. Clark from behind the stumps appeals, nobody else does. Jennings on to 78. Been an absolute masterclass so far from the former Durham player. Update for Radio Nottingham. No wickets for Nottinghamshire since lunch, which leaves Lancashire on 164 for 2 after they won the toss and chose to bat first. Wickets for Patterson and James in the morning session, but it's Keaton Jennings holding knots up. He's 78 not out, 164 for 2, Lancashire. Umpire's just getting together just to examine the ball and pop it through that gauge, and it meets all the necessary criteria there. There's smiles between umpires Kettleborough and Lungley and then Asiba Mead, and it's a little bit of a case of get on with it, and they're going to get on with it with Dane Patterson, who's coming back into the attack this time from the Broad end, the pavilion end. Might be first time today, I think it is the first time today that Dane has bowled from the far end of the ground as we sit. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. Got rid of Luke Wells during the first 3/4 of an hour or so of the day's play. Two overs of Calvin Harrison. Otherwise it's been the 4 seamers rotating. We're halfway through the day's allocation. We've had 48 overs. We've got 48 to go. Here comes Patterson to bowl now to Balderson, who watches this one go past the outside edge and through to the keeper. As it stands, tea will be about an hour from now. 16 overs until tea. Should be 35 minutes or so from now at 20 to 4, but they will go off when there are 16 overs remaining. So about an hour till tea. As Dane Patterson turns at the far end. And here comes the South African international. Bowls again to Balderson and he defends. And there's no run. Remains 164 for 2 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Lancashire and Manchester. Listeners to 5 Sports Extra have just left us to go for the IPL. As Notts look to break this partnership, currently worth 81. Dane Patterson walks back to the far end of the ground, the Stuart Broad end, and will be bowling to George Balderson, who's on 24. Comes in now to the left-hander, who drives handsomely through the offside. The skipper, Asiba Mead's after it, loses his cap as he always does, puts in the slide and does well, and Asiba Mead will restrict them to 2. That's really good fielding from Mead, which is warmly appreciated by the crowd. Lancashire go up to 166 for 2 and Balderson on to 26. And I did say a few minutes ago that hopefully we'll be able to get a guest come in and join us during the afternoon session. I'm delighted to say that we've been joined by the company of former Forest captain, amongst many other things, now a long-time ambassador of Nottingham Forest Football Club, John McGovern, who's popped in to say hello. Just turn the mic down a second. Hopefully you can hear me all right, John. Very good afternoon. How are you, fella?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm very well, thank you.
Are they looking after you downstairs? You're the guest of the day, guest of the committee. Are they looking after you?
Well, they certainly are. It's great to come and watch a game of cricket. It's great the weather's perfect to watch a game of cricket, and mixed with some nice people, and they give you a bite to eat and a drink as well, so who could complain at that?
And you've got the weather as well. I know the first 2 matches here were horrendous, really, far too cold as Patterson comes in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside and there's no run. I've just mentioned that he might be popping up to say hello, and said, you know, it's so easy with you, John, and I've known you for a while, and I've heard a lot of you, with no disrespect intended, I've heard a lot of your stories about the great days with Forest, and what we need to do today for our audience, both in Lancashire and here, is just tap into your cricket, because you've played a bit of cricket, and I know that, and you've actually brought a cricket ball in to show us, which we'll talk about in a second. 166 for 2 is the score as Dane Patterson comes in, and this is dropped on the leg side, and I'll come to that in just a second. But when I said you were coming in, Alan Cunningham says, Dave, if you can you please ask John McGovern if he ever played cricket in Scotland, and if so, who for? Because I know for a fact there's no team in his hometown of Bo'ness.
Well, it's not my hometown, because actually Montrose is my hometown, but Bo'ness is where I actually learned to play football and not cricket. There weren't many young kids knocking about playing cricket in Bo'ness when I used to go up there on my summer holidays and Easter holidays.
Now, you know you're talking to an idiot here. Montrose, that's near Arbroath on the east side?
Yes, on the east coast, yeah. Yeah, and Bo'ness is next to a place called Falkirk, which is not far, about 20 minutes drive from Edinburgh as well, so that one's a bit further down the coast.
Harrison starts a new over, and this is blocked by Keaton Jennings, who's on 78. Harrison whizzes through his overs, and then we'll have a chat to John at the end of it. We can speak a little more at length when the seamers are on, as Ollie Stone does the fielding. It looks immovable at the moment, Keaton Jennings, doesn't he? He's a fine player, 79 not out here.
He reminded me of Jeff Boycott when he first started his innings. Very stoic.
Set his stall out for the day, didn't he?
Absolutely.
There's Calvin Harrison in again, and this is dropped behind square. They'll scamper through for a single. 168 for 2. Jennings off strike, but he goes to 80. Balderson on 27. It's not the first time you've been here. You've been here many times over the years. So have you always been a cricket man? Or if not, when did the love of the game begin?
Well, I kind of like all sports, and
Harrison bowls and it's blocked. They'll take a single.
Yeah, and having played it at school and actually got a county trial, but I was a little bit unfortunate with my county trial because it was a slight drizzle on the day, and of course I couldn't afford cricket shoes with studs in them, so I wear a pair of flat training shoes.
Balderson has 27. He's on strike and defends, and that would have been where would this have been, in Scotland or in the northeast?
No, that was in the northeast.
Yeah.
I was living in Hartlepool at the time, and played for Hartlepool Juniors, and obviously wanted to better myself if possible, but
next ball is cut away behind square, no run. And you know, what would the bio say of the young John McGovern cricketer? All-rounder, top-order batter?
Well, I think,
presume, as you brought a cricket ball in to show us, I presume there was a bit...
Well, I think all-rounder. I mean, I'm at a cricket match today, but, you know, I never played football for an organised team till I was 15 years of age.
Good grief.
But I went to a junior school where they didn't play football. I went to a grammar school where I captained the cricket team and the rugby team, and just came across football, as you mentioned, in a place called Bo'ness in Scotland. Took an immediate liking to it, and the rest, they say, is history. Once I got my teeth into it, I really enjoyed myself, with the definite plus being that I did really enjoy myself throughout my whole career.
Dane Patterson's going to bowl from the broad end. The blighter sent a picture of that LBW shout a couple of overs ago, so not sure what was missing. Pennington thought he'd got Jennings then, the umpire didn't. Here's Patterson in and bowls now, and Jennings pushes it up to offside. Damien says, where's Josh Tong this season? He's currently out injured, Damien. We're talking to John McGovern, legend in these parts. Scott will be coming back from BBC Radio Lancashire in a moment, so we might also touch on your time up in Bolton as well.
Well, that was my first position as a player manager, a post that you find out doesn't work because there's no such thing as player managers now, because there aren't enough hours in the day to fulfil that.
Dane Patterson, the South African international, past umpire Longley, and this is pushed in the offside. Yeah, it is one thing that's disappeared, isn't it? There's nobody now, is there?
Well, you consider doing a manager's job and being a player as well as running the reserves, the youth team, talking to parents, talking to sponsors. You find out, no, there isn't enough hours in the day. Being chief scout, another one. So that didn't last that long, and I had various posts in management without any real success. The only time that I had some success was at Plymouth Argyle with Peter Shilton, where we got to the playoffs.
Jennings on 80, on strike. Patterson bowls to him. Jennings plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 169 for 2. So what ball have you brought in to
right,
show
it
us?
Says, well, it is a cricket ball. It's got a silver shield on it, and it says J. McGovern, hat-trick, West Hartlepool Juniors v Preston Juniors, May the 12th, 1965. So I actually got a hat-trick in a game as a bowler, and apart from the school side, played for, West Hartlepool Juniors, as it was.
And that would be a Preston in the northeast rather than Preston in the northwest, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't know there was a Preston up there. I'll just take a photo of that as Patterson comes in and bowls, and this is dug out back to Dane Patterson. 169 for 2. What sort of age would you be then, John?
Well, I was kind of 15 going on 16 in those days. Quite a different kind of bowler, because I think one was a leg break, another one was a a bouncer, and the last one was a Yorker. So 3 different balls that I got 3 batsmen out with. But I thought if you bowl the same all the time, it gets a bit repetitive. So I would mix up bowling, much to the consternation of my teacher at school.
That's a wonderful souvenir. It's lovely that it's been. It's got the inscription on it. This is played up to mid-on, 169 for 2. You see a lot of players, and I'm sure you're the same with football, and hat-trick balls and all the rest of it. I'm not sure players hang on to memorabilia as much as they used to, because it does mean a lot, doesn't it, a little thing like that?
Well, it does, because, I just thought school was there for me to learn how to play sport. Any academic lessons I didn't pay too much attention to, unfortunately. But sport gave it everything I could, and finally ended up getting the real enjoyment out of being a footballer.
Jennings on 80, Patterson bowls to him. This is cut away behind square on the offside, 170 for 2. Jennings on to 81. Now, I don't know how old I'd be. Teens, I would say, when I came here, when Cloughie was over the road. I saw him here many times. Would you have come then? Would you have come with teammates, or when did your association with Trent Bridge start?
Yeah, I didn't come to see too many matches at Trent Bridge, but there is one in particular that I think I should mention, when Clive Lloyd, the West Indian player, scored the fastest ever limited overs 100 in a match. And I've just spoken to Basha.
Basha Hassan. Yeah.
And Basha Hassan, a very good friend of mine, and he told me that he was at that match as well.
Calvin Harrison bowls, just banged it in short, and Jennings left his crease, come out and defended.
But the ironic thing about the fastest 100 in a one-day match was that it was curtailed by rain, and Notts had the fastest scoring rate. So
there were strange old rules then, weren't they? As just pushed in the offside, or laws as we should call them.
So Clive Lloyd thinks he's won the game by scoring the fastest ever 100, and he's on the losing side, so that's quite unique, I would imagine.
He could hit a ball, couldn't he? Crikey.
Yes, he could.
170 for 2. Next delivery is dug out onto the offside. As a football team, the Forest you played in, did you ever concern yourselves with what was going on over the road here?
Well, obviously it's a different sport altogether.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side for a single, 171 for 2.
But I know that a few of the other players were like myself, had played at school and still followed results, and obviously now at this stage test matches here, of course it brings an awful lot more interest to the city as well.
Yes, and I'm sure it's always been a little bit of we'll leave some tickets on the gate for you if you'll leave some tickets on the gate for us, sort of thing, as this is dropped on the legs. I think that's gone on from time immemorial, hasn't it?
I will make inquiries in that direction after you telling me that.
I think that's.
But no, I think if you're interested in a ball game, you're interested in a lot of ball games, to be fair.
Next delivery is driven into the offside. Little push and run up to Dylan Pennington. They'll easily get the single, although Pennington shies at the stumps at this end. Lancashire move on to 172 for 2. Jennings 82, Balderson 28. We've been joined, delighted to say, by John McGovern, who... what's your title? Ambassador?
Yeah, club ambassador at Nottingham Forest.
For Nottingham Forest over the road. And Peter Stevenson asked the question that football supporters have been asking for centuries. Not quite centuries. Any reason why John never received any full caps for Scotland? Can you please ask him? You'd have loved that, wouldn't you?
Well, there was a couple of reasons, but I suppose the main one was the manager that I worked for, who worked in mysterious ways at times, Mr. Clough, and he was one of the reasons that it kind of curtailed my chances of being an international.
There's Patterson around the wicket, bowls and driven by Balderson. It's going to be stopped by the diving Stone. It is. He's put in a good shift, Ollie Stone, today, throwing himself about. Single taken, 174 for 2.
There was also Tommy Docherty was the manager at the time of Scotland, and I'd played in an under-23 match, was due to play in another one at Derby where Clough was the manager, and Tommy Docherty mentioned to the manager that he needed John O'Hare and Archie Gemmell in the summer, in June, to go to a North and South American football tour, and this was in November. He made the inquiry, and Clough said they're injured. And Tommy Doherty said to him, well, Brad, I don't mean now. I mean, injured. And he said, no, they're injured.
Jennings on 82. Patterson trying to get rid of him. He's pulled this one onto the leg side. There'll only be a single there. Moves to 83, 174 for 2.
So I was supposed to play in the under-23 squad a week later, but I didn't even make the squad after Mr. Clough's conversation with Tommy Doherty, because he didn't like his players doing anything in the summer apart from relaxing, because he knew that they put enough in a 9-month football season to deserve a break in the summer.
Well, the England boys were allowed to go, weren't they?
Well, managers are different. Clough was certainly different from any other manager you'd ever meet.
174 for 2 as Patterson bowls to Balderson, who bobs underneath this short delivery. As club skipper and the man you are, though, did you not have a say in these things? Look, hang on, Brian, let's have a word here.
No, he's the boss. He's my boss and I work for him, and I'm afraid that's it. But then a few years ago, somebody rang me from the Scottish Football Association and said, you've been inducted into the Scottish Hall of Fame. A young lady it was, and I said, look, tell Kenny Burns to stop messing about, and I put the phone down on her.
Patterson bowls, this is nudged into the offside, and there's no run. I can't imagine either John Robertson or Kenny Burns saying, I'm not going off to play for Scotland, Mr. Clough.
So the young lady phoned me back again, and I said, look, tell Kenny, I appreciate the humour, but tell him to pack in phoning me about this. And it took a third phone call before she's persuaded me that yes, I actually had been inducted into the Scottish Hall of Fame. And I went up, met the lady at the function, and apologised to her profusely and accepted the trophy.
Balderson on 29. He's going to get another 4 more to add to that. Drives it through the... Well, it looks as if the ball's going to... Oh, touch and go. It has gone for 4. Moves on to 33, 178 for 2. So Lancashire have added now 95 since lunch. And not desperate for a wicket here. We've got John McGovern with us for a few minutes, the former Nottingham Forest captain, former Bolton Wanderers player manager.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed my time
at Burnden Park, wouldn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah. I mean, it was one of those jobs where, I had no money whatsoever. They sold the training ground, I think, a week before I took over as manager. And we ended up getting inevitably relegated with the situation regarding...
Balderson on 33, Bob's underneath this.
Having, not a penny to spend on players and sell anybody that I could. I sold Peter Reid to Everton because we had to. And then the following season, following relegation, I was told that all the first team players on over a certain amount of money had to go, and I said, well, nearly all my first team are on that amount of wages, and they said, yeah, they're all going. So I played with 5 members of the youth team as my first team the following season. Not easy for me. I put them in, they deserved it, and we had quite a good run, but being young players and youth team players, by the time August and not August when you start the season, but the time October, November came around, they were all physically and mentally shattered, which was a bit unfair to them. But the financial situation at Bolton then was desperate. So again, eventually I couldn't do much more. Chairman changed, and once the chairman changed, obviously my days were numbered. The new chairman wanted to bring in his own man, so I can remember the players, they wanted to... A good ball coming up here.
Yeah, Harrison bowls driven into the offside by Jennings, no run. Presumably, was that part of the attraction with going from here to Bolton, because there was the coaching side, the player manager side, or did he have lots of offers? I could imagine this is defended. Could imagine
no, it wasn't, because Brian Clough called me into his office and says, look, I want you to stay here. Right. And then Peter Taylor would call me into his office the next day and say, you're going.
Harrison bowls again, cut into the offside by Jennings, moves to 84, 179 for 2.
And this happened about 4 or 5 times. Clough said, you're not going. Peter Taylor says, you are going. They had obviously fallen out in a big way, because one of them's telling me one thing, one of them's telling me another thing. So in the end I decided to take the Bolton offer and left the club.
Spread your wings, yeah. End of a long and very successful association. 179 for 2. I think Clough and Taylor afterwards sort of said the European Cup winning side was broken up too quickly, too soon afterwards, and there might have been more trophies for you to go on and win as this has dropped on the leg side. 180 for 2, Lancashire.
Well, they're the ones in charge,
Yeah.
you know, so they make the decisions. To be quite honest, you know, Peter Taylor used to sign all the players, but I can remember once when I was sat on the bench and Clough told me, he said, you know what's wrong with that player, Raimondo Ponte out there?
He was the Swiss international, wasn't he? This is dropped on the leg side. Another single taken, 181 for 2.
And I was substitute. I said, well, no, I don't know what's wrong with him, boss, but I'm sure you'll tell me, you know. And he said, I signed him. That's what's wrong with him, I signed him. So I knew by his tone of voice that, you know, Peter Taylor's job had been invaded.
Harrison round the wicket now, gets a little bit of turn there, the leg spinner. Goes through to the keeper. That was nice from Harrison. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 80. I thought he was walking then, ball. Somebody's just going to get a drink or a change of gloves or some such. John McGovern's with us. There's been talk, I don't know how serious it is, and I don't think we could spend too long on it, or any need for us to spend too long on it, but there's been talk in the last few days that there may be a new home. One day Forrest might be playing elsewhere, over by the motorway somewhere, is it?
Well, this is one of the rumours that's been going around for quite a while. It would be a shame, I think, because not just because I'm old and traditional, but you know, most of the history that Nottingham Forest have at the moment regarding their success in the game of football was all done at the City Ground.
Patterson from the Stewart Broad End, as it's now known, bowls, and this is nicely controlled by Keaton Jennings. Played that well, didn't he? He's gone for 4. Just rolled the wrist there, John, played it down, hit it hard, gets another boundary.
Yeah, good strike.
That's the 100 partnership up as well. From 158 balls, they came together at lunch, or as the afternoon session started, added 102 in pretty good time. Keaton Jennings is on 89 now, Balderson on 34.
Tough day for Notts.
There's Patterson, 185 for 2. Balls now, and there's another run here, angled down to long leg. I guess the other side of what you were talking about, though, is in order to grow and try and match some of these mega-sized clubs, that a bigger stadium would be needed.
Well, obviously that could be a possibility, but when you look at teams like Brentford, you know, who get gates of 12,000, you know, they're still surviving. Bournemouth, they seem to be doing all right, you know, on smaller gates, and I think it's the recruitment element that needs to be concentrated on by all the teams that don't have the wealth to compete with the top sides like Manchester City, Manchester United and Liverpool, and I think the recruitment side of what they're doing needs to be the top priority.
It's a slight hold up, somebody moving behind the arm as this one's driven up to the captain Hamid at mid-off. No run. Balderson 34, Keaton Jennings 90, 186 for 2 Lancashire wickets this morning for Lyndon James and Dane Patterson. John McGovern with us, the former Nottingham Forest club skipper during their glory days, and now a club ambassador, and also for the an all-rounder for the West Juniors.
West Hartlepool Juniors,
well,
that was.
It's West Hartlepool Juniors.
Yep, it is.
He's brought his cricket ball in. That's magnificent. 186 for 2. Has Bash seen that before? You've obviously shown it him today as the next delivery is hit back to mid-on and there's no run.
Yeah, I did show it to Basher, but immediately he told me about his conquest as a bowler that made mine just shrink into oblivion in front of the conversation I had with him. So, but he was obviously a great cricketer and a great servant to Notts, and a little bit like myself, still working at the club, enjoying what he's doing. And who wouldn't? You're involved with a sporting team. He's here today watching this game. I go on as ambassador to Forest to see the games that are played there. Nothing could be better.
Next delivery is on its way now and turned away behind square by Balderson. Get a single. 190 for 2. Jennings back on strike on 90. And of course an important weekend ahead for your club.
Yeah, it certainly is. We need to try and beat Chelsea tomorrow if we can. And I think that would more or less guarantee Premier League football for next season. Of course, it might not need a win, but that would certainly secure it for us to stay in the Premier League.
189 for 2 remains. Jennings on 90 defends. I was wondering where Scott Reed had got to, the BBC Radio Lancashire commentator. He knew you were popping in. I was going to have you teasing him because he's a Burnley man. So he's also feeling the pain.
Obviously it's been more difficult for Burnley this season, but they find themselves in a similar position to us where they could badly do with a win and they're running out of time. Our last game obviously is at Burnley, and our away record's not great, but it might be over before then.
Patterson comes in again and bowls, and a little push and run from Keaton Jennings up to Ollie Stone at mid-on. Stone's shy at this end, not particularly forceful, does strike the stumps, but Balderson had got in, and it's 190 for 2. Been blessed with good weather. It's a strange old sport, cricket, isn't it, where you are reliant upon the weather. We've already lost a number of days this season. Football's not been quite as bad as it over the years. There's been 1 or 2 games. Gets called off now and again for waterlogged pitches up and down the country, or frozen pitches, but generally football, unlike cricket, can survive most of the wet days. Harrison, leg spinner, bowling round the wicket to Jennings, and he's gone! Harrison gets his man. Jennings trying a reverse sweep. He's helped it straight into the hands of Tom Moores. He was there at slip, and suddenly he was faced with Keaton Jennings swishing the ball towards him as he tried to reverse sweep it, and he's gone. Notts have got that 3rd wicket. Keaton Jennings out for 91, caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of Calvin Harrison. And John McGovern, Notts needed that.
Yes, they certainly did. A little bit of a wild swing there and a very controlled innings, taking him close to scoring 100 runs, but just that old red mist came up there, and he took a wild swing. I think he played the shot before the ball had reached him, and just clipped, and he's out.
Notts needed that wicket, their first of the afternoon. 2 wickets for Calvin Harrison. Tom Bruce, the New Zealander, in his first few outings for Lancashire, making his way to the middle. Not yet produced a score of note. He'll be looking forward to cashing in here on what's clearly a good deck for batting on. It's a lovely day, it's a fast outfield. He'll be hoping to tuck into the Notts bowl. And the platform's been laid 190 for 3. They'll be disappointed if they don't get topside of 350 from here, you'd imagine.
Yeah, you might say it's a batting wicket, but certainly that last innings took a lot of concentration, and to start with, it reminded me of Jeff Boycott when he used to make a large innings. To start with, he was very, very careful that he didn't get put out with a bad ball, but the last one, it was actually the last ball he was in, it ended up a bad shot by him. So but it's still a daunting score for Notts to look at. 190 for 3 in this match. But if the wicket is nice and pleasant as it looks now for the batsmen, then they can perhaps benefit that when they take up their innings.
Will you watch any format, John? Do you like the Test cricket, the 5 days, the 4 days, the 2 in and fro in, the coming and going?
I prefer
you like the crash bang wallop?
No, I prefer the Test cricket, obviously, because you've got the best players then, from countries playing in them. But the limited over cricket also, which helped save the game itself from extinction, is very exciting to watch. So those would be the 2 priorities in my calendar if I was looking to watch a cricket match of any kind.
I suppose, like the rest of us, you're not a fan of the advertised timeouts and strategic team breaks and all the rest of the stuff.
Well, it's always down to time, the time. Obviously, I'm ambassador at Nottingham Forest, but I watch the first team train at every training session. Actually, I've skipped today so I could come down here and watch a game of cricket. But I watch them, and then obviously I do some other things to keep myself occupied.
There's Harrison then, the new man Bruce, faces his first ball and just defends it. What's that? You go to virtually every training session.
Yes. This was instigated by Steve Cooper, the previous manager,
Yeah.
whom I said to him, well, you know, why do you want me to come to every training session?
Harrison bowls and Bruce is away, just deflects it nice and fine. Ben Slater chasing after it. It'll be a couple of runs, 192 for 3. The New Zealander has his innings up and running. He's on 2.
Yeah, so he introduced me to all the players, just so that they didn't think there was a stranger suddenly coming to watch them from the touchline. And he said, I'd like you here every day if you can, because you're part of the history of the club.
Harrison bowls and Bruce will add to his tally with a single pushed into the offside. 193 for 3. We're 8 overs away from the tea break. We'll have another couple of overs with John, and we'll let him go and get in the queue for all the tasty pastries and sandwiches no doubt they'll have downstairs. Harrison to bowl. Just a little bit of correspondence of just arrived. Good delivery from Harrison, the wrong one.
That was a good ball.
Pushing down the wrong line. Bit White says, I've been working in the garden today, Dave. I've only managed to tune into the live feed for the last 15 minutes. Each time there's been a wicket fall. Sorry, Knots. Thank you very much, Bit White. 193 for 3. Calvin Harrison to bowl to George Balderson, who's on 35, and he'll whip this wristily up to mid-on. Ollie Stone will field and then throw it down to the far end, and gathered by wicketkeeper Joe Clark. Smashes the stumps. He didn't just whip off a bail, absolutely demolished the stumps, but Richard Kettleborough, the umpire, says not out. Applause for Calvin Harrison at the end of the over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. It's nice watching the really quick steaming in and giving everything, but it's also nice to see the subtleties and variation of a spinner, John.
Well, I think that's the attraction of cricket. You know, you don't have just the fast bowlers running in, as you said, you know, bowling at pace. You've got medium pace bowlers, you've got spin bowlers, you know, and it's nice to see the batsmen trying to deal with the mixed variety of bowling that's thrown at them.
Speaking of quick bowlers, the quickest of the Nottinghamshire attack, and to come back into the attack, Ollie Stone, 13 overs so far, none for 39. He's given it everything today. England man, hardly saw anything of him last year, injured for pretty much the entire campaign, but bowled well at Edgbaston in the last match and clearly no ill effects. Always nice, I guess, when you have a decent player, a star player, and they come back from injury and you're always worried, whatever the sport is, are they going to be the same player? But it looks as if Ollie Stone's already recaptured all his pace, and he comes in and bowls from the broad end, and there we are, a bouncer to begin with.
Yeah, nothing wrong with him there. Injured, of course, the curse of all professional sportsmen.
Yeah.
Footballers no less so, and cricket players the same. And I think you tend to find it's more likely the bowlers that, because of the amount of times they're asked to run almost at full pace and keep control of a ball that they're throwing at a wicket, are the most open to injuries, I think, more so than the other players that just kind of sit there watching for most of the opposition's innings and retrieving the odd ball.
Stone again, Balderson pushes it into the offside. Yeah, there's a lot of them that suffer stress fractures of the back, keeps them out for a year or so. You managed to dodge injuries most of your career, didn't you? Yeah, and well, it's all right touching wood now.
Having two,
you're not expecting a recall, are you, John?
No, having 2 complete ankle replacements and 2 complete knee replacements. There was a price to pay for that.
That was what? That was after your playing days. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
194 for 3. Balderson on 36. In comes Stone again. Second bouncer of the over. Balderson bobs underneath. And the umpire, he's not called it as being 1 or even 2 for the over. They do tend to let the quicks get away with it a little bit, the umpires. I think if you were at this end, even with a helmet on, you'd want the umpire just to sort of, that's your 2 for the over. Pitch him up now, son.
Well, I'm glad they introduce helmets, because cricket balls are very difficult to deal with of the hitting skin and bone.
Yeah. Lethal weapon in the wrong hands. 194 for 3. This one's turned away for a single. You can also accidentally get hit, of course, can't you? Just a deflection can do an awful lot of damage. 195 for 3.
Yeah, it's something the players just deal with. Different individuals deal differently with injuries. Obviously, the medical treatment they get now is absolutely first class. I mean, in my playing career, I went over on my ankle at Hartlepool. 18 months later, I'm at Derby County, and I did the same thing. And the club doctor said, "When did you break your ankle?" I said, "I've never broken my ankle." He said, "Yes, you have."
Oh, crikey.
So it was kind of bandage it up and get some ice on it, and you played in a few weeks' time rather than probably months.
Next ball. Well, and another bouncer. This time to the right-handed Bruce. So it was Hartlepool, it was Derby, it was Leeds United, then it was across the road here,
Yes.
and then it was Bolton,
Mm-hmm.
and then Rotherham and Plymouth. As coaching staff manager.
Plymouth and Rotherham, yeah, in that way.
Plymouth and Rotherham.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, when I signed for Nottingham Forest, I'll just let him deliver this one before I tell you the story.
Comes another missile from Ollie Stone, left alone. 195 for 3.
Yeah, when I signed for Nottingham Forest, obviously the press were there, and one of the journalists said to Brian Clough, "Well, you signed John McGovern at Hartlepool, Brian, and then you took him to Derby. You took him to Leeds, and you brought him to Nottingham Forest. Can you give us is there a reason for signing John McGovern at all the clubs you've managed at?" And he said, "Yeah, he was cheap." And I've just come across my contracts, funny enough, from my playing days from Hartlepool to Forest, and he was right. I was cheap.
If you will, we'll just ask you to share one more over with us, and we'll let you get about your day. John McGovern with us, guest of the club today. Brought your young lady with you as well, which is always nice to see.
She'll be pleased with that.
Blocked into the offside. Is she having a nice day?
She's loving it. Yeah, loving it.
Of course, the committee room. I take it you're this side, are you? We need to no, stay where you are, John. We need to bring Scott in for just a moment. He's in the back of the box as this is defended. I know you've got to go in 2 minutes, but as one man who's desperate for Nottingham Forest to stay up and another man who's desperate for Burnley to stay up, I just wonder if in between here I can just spark a little bit of friction between the two of them. John, Scott, John, as Calvin Harrison
Good afternoon.
Comes in and bowls, and this one's a play and a miss. Scott from BBC Radio Lancashire. This fellow was just saying he's hoping that Forest can go to Turf Moor next week and do the job.
Well, yeah, we might be done before then, I suppose. If you win tomorrow, and that's Burnley relegated, isn't it? I think. So I hope you lose.
It's tragic. It comes down to the end of the season for these things to.
Harrison bowls. That might even have been a low full toss. Worked away on the leg side for a single. 196 for 3.
I was going to say, but you've got an outstanding home record, and our away record's not so good. But I don't think your home record is outstanding.
No, it's
actually.
not. No, it's not.
And without away record, it might be a very close game.
Well, let's just hope there's something on it, because it will make for a great end to the season if there's something on that match.
Harrison bowls, and this one's almost popped up towards short leg by Tom Bruce.
You've got a sensible manager anyway at Burnley, so if he's given help, because all the managers need help to bring in players, and obviously they can't compete with the top sides regarding the money spent.
Next one is driven down the ground, and there's no run. John, many thanks for coming up to share some of your day with us. Very much enjoyed it. Always nice to see you.
Okay, absolute pleasure.
Bit of a catch up. Hope tomorrow and the rest of the season goes as well as you would want, and again, absolute joy to see you. Keep hold of that ball. Make sure you take your cricket ball with you. Just show Scott the day he got a hat-trick. Look at that, a hat-trick cricket ball, which I've taken a photo of. I'll pop on the old Twitter thing. It's nice that it's nice more than anything that you've kept it all these years, because there's lovely memories there.
Pride and joy.
The pride and joy. A man who's won all those football medals over the years, and he's and his pride and joy is his cricket ball. John McGovern, thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You know where you're going, John.
I'll find it.
As Ollie Stone comes in from the far end. We've not heard him for a while. Scott Reed. Keaton Jennings nailed on for a century. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it looked. I was watching outside. Yeah, he was so frustrated with himself, wasn't he? Too. He punched his bat in frustration as he got out. Went for the reverse sweep. I mean, it's a popular shot. It's a shot he plays well. He plays spin well, Keaton Jennings, but went for the reverse sweep. Good catch by Tom Moores. He would have seen it quite late, I reckon, Moores, because of the reverse sweep. There's a lot in that, so it's a good catch.
Yeah.
It's a fall by Stone and defender by Bolton. There's no run, but you could tell his reaction, couldn't you? Really, Keaton's reaction was one of real frustration. Looked absolutely nailed on, didn't he, for a century? Bit of relief for Nottinghamshire. As I'm just outside watching that, and some of the home supporters here were starting to get a little bit restless, and they were pleased to see that breakthrough. Good partnership with George Bowles, and he's batted very nicely. Just reached a century partnership as well. Looked like they would get Lancashire towards that tea break, just 2 down. Here's Ollie Stone looking for his first actually of the day, but looking for the 4th wicket to fall. Lancashire 196 for 3. Balderson's on 38. Here comes Stone from the Stuart Broad end around the wicket. Ball short again to Balderson. Crouches out underneath it. Taken by the keeper, Joe Clark. And there is no run.
Yes, hope listeners enjoyed those few minutes with John McGovern. Always nice when the club has someone here as a guest, and part of their day is just set aside just to pop up and say hello for 10 or 15 minutes. And nice that he's treasured that cricket ball all these years, since he was 15 and he played for his local club and got a hat-trick, and they got the ball embossed, engraved for him, and he's kept it.
Big appeal for LBW, he's given it. Stone gets his wicket, the first for him today. I think he relished that, didn't he? Down on one knee, the fist clenched. He's bowled well, he deserves a wicket today, Ollie Stone. And Lancashire have lost both Balderson and Jennings at the back end of the afternoon session. Now 4 down, 196 for 4. Balderson LBW for 38 off the bowling of Ollie Stone, who loved every minute of it.
Yeah, how often does that happen, Scott, that after a lengthy partnership there'll be both of them disappear within the space of just a few deliveries? As you say, Notts will be absolutely delighted to have got rid of initially Keaton. That looked very, very, very good indeed from Ollie Stone. There was the one that Keaton Jennings was given not out to from Dylan Pennington. He thought, well, that's a decent shout, but compared to that one, I mean, that was absolutely stone dead. Or the one glance I've had, there'll be others having a look and say, perhaps seen something different, but the one look I had, that one looked absolutely plumb. George Bell on his way out to the middle, ding dong.
Great celebration from Ollie Stone, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
He's running hard all day. I mean, I thought he set the tempo this morning with the new ball, and he's bowling a pretty hostile spell there. But what he's done to Balderson, he's banged a few short. I think 2 or 3 on the spin. He dropped in short, had Balderson ducking underneath it, so went short, and then went full. Targeted the pads, having just sent down a couple of short deliveries and pushed him back into his crease. Good bowling by Stone, deserves that.
Yeah, I think from a Lancashire perspective, they might just be wondering if he's been allowed to get away with banging as many short ones in as he can. They don't seem to call them for 1 or 2 for the over as religiously as perhaps it seems from the outside. I think if a batter ducks underneath, they sort of don't tend to call it, but they duck it underneath because it is a short ball. But anyway, Notts have got their man. Got a leg slip? No, they haven't got a leg slip in, I beg your pardon.
Well, they've got a great chance here just before tea. 2 new batters out in the middle. This is a really interesting little period of the day before the tea break. Here's Ollie Stone to George Bell. Right-hander out there now, as he's left alone and through to the keeper. And And there is no run.
It's a bit Brett Lee-like, wasn't it? The celebration from Ollie Stone, down on one knee and punching the air away.
I think it was good bowling, wasn't it? I mean, having pushed him back, a couple of short balls, then went for that fuller ball, arrowed him towards the pads. He loved it when a plan came together.
Yeah.
196 for 4. Final ball of the over. Here's Stone back in for Nottinghamshire balls to Bell. Edge, but playing down into the ground in front of second slip. And that's a wicket maiden for Ollie Stone. 196 for 4. Lancashire need to be a little bit careful here. Opportunity just on the brink of tea, having got both set batters out. 2 new batters in the middle. This is potentially a little fragile period of the innings for Lancashire. Certainly a little fragile period of the day, perhaps, for the batting side.
Yeah. 5 overs to go till tea. Elsewhere, let's start with Division 2 this time. Gloucestershire 211 for 4 at Northants. Liam Patterson-White 8 overs, none for 42 so far at Cardiff. Sussex 168 for 7 now against Glamorgan. In Division 1 at the Oval, Warwickshire 185 for 6 against Surrey. Calvin Harrison about to bowl in a second. Here he comes now. Right arm leg spinner bowls, and this one was just dragged down, and Bruce can't get any power or placement behind it. Worcestershire 203 for 2 at Canterbury against Kent. Hampshire 204 for 2 against Durham at home. Similar scores there. Here 196 for 4 as Harrison tosses this up, driven into the offside, and there's a diving stop from Will Young. Giving it plenty of air. Calvin Harrison comes in again, and this one handling down the leg side, strikes the pads, drops at the feet of Ben Slater. In fact, that's not Slater, that's Jack Hames, beg your pardon, who's gone in at short leg. Harrison in once more, and that's a good delivery. I don't think Bruce picked that one. Spun viciously away. Can't whip to bail off. Yep.
Bit of bounce there for Harrison. That was a tricky ball, wasn't it? Done well not to edge it.
2 wickets to Harrison. Patterson got one this morning. Ollie Stone has just picked up the 4th wicket. Harrison in again. Tosses it up. Driven onto the leg side. I think it was partially stopped by the boot of Jack Haynes. Asiba Mead picks the ball up in the mid-wicket region. There's no run. 196 for 4. Decent couple of sessions we've had here. Harrison just took a little bit of pace off that one, just floated it up there, but Bruce watched it off the face of the bat. Remains as it was at the start of the over, 196 for 4. Calvin Harrison 8 overs 1 for 23. Ollie Stone 15 overs 1 for 40, and he can't get to the umpire to hand him his cap quick enough. Ollie Stone.
Yeah, he's tearing in at the minute, isn't he? Blood will be pumping. The adrenaline running through. He's bowled really well. Fancies perhaps another one before tea. Important for Lancashire that needs to get to tea. In a good position that could change. There's still 36 overs remaining of the day. Here's Stone to Bell. It's just glanced away towards the leg side, and they get through for a little bonus single really there. It was an awkward kind of bounce out towards mid-wicket, where I think that's Jack Haynes is fielding. It is, and slightly awkward bounce for him. He did stop the ball, but the ricochet pushed it up towards mid-on. It allowed Bell and Bruce to cross for a single, so 197 for 4. Brings Bruce back on strike. Bell's had a good start to the summer, 99 against Hampshire. He got good runs last week against Kent. Lancashire's overseas player, Tom Bruce, yet to get going. Here's Stone in and balls to him. He leaves it and through to the keeper Clark, and there is no run. 197 for 4.
It's a challenge at the moment. I mean, there's every reason, if you're an informed, confident batter, to be out there to think this could be my day. We've got lovely conditions here. We've got a fast outfield. the ball's going to come on nicely, but then the challenge at the moment, a split challenge. You've got raw hostile pace from Ollie Stone at one end and leg spin with certainly plenty of bounce from Calvin Harrison at the other.
It's Stone tearing his way back in. Balls to Bruce. It's in the air, but to the right of Haynes at mid-wicket, up towards the deep square leg boundary. Shuffles back for 2. Tom Bruce moves on to 5. Lancashire edging towards 200. 199 for 4.
Been a good crowd in all day. Nicely spread around this historic old venue. Love it when all the stands are open. Always is here at Trent Bridge.
Stone in, balls. Bruce defends, and there's no run.
To Somerset a couple of weeks ago, and the big Somerset stand in front of the apartments was closed, was shut off. Nobody could go in there. It's always a bit of a shame, isn't it, when you can't go in. I know there are reasons, and there are valid reasons. If you open all the stands, you've got to have them stewarded, and no doubt if there's bars or kiosks there at the back of the stand, they've got to be manned as well.
Stone balls, and Bruce leaves this one. It's full but wide of off stump, and there's no run.
But it does make it feel more like a proper sporting occasion, a proper atmosphere. If you've got fans all around the ground in all the stands.
I agree. Yeah, that looks good.
A little bit of noise from here, a little bit of noise from there.
Good numbers as well in the upper tiers, to the left and right, where we're commentating from at the Radcliffe Road end. 199 for 4. Bruce waits. Stone comes over the wicket and balls forward. Solid forward defensive by Bruce. And there is no run. 3 runs coming off the over. Dot balls to finish it. 199 for 4. 35 overs remaining in the day today. So 3 until tea.
Is he a bowler as well, Tom Bruce, or just a top order batter?
Yeah, just batter.
Yeah, 3 overs to go until the tea break. 35 to go in the day. We're already 15 minutes behind schedule. Notts with a bowling bonus point, of course, for picking up 3 wickets. They've now got 4. Those bonus points, 3, 6 and 9 wickets. You can get the 3 bowling points. Batting, 250, 300, 354 and 450. Maximum of 5 batting points. Never, ever, ever been able to understand why you can't get an extra one if you can go on and get 500 runs in 110 overs, as Harrison starts an over which is short and pulled for 4. That was just what George Bell would have been hoping for at the start of the over. A half tracker, a long hop, just sat up and he pulled it away for 4. Wasn't going to miss out on that.
No, he was pretty emphatic with that, wasn't he? It was a bit of a well, he just dragged it short, didn't he?
Yep.
And he's onto that pretty quickly.
200 up, 203 for 4. Next delivery is blocked. Outlaw Chris has been on. Good afternoon, Chris. That was a top catch from Tom Moores, he says. Most fielders would be taking evasive action, but Tommy stood tall, almost knowing the catch was coming. Well done, Tom. Well done, Chris, as this is blocked onto the leg side. Yes, he was stood there at slip, wasn't he, minding his own business, and very suddenly he had Keaton Jennings facing him, swishing the bat in his direction, but hit it straight to him. Not out of the middle, I don't think. 203 for 4 as the next one's defended.
Yeah, there's a lot happening with the reverse sweep, and Keaton's a big guy, so there's a chance it's in that pretty late. He's reacted really well.
Harrison in again. Bell stretches forward from the crease.
Good comeback, this, isn't it? The first ball was was too short. It's come back well. It's bowled well in this spell.
He has indeed. He's in again, and Bowles strikes him on the pad. May have pitched outside the line. End of the over. 203 for 4.
Yeah, he's sent down 9 overs, 1 for 27.
Yeah.
Done a really good job. He's also managed perhaps potentially just to catch up a little bit, because they were behind on the over rate. So that might help a little bit getting through some overs of spin. But he has actually bowled well.
And no bowler will ever say it's a good thing to be hit for 4, but sometimes it can work in your favour, because if a batter thinks, oh well, every now and again he's going to drop one short and I've got some easy runs, sometimes you're veering away from defence because you think, oh, is this the one that, you know, like the other one that I can whack away for 4? And sometimes you can just get lured into making a mistake. There's a lot goes on between the ears, as they say, isn't there? Those 6 inches between the ears are some of the most important out there on a cricket field. 2 overs to tee.
Yeah, one of them sent down by Ollie Stone. This will be his final one of the afternoon. He's bowling to Bruce, who's not offering a shot, just rocking gently onto the front foot and pulling the bat away. Ball slides past the off stump through to Clark. Gone with 3 slips and 2 short close catches on the leg side. There's a short square leg and a short mid wicket, as well as the mid on, and there's a fine leg. Cover, backward point, and the 3 slips. He's got the option to drop short to see if he can try and get Bruce fending or hooking. He's got the option to push it fuller to bring the slips into place as well. In comes Stone into Bruce. He's gone for the short ball. He's taking it on, and it's hooked down towards fine leg, where Lyndon James as well to stop it. Bruce gets a single. He moves on to 6, 204 for 4.
A lot happened there for just 1 run. Aggression again from Stone. Bruce taking on the short pitch delivery and pulled it away vigorously, and it took a good sliding stop inside the rope. It was good work by Lyndon James, and fizzed the ball back in. Just goes down as 1 run, but there's a lot of things happening there.
204 for 4. So George Bell on strike. Both right-handers now out in the middle for Lancashire. That's left by Bell. And the Stone pushes it full but wide of off stump. Through to Clark. You can see Tom Moore's there at first slip, just doing a bit of shadow batting, with Calvin Harrison at second slip and Will Young at third slip. And waiting for an opportunity. Dylan Pennington's just at backward point. The captain's quite wide at mid-off. Dane Patterson's at mid-on. There's 2 close catches on the lag side, one just behind square, one in front of square, and the fine leg. Stone sets off again over the wicket to Bell, gets in behind it and defends, just drops the ball into the offside, and there's no run. Up comes Hasib Hamidi. He'll be pretty happy with the way that the afternoon session is finishing.
Yeah, there were a number of spectators, a number of people getting in touch with me as well, saying, why doesn't he put the spinner on, when's Harrison going to get a go, etc, etc. And when he did put him on, he's picked up 2 wickets. I think it was the right time.
2 balls left for Stone before tea. Into Bell, leaving it through to Clark. No run. Yeah, I think it just got a little bit samey, hadn't it, with the seamers, and I think the spell from that top end by Pennington was just becoming a little bit expensive. Couldn't quite find a bowler from this end. Patterson was a little bit expensive before being replaced by Harrison. I agree with you, David. It felt just about the right time to bring on Harrison, and it's worked. He's sent down 9 very good overs, 1 for 27. This is the last ball of the over for Stone, who's in, bowling to Bell, who defends, and there's no run.
Thank you, Scott. More from Scott after tea. 1 over to go in the afternoon session.
Cricket now, and Nottinghamshire are playing Lancashire's day 1 of their county championship game. Brace Girlings at Trent Bridge.
Well, this is a game where very often 1 wicket brings 2. A century partnership for the 3rd wicket for Lancashire, and then quick wickets. Calvin Harrison, the leg spin, has picked up a couple. Ollie Stone has now removed George Balderson as well. So Lancashire 204 for 4 after winning the toss and opting to bat first. So 1 over to go before tea. It'll be Calvin Harrison to bowl with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Then on the offside, 2 catching fielders on the drive, and on the onside, Dane Patterson, shortish mid-wicket. He's walking in with the bowler. Well, he can walk out there and go and fetch it, because it's a full toss, which I think has been slapped into the body of Haynes. It's gone for 4. Might have caught him as he was turning. It's 4 runs to Bruce. Yeah, might have got him, I don't know, the base of the back or the hip or the backside or somewhere. But it's a full toss from Harrison. Like the previous over, which was a drag down, this was a full toss and it was pulled away. As I say, it definitely struck, ricocheted off Haynes, but still had enough on it to go for 4. Slight change in field now, another brought over onto the leg side. 208 for 4. Harrison bowls to Tom Bruce, drops this down safely, feet of Jack Haynes. Calvin Harrison again floats it up there. Playing for tea now, very much the order of the day as this is defended. 83 for 2 at lunch, Lancashire. So 125 runs scored in this afternoon session. 2 wickets have fallen. Next delivery again, just dropped on the leg side, fielded by Asiba Mead. Next one's defended. I did say that Calvin Harrison got 2 wickets, hasn't, of course he's got 1. Patterson and James this morning, Harrison and Stone in the afternoon session. This one's worked up to Pennington at mid-on, and that will be tea here at Trent Bridge, with Lancashire, who won the toss, opted to bat first. 208 for 4 after 64 overs. Tom Bruce is 10 not out, and George Bell alongside him is on 5 men out today. Luke Wells caught Harrison, bowled Patterson 17. Josh Bohannon, LBW, Lyndon James 35. Keaton Jennings caught Tom Moores, bowled Calvin Harrison 91, and George Balderson, LBW, Ollie Stone for 38. From me, Dave Bracegirdle, and from Scott Reed, and a huge thanks as well to John McGovern for popping in and joining us during the afternoon. Huge thanks. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time. Hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge ahead of the final session on day one of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game here at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Two very enjoyable sessions so far. I've seen Lancashire advance to 208 for 4 from 64 overs. But a couple of key wickets went down in the last half an hour before the tea break. So two relatively fresh batters at the crease. George Bell is on 5, Tom Bruce is on 10. Lancashire 208 for 4. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Scott Reed alongside me. We're just sort of weighing up where the balance of power lies, and as always, we haven't got a clue really, have we? We're just saying if Lancashire have a good session with the bat and don't lose many wickets, it'll be their session, their day.
Yeah, I think that's a fair one. Here comes Pennington just to open up after tea. Ball's a nice ball to Bell, just turns him round and beats the outside edge of the bat, and through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run.
But from here, if Notts get 6 wickets in this session, bowl Lancashire out in a day, they'll won't quite say all their... What's happening here? Say everybody just suddenly dropped to ground, all the slips, almost a preordained routine for everybody to drop to the ground and do press-ups. Don't know what was going on. 208 for 4.
Pennington in to Bell, 3 slips waiting over the wicket, balls edged but played softly, and it bounces down into the ground in front of Will Young at 3rd slip.
So 16 overs before this over began, before the second new ball becomes available. Clearly Asiba Mead will want to have Pennington and Stone fit and healthy and ready and firing then, so it'll be an interesting one to see here how long he keeps Dylan Pennington going, but at the same time he'd far rather take wickets now than leave it for an hour.
In comes Pennington and balls left by Bell, and there's no run. I think I've been started after tea. You try and start with your best, don't you? Try and make it as difficult as you can, and then you factor in that both are 2 new batters, and when he faced 20 odd deliveries between them, something like that. So makes sense to have a little burst from Pennington. You could go with spin, you could go with Harrison from the Radcliffe Road end, just help keep one of the seamers fresh. It means you can rotate from the other end. Pennington balls left by Bell through to Clark, and there's no run. But I think your summary is of where we stand is a good one. At the minute we don't know, because it is quite balanced. I think if it's a good session with the bat, Lancashire will feel at the close that the decision was justified, but yet we mentioned that there has been a few frailties in Lancashire's batting this season, and Nottinghamshire will be well aware of it. 208 for 4, Bell on 5. Glorious sunshine as Pennington balls edged again, in front of 3rd slip but nearer. The first edge in this over was played softly. That one he followed it, Bell, and Young went low to his left and bounced just in front.
Just wondering, looking round the field, and wondering perhaps with a view to the second new ball, says he. Just wondering if that's it. Matthew Montgomery's on the field, Ollie Stone isn't. There's no drama in giving him an extra 10 minutes in the dressing room after tea, but there is drama if he doesn't come back, obviously.
Pennington to Bell, who defends this time. Probably quite a frustrating over that for Dylan Pennington. He's twice found the edge of the bat. The first time it was softly played by Bell into the ground. Second time he did seem to follow it a little bit more, and it still bounced short, but a little nearer to Will Young at 3rd slip. 208 for 4.
So it is going to be the combination of pace from one end, leg spin from the other, as we saw in the second hour of the afternoon. Calvin Harrison, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Wickets shared amongst 4 of the bowlers so far. Dane Patterson and Lyndon James in the morning session, Calvin Harrison and Ollie Stone in the period between lunch and tea. There's Harrison then to bowl to the right-handed Bruce, who sweeps this away for 4. It's been a feature, I think, of Calvin Harrison in this match so far. The first ball has often gone away for 4, and then he's been dragging it back with the remaining 5 balls of the over. That's at least 3 times the first ball of the over has gone for 4. Tom Bruce won't mind at all. He's on 14 now from 27. Here's Harrison in again to the Kiwi, who drives it crisply back to him. Nicely fielded, no run. 212 for 4. Harrison bowls, and Bruce just drops it out. Former Lancashire man Asiba Mead doing the fielding. Harrison once more bowls. This is cut into the offside. Lyndon James out there. There'll be a single. Somebody asked this morning, and done nothing about looking it up, whether Asiba Mead and Keaton Jennings would have opened together for England. Well, back at the end of 2016, they both had stellar seasons, didn't they? And went on that tour of, was it Bangladesh and India? It's delivering on its way. This is pushed into the offside. I have a funny feeling when Mead got injured, it was Keaton Jennings who was called up as his replacement.
I think it was, yeah. I think that's how it worked. I couldn't remember which one replaced which, or who replaced who, but I'm pretty sure that one of them replaced the other for an injury.
I think that was the way it went. Next one's played down on the leg side. Struck Jack Haynes. He's been in the wars a little bit there at Boot Hill. And it's the end of the over. 213 for 4. 5 from that particular over. Harrison 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Lancashire 37 runs away from getting that first all-important batting point.
Yeah, which hasn't happened too many times so far this season. Lancashire coming into this game with just 3 batting bonus points. That's the fewest number of batting bonus points in either division. So they're overdue in their first innings. The first innings at Essex put them up well behind the game. The first innings against Kent basically lost them the match last week. It's run away by Bruce off the front foot, just trying to steer it away to backward point. No run. Just the 3 batting bonus points so far from the opening 4 games.
Ali Orr, who made the move in the close season from Sussex to Hampshire, has got a century. It's 121 not out. Hampshire 213 for 2 against Durham at the Utility Bowl.
In comes Pennington bowls, Bruce forward, right forward in defence, and there is no run.
For Worcestershire, Gareth Roderick 77 not out. They're 221 for 3 at Canterbury. Jake Libby, former Nottsman, made just 19. At the Oval, Warwickshire 201 for 6 against Surrey. Nobody has reached 50 there in that one, but Ed Barnard is 42 not out.
Pennington bowls and Bruce defends, and again there's no run.
Division 2, Sussex 191 for 7. That's Cardiff against Glamorgan. Finn Hudson-Prentice 42 not out in that one. And Gloucestershire 237 for 4. That's at Northampton. Liam Patterson-White 8 overs, none for 42 so far. The Nottsman on a 1-match loan for Northants.
213 for 4. Pennington in the sunshine, comes back in, bowls again to Bruce. That looked like he kept a little bit low, but he's cut it away nicely out through the point region for 4 runs. Just bends his knees and carves the ball away. 4 for Bruce, and he's trying to get his season up and running. He moves on to 19, and Lancashire 217 for 4. Produced a change in the field as well, with the offside being reinforced. That was a square leg. It's now gone to cover. That's Jack Haynes. So there's a ring of the 3 fielders on the offside, a backward point, cover and a mid-off. The mid-on, mid-wicket fine leg and the 3 slips. You can see the 3 fielders on the offside there on the live stream. That's left alone by Bruce, taken by Joe Clark. And there is no run. They've been positive all day, attacking all day, Nottinghamshire. Hassi Hamid's kept the 3 slips largely in place for most of the day. Even when partnerships were going strongly, of course the biggest of the game so far has been Balderson and Jennings, but even when those two were batting, he's tried to keep 2 or 3 slips in. Pennington to complete the over balls. Forward goes Bruce and defends, and there is no run. End of the over. 217 for 4.
It's a very ambitious roll there. Dylan Pennington deflected that one back onto the stumps, and somebody yelled out an appeal, but George Bell hadn't gone anywhere. Helicopter flying over the ground, the yellow one. It's been a very pleasant day all round, not a breath of wind out there. Matthew Montgomery's still out there as the fielding sub, but Ollie Stone's on now, so somebody else has gone off. This is push back to the bowler. Calvin Harrison beginning his 12th over. 217 for 4. Next delivery is cut away and partially stopped by a diving Patterson at backward point. Lyndon James mops up, single taken. 218 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire. Those of you following on the live stream, hope you're enjoying the coverage today. As Calvin Harrison bowls again, and a streaky edge past the keeper and down towards the advertising boards in front of the pavilion, but it will just be dragged back inside the rope by Ben Slater, and a couple of fairly freakish runs there for Tom Bruce. He'll be very grateful indeed. He didn't nick that either to Clark or on, but just snicked it past the keeper.
Well, he'll take him, Tom Bruce. He needs to get his season going. Just need a bit of good fortune. A few streaky edges might just be perfect for him.
Harrison into him, and defensively blocks this one. I'm sure he'll have been working hard with the Lancashire coaching staff over the last couple of days. Harrison tosses it up, and he's gone big this time, and he's hit it towards us. It's not going to clear the rope on the full, but a couple of bounces, and Bruce gets his latest boundary. Moves on to 25, to 24 for 4. Is that 4 boundaries he's hit? Just have a little look. Certainly took the fight then to Calvin Harrison.
He did.
Comes in again and bowls a viciously spinning leg spinner. Yeah, it was his 4th boundary. Tom Bruce, 25 not out. George Bell 6. They've added 28. Lancashire 224 for 4 as Luke Fletcher makes his way onto the field for about the 15th time today. He's not doing the fielding. I sometimes think the fielding sub is the better one, because you can come on and sometimes do nothing. But Luke Fletcher bringing the helmets on, bringing the bottles of water on, bringing the towels on, taking the helmets off as he was there, the protective pads and all the rest of it. He's got that laborious chore.
Has he been up here in the com box this season?
He has, yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's clearly too busy today.
Pennington sets off into to Bell, and it's left by George Bell. Watchful through to the keeper, no run.
Do need to see him if we do get the chance to speak to him. 99 clean bowled for the seconds this week.
Oh,
batting,
dearie me.
99. So
what's gone wrong there?
Well, this we need to find out, but we need to find out on air.
Needs a full debrief to this. 224 for 4. And Pennington Past the umpire, balls to Bell, who again doesn't leave, having flirted with a couple outside his off stump in the previous over, of which 2 he edged. 1 he played softly, which bounced in front of third slip. The second, which he did follow a little bit more, did carry it to the man on to the right of screen there. It just bounced a fraction in front of Will Young. Looked like he may have for a second have his fingertips underneath the ball, but twice edges dropping short. Pennington to Bell. Forward in defence. And there is no run. Remains on 6. And Lancashire 224 for 4. Dylan Pennington slowly stomping back up towards his bowling mark. His captain alongside him, polishing the ball.
I wonder what he's been told. Running hard for 3 overs after tea. So they want him for the second new ball, weren't they?
Due in 11 overs after this one. Ball's just short to Bell. That's pulled. Control pulled down to fine leg. Fielded by Lyndon James. Bell gets a single. He moves on to 8. Correction, on to 7. And now it's 225 for 4. To bring Tom Bruce back on strike. See, Ollie Stone's back out there, isn't he? So he's ready to go for a new ball burst. And into Bruce this time. And that's just nudged away to Stone, who's at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Some high numbers that we can see. The Nottinghamshire keeper and slip cordon. We've got 33 Clark, 23 Moores, 31 Harrison and 32 Young. What's that? So well over 100, isn't it? 30, 60, 90, 93, 96, 99, 119. What happened to 1 to 11?
Final ball of the over. Pennington sets off again. Balls, and Bruce punching away off the front foot. Nicely played. To the left of Hamid, who comes across to his left at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Bruce has pinched the strike as well, so he's 26 not out. Lancashire 226 for 4.
There has been a slip catch today. I guess you'd have to say it was a slip catch, but he didn't take it at slip, did he, Tom Moores? He ended up having the ball hit at him, so he was almost at leg slip. Just wondering, a bit of work for somebody who might want to take it on. I wonder if that's Tom Moore's first catch in first-class cricket without the gloves on. There's Harrison bowling. This is clipped firmly up to Pennington at mid-on. There's no run. Suspect not. Played a number of games, 2016, 2017, when Chris Reed had the gloves. Next delivery on its way now, and just helped again defensively by Bruce into the offside. Doesn't seem, on what we've seen so far, as if he's the sort of player just to be happy to block all 6. Let's see. Next one's floated up there, and he steers this to backward point deliberately. Sounds as if that helicopter's coming back. Nottingham's, oh no, it's an aeroplane. It's a light aeroplane. Harrison again bowls deep in his crease. Bruce does defend, so that's 4 dots. Do you think he's going to let him have a maiden?
Well, he's kept his field up, hasn't he? He's tempting Bruce if he wants to try and go for a big shot.
Nothing wrong with letting a bowler have a maiden, by the way. He defends this one, but sometimes batters don't see it that way, do they? They want to keep the board moving. They want to keep their own total ticking over. They want to try and take down a bowler before he settles into a steady line and length. And this one's worked behind square, and it will be a maiden to Calvin Harrison. Nicely done. 226 for 4. In truth, Tom Bruce wasn't unduly inconvenienced in that over, so we'll say honours even.
Well, he needs some time in the middle, Tom Bruce. He needs to play some cricket and see if he can try and contribute with some runs here, and be a little bit of pressure on him. An overseas signing here for the entire summer. Not got going yet, but has a chance. Try and be there for when the new ball's taken.
You know, I mentioned earlier Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme. You wonder if one of those has perhaps popped his name in the direction of the Lancashire committee.
Yeah, there's quite a few quite strong New Zealand connections, and obviously Will Williams has played all his first-class cricket in New Zealand before joining Lancashire a couple of seasons ago. I know that Lancashire's former director of cricket, Paul Allett's got some strong connections with New Zealand cricket. Whether he had something to do with that, I don't know, but yeah, they've had some good Kiwis in Lancashire over the last couple of seasons.
Here is that bowling change you were expecting.
Yeah, it's Lyndon James replacing Dylan Pennington in from the Stuart Broad end. Oh, and he brings Bell forward, just having a little push at that delivery, which slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Clark. And there is no run, so 2 slips in place for James, and the ring of 3 on the offside. Got a wide gully cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as well. Fletcher's on the walk again, isn't he?
That's what I'm laughing at.
He's been busy. James is in and bowls to Bell, who's off the back foot and defends.
I was just going to say, from this distance, Luke Fletcher's walking like a man who's thoroughly enjoying walking around the boundary edge every couple of overs, leaving bottles of water.
He's loping around, isn't he, on that far side now? Who's he bringing some water to this time? Out towards this square leg and leg side boundary. He's got a jumper over one shoulder and water bottles in the other. James to Bell. Shuffles back and across and doesn't offer a shot through to the keeper.
Got him bowling all through lunch as well. The entire lunch interval he was down there with Kevin Shine bowling in the nets.
2-2-6 for 4. Been a watchful start by George Bell. He might feel he's had just a wee bit of good fortune as well, with a couple of edges that have dropped short. He's on 7. He'll bend to the knees and waits as James is in, playing away from his body in the air and out towards deep backward point, and he gets 4 for it. Bell moves into double figures. He's on to 11, and it's 230 for 4 now.
Fancy if Ben Slater was 4 yards to his right, that was catchable. It was in the air. Of course, he knew Ben Slater wasn't 4 yards to his right, so that's why he put it there probably, but it was upish. Somebody's getting the benefit of some Luke Fletcher anecdotes on the boundary edge there. I saw him talking to the spectators.
James bowls. Bell again beaten off the front foot, leaning into it. Ball slides past the edge of the bat through to Clark. And there's no run.
Sussex 8 down at Cardiff. 206 for 8 against Glamorgan. Elsewhere, Hampshire 232 for 3 against Durham. Worcestershire 237 for 3 against Kent. Warwickshire 218 for 6 against Surrey in Division 1.
Final ball of the over, 230 for 4. Bell waits, James in, bowls and defends. Right in behind it this time. Bell, having been beaten on a couple of occasions. End of the over. 4 off it, that 4 which Bell punched away a little uppishly out towards deep backward point. He's 11, Bruce on 26, and Lancashire are 230 for 4.
Knots over 8 coming down, then -1. We're -3 throughout the afternoon session. Of course, that's helped by Calvin Harrison now about to begin his 14th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 43. Last over was a maiden to Tom Bruce. Again, same setup. Haynes at short leg, Tom Moores at slip, Mead mid-wicket, Young at shortish extra cover, and this one is chopped down in the ground, and then a fancy bit of footwork from Tom Bruce just to kick it away from the stumps. Fletcher's trudging back from whence he came, but Matthew Montgomery's rushing round with an orange bib. Harrison bowls, hit back to the bowler. I wonder if he's going to tick him off and say the match referee says you've got to wear an orange bib. No, he's brought an extra bottle of water out for Luke Fletcher. .230 for 4. Lancashire 20 runs away from that first batting point. Going to get 2 more here. So it's worked away square on the leg side. Fancy they probably should have been 2, but they settled for 1. Ben Slater getting to the ball rather quicker than I thought he was going to. .231 for 4. Calvin Harrison halfway through this, the 72nd over. Ball's now cut to backward point, no run. I want to say hello to a nice gentleman I met this morning who said, kindly said, Dave, I can no longer stay all day to watch matches, but what I do is watch the first 2 sessions and then nip home. This is pushed out into the offside. They'll take a single, .232 for 4, and sit and watch and listen to you and the other commentators the final session every day, and I do enjoy it. So thank you very much, sir. Those words always mean a lot. That's very kind of you. .232 for 4. Harrison bowls, and this one pops up to short leg off the pads, and there's no run. 72 overs gone. .232 for 4. Current run rate 3 1/4 for Lancashire. Just trying to get the job done, aren't they? Trying to get, I've been saying from an early sort of stage, get 350 on the board first innings. You're in the game, whatever happens.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be disappointed if they don't get to that mark. They've had one big partnership so far in the innings, 107 between Keaton Jennings and George Balderson, a 60 between Jennings and Bohannon. At .230 for 4, they want to be batting still tomorrow and trying to get that north of 350 if they can in the first innings. Here's Lyndon James into Bell. It's cut away. It's nicely played. If the previous one, which he got for 4 through in that region, was a little uppish and maybe with a bit of risk and playing away from his body, that wasn't.
No.
It's a good-looking shot by Bell. He moves on to 16. .236 for 4.
Yeah, and you look at the scores of the top 6 now, all in double figures. Wells 17, Jennings 91, Bohannon 35, Balderson 38, Bruce 27 not out, Bell 16 not out. Coaches will say if you get that sort of score you should go on and get a big one.
Lyndon James to George Bell off the back foot and just drops it into the offside. He's picked out a little gap between mid-off and cover and darts through for a single. It's Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire skipper, fielding the ball, giving it a very close inspection. Bell moves on to 17. .237 for 4.
Liam Patterson-White's got a wicket, and it's a centurion he's got as well. Gloucestershire 271 for 5 at Northampton, and it's Miles Hammond he's had, caught by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Generally feels in the slips, Vasconcelos, but could have been anywhere.
James to Bruce forward, and there is no run.
Patterson-White's figures, 10.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48.
So it's a one-match loan deal,
yep.
Is it? Okay.
Yep. Of course, as we know with these things, they can suddenly be extended if both parties, or all 3 parties in this case, are amicable, I guess.
James bowls. Bruce plays forward and beaten. Tom Moore's at first slip with his arms up in the air, the smile on the face of Joe Clark, the wicket-keeper. Bruce has a little wander down the pitch. James striding back to his bowling mark. There'll be a burst here for James prior to a second new ball becoming available, and then Ollie Stone and presumably Dylan Pennington will take that. Forward again goes Bruce in defence, and there is no run.
Yeah, so if you Lancashire's batters out there now, Bell and Bruce, are you looking to cash in against Lyndon James? And, well, in particular, I guess, Got to be careful against Calvin Harrison, as we've already seen. A little different when Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington have got a new cherry in their hands in 20 minutes or so time.
Final ball of the over. James to Bruce, driven straight down the ground. Just got something on that off his own bowling. Did well. Low down to his right. Got some fingers on that to take the pace off the ball. Denied Bruce some runs there as well. End of the over. I think no. Oh no. It says over complete on the scoreboard.
It does.
It appears to we appear to have another one. 2:37 for 4.
Cracking that scorebox right now. There's all sorts going on.
James in bowls and Bruce defends this time.
7. It's tell him it's 7. You've had 7.
The umpire does call over now. Lancashire 237 for 4. Bell on 17 and Bruce is unbeaten on 27.
Snooze time, isn't it? Snooze time. 5 to 5. It's Friday. It's 5 to 5. And it's that before your time as well.
I can honestly say I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Crackerjack? Was it Crackerjack? 5 to 5 on a Friday?
Crackerjack?
Yeah.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Crackerjack.
Here's Calvin Harrison. Ball's floated up and drilled to wide-ish mid-off, no run. The 74th over now. Lancashire 237 for 4. Next delivery sent down and Bell happy to block, stays on 17. You must remember Crackerjack.
I can't say I'm aware of it, but it did stop in 1984, to be fair to.
Next ball is again played up to mid-off to Dylan Pennington. The moment is the knacker being in the right place. Ollie Stone's at mid-on, the two quicks. Mid-on and mid-off. Bell again defends against Calvin Harrison.
Important period of the match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Talking about how Bell and Bruce will play,
Yeah.
and it's intriguing to watch them play here, but a pivotal part of the innings, this.
Bell plays away from his body, but with an element of control. Steers it to backward point to Dane Patterson. This is defended 237 for 4. Steve Crawley says, did Scott's face Peter glazed over at the mention of Crackerjack? Peter Glaze was one of the presenters, one of the stars. Rach has been in touch. Theo, it's a scorcher at Trent Bridge this afternoon, but doggy duties means I'm back home now to join Maple Doggo on the sofa in front of the fan with ice cream lollies. You've just disappeared, Rach. There you are. With ice lollies, yeah, both of us, and cooling off watching the cricket on the live stream. Thanks, Rach. Hope you and Maple, can't even read, Maple Doggo have a good time on the sofa. Rach says, can you stop saying Crackerjack?
It's James in and balls. That's a lovely shot by Tom Bruce. It's a crackerjack of a shot. It's a lovely on drive by the New Zealander. It moves on to 31. Lancashire to 243 for 4. And Tom Bruce, who's not had too much success so far, will feel a little better about just easing that one away through straight mid-on for 4.
That was one of the things, if any of the presenters said Crackerjack,
right,
the entire audience, TV centre audience, Crackerjack at the top of their voices. You had to, this is what we called entertainment in the
was it right
back in the dark ages.
Okay, here comes James, balls again to Bruce. That's cut away through the offside. It might be 4 more. It is a little short and wide from James, having been driven down the ground for 4 of the previous delivery. Bruce looking a little bit more confident out in the middle now for Lancashire, able to carve that away for 4.
Looking good. What's his top score so far? Is he
this, I think.
This is.
I think this is it. Yes.
come to Nottingham, be made welcome.
Yes, his previous top score was 26 this season.
Come on, where's Will Young? Should be passing on some vitally important information to the skipper and to the bowlers. Must know all about him from domestic cricket in New Zealand.
Half-century partnership as well with that last 4. It's turned away in front of square on the leg side by Bruce for a single. He moves on to 36 not out. 52 is the partnership between Bruce and Bell. Lancashire edging towards a batting bonus point. 248 for 4.
Chris is with me. It's okay, Dave. I'm old enough to remember Cracker Jack.
Sounds like a great night in watching that programme. I wish I was born a bit earlier. In comes James, bowls, and Bell's off the front foot and defends. And there is no run.
I've a funny feeling it's been rehashed with that. Is it Dick and Dom or some such? Anyway, with that, Scott gives me a look and then heads off next door, sashaying along the corridor to speak to the listeners of the Northwest. He'll be back. 248 for 4. Lancashire need 2 for a bonus point. This one's left alone by George Bell, who's scored 17 out of this 5th wicket partnership of 52 so far. Tom Bruce, the principal contributor. He's looked good. He's on 36 from 60 deliveries faced. Comes James again, bowls. Bell is wearing 17. He's got 17 runs. Plays it up to Patterson at mid-on end of the over. So that's 75 overs gone. Lots of... Just got to soak up these next 5 overs as quickly as they can for as few as they can. Get that second new ball and let Stone and Pennington go to work. From Lancashire's perspective, get these 2 runs to get the first batting point and then make sure they don't lose a wicket, don't expose Matty Hurst and Tom Hartley and the lower order to the second new ball. As if there's going to be a bowling change, and Ben Slater is going to come on for a rare turnover of the arm, right arm off spin. Got 3 first-class wickets, Ben Slater. 5 overs to go. It does mean he could potentially get 3 overs here. If he's going to bowl with his sunglasses on. So the field for Slater, just a slit, done away with the short leg. I think that's perhaps wisest. 2 fielders out on the leg side fence. Sweeper on the offside fence as well. Mead at mid-wicket walking in. He's somewhere between saving one and catching there, Asiba Mead, and on the other side Will Young. There is Slater. Didn't have an awful... Well, a filthy ball is hit away for 6. Just going to say, he didn't have an awfully long time to prepare for that. He just seemed like a little bit of an afterthought. Ben, you're on. First ball, very rusty, creaky, high, loopy full toss, which Tom Bruce has slammed away over cow corner for 6. Don't let the cow reference make you feel it was an agricultural shot. It wasn't. Right out the middle. Gave it a... Oh, he's got another one, and he's drilled this one down the ground.
And if you want to listen to the latest, you can listen online or via the Sports app.
254 for 4.
Yes, and the weather forecast is going to be dry, bright and sunny. A clear night to follow with lows of 10.
256 for 4. So Bruce is on 44. Next delivery pitches, and it's hit back to Ben Slater. Be delighted, I think, to pitch one there. First 2 balls have gone for 8. Bruce on 44, 256 for 4. Next delivery on its way now, and it strikes on the pad, and he's asking here, imploring Richard Kettleborough. I fancy the big New Zealander had got enough of a stride in there to bring an element of doubt into play. Might even have got outside the line, but Ben Slater pleading, imploring the umpire to give him out. That would have been a real bonus wicket had he got it. Comes Ben Slater again, 256 for 4. This is dropped on the leg side, in comes Hamid quickly. Bell has to run, shy at the stumps, narrowly misses. Single taken, so that's 9 from 5 deliveries, and Ben Slater takes off the sunglasses. That's what was going wrong. So George Bell on strike. Tom Bruce has gone down there and just apologised to his mate for very nearly running him out. Pushed it straight to Hamid and called George Bell through. That's what have taken that. Last ball of an expensive over. Slater bowls and Bell defends. 9 from it, 257 for 4 Lancashire. They've got a batting point. Notts have got 1 bowling point. And we've got 4 overs to go before the second new ball becomes due. How many of those will be bowled by Ben Slater remains to be seen.
Yes, for Bruce, this is absolutely much needed. This, I mean, I said before, he's just not got his season going so far, but this will feel much better. This is, I mean, that full toss was a not a great ball, was it? And he's absolutely walloped it away for 6, so that helps. But he's put together a real kind of hard-fought, gritty little knock here, as Tom Bruce. And at that point now, 4 overs before a new ball becomes available. The partnership is 61. Absolutely vital now that Bruce and Bell are together for when the new ball is there for Nottinghamshire to take. It's going to be Calvin Harrison from the Stuart Broad end with Bruce on strike. There's a short leg and a slip. There's a mid-wicket, deepish mid-on, deep backward square leg, mid-off, deep extra cover. And he turns the ball back down the pitch to Harrison, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I've just retweeted a picture of Rachel's dog, who's going potty every time I say crackerjack. Rach has to say crackerjack, and the dog's going loopy at her.
Harrison to Bruce. That's played on the bounce back to Harrison, and there is no run. 257 for 4. All I can see on your screen is a picture of a snout of a dog. That's cut away by Bruce out towards the deep point boundary, where Slater scoops it up and Bruce gets a single. Moves on to 46. Lancashire 258 for 4.
You think I'm teetering on the brink of lunacy this evening? Wait till Sunday morning after we've all watched Eurovision tomorrow night.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
That's tomorrow night, Scott.
Right. I'll make sure I'm out in Nottingham for that.
Get your dips in, ready to sit for an all-nighter.
Give that one a swerve. That's driven again by Bell back down the pitch to Harrison, and there's no run.
We had some of the second semi-final or whatever it was on last night. My word.
Harrison to Bell, dabbed away towards mid-wicket. No run.
Don't you like a bit of Eurovision?
It's not a regular thing that I watch.
Just once a year.
Well, if once would be a first. Here's Harrison to Bell. That's pushed away off the front foot, and there is no run. End of the over. 258 for 4. Bell 17. Bruce on 46. 62 run partnership.
Heard in the news that Croatia are the favourites and Israel second favourites. If
Right.
you fancy having half a crown on one of those.
Okay.
258 for 4, so 77 overs have gone. Bit more fun and frolics because Ben Slater. Yes, this isn't a drill. Ben Slater's going to have another over.
Have the UK got an entry this year?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fielders scuttling off into different directions and different postcodes. Bruce is on 46. They'll be looking to get there in one hit, and he drives through the offside and does get to his 50 in one hit. Lovely shot. And that's a very, very decent innings from Tom Bruce. Has looked a high-quality performer here. And we've heard obviously quite a bit from disgruntled Lancashire supporters about the impact he's had over the first few games over the last week or so. But that's been a glorious knock, hasn't it? 50, I beg your pardon, from 69 balls. 7 fours and a 6. In comes Slater again. Bowls, and this one's turned to mid-wicket to Asiba Mead. 262 for 4. Lancashire just giving their run rate a real old jolt here. There's another full toss hit crisply down the ground to Ollie Stone. Single taken, and just looking at Stone there if he was going to welly the ball in from the boundary, but he doesn't. He jogs in 20 yards and then underarms it back to the bowler. 263 for 4. Slater to Bell, who's on 17. Right arm off spinner bowls. Bell again playing away from his body, drives it into the covers to Will Young, no run. This pair have added 67 in remarkably good time. Slater bowls, again push back to the bowler. 263 for 4. Keaton Jennings made 91 if you're just switching on for the first time today. George Balderson 38, Josh Bohannon 35. This one's dropped on the leg side, and Luke Wells 17. They're the 4 dismissed at the crease at the moment. Tom Bruce 51 not out, George Bell 17 not out. Notts going to have the option of a second new ball in 2 overs time. It's 263 for 4.
Yeah, that felt good for Tom Bruce. I'm sure seeing his Lancashire teammates on the balcony all stood up to applaud that 50. Has been a tough start, but he has a very, very good first-class record. He's clearly a good player, and he's proven that consistently in first-class cricket in New Zealand. Just found a little bit of time to settle, but has put together a very good 50 here. Played really positively, without any risk particularly, but played well to get to 51 from 71. First contribution of the summer for Tom Bruce. He's actually had the majority of this partnership, hasn't he? He's the senior man. Bell's still only a young guy, 21, maybe George Bell, something like that. So Bruce taking a senior role in the partnership. Forward he goes and pushing away into the offside, and there's no run as Harrison continues. Picked up 1 for 46 into his 17th over of the day. Calvin Harrison. Might be his last for a while because a new ball will be due shortly. Set turn to the leg side by Bruce. And there's no runs. They've positioned Patterson on the long on boundary. There's a short mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. Ollie Stone's quite wide and deep at mid off. There's 2 catching covers. There's a deep point, slip in place, and a gully as well. And that's turned away to the leg side by Bruce. It's fielded by Lyndon James, and there's no run, so 3 dot balls to start this 79th over of the Lancashire first innings. 263 for 4. Harrison spins the ball from one hand to the other, comes bouncing in and bowls. Full toss, walloped out towards the leg side by Bruce. And 1 bounce and 4 runs. And he moves on to 55. Partnership 71 now, 267 for 4.
Yeah, but he's absolutely buzzing inside, to use an in-word. Be feeling good, won't he? He's coming out the middle of the bat, he's hitting it hard. He's taking the opportunity here to put away some loose deliveries.
Harrison in again, Bruce goes back. Played away through the offside where Hamid fields, no run.
What Lancashire can't afford to do, be desperate to avoid losing 2 wickets like they did at the back end of the afternoon session. Bang bang, and 2 would have to start fresh against the second new ball.
Harrison to Bruce. It's a late cut down towards third man. That's a good stop actually by Will Young, low down to his left. Bruce, you just see there in the crease looking to Go back and play it late and run it off the face of the bat down to third man. Good partnership developing between these two. Bruce wants a towel, he wants a drink as well. On a hot day here at Trent Bridge, Lancashire 267 for 4.
Yes, I would imagine there'll be a slight pause in proceedings after the next over. There generally is, isn't there, when the 80 overs are up, assuming they're going to take the second new ball, and the fact they've got Calvin Harrison and Ben Slater bowling in tandem would lead you to suggest that they're going to take this second new ball as soon as it becomes due. Ollie Stone at mid-on. Not seen him start to get himself ready to bowl the next over yet. We'll have a look as there's a little push and run from George Bell. He's been on 17 for a while, moves to 18 with that single. 268 for 4. Yeah, Ollie Stone is turning his arms over. There's Slater. This one's worked onto the leg side, no run. This time they should get a single down the ground to Stone.
Yeah, it's almost like a different game on the way now, isn't it? Lancashire have, to their credit, managed just to cash in with this older ball and spin from both ends, but it'll feel an awful lot different in 3 deliveries time.
Again, Bell trying to play the ball, push the ball into a gap and scamper down the other end, but unable to complete that task as Will Young comes in and fields. Slater in again, bowls, and Bell giving him all the respect in the world at the moment. Blocks this one. Ollie Stone continues to warm up. I think he's just asked for a drink to be brought out as well. Luke Fletcher will love that. 269 for 4. So this will be the final ball of the 80th over, to be bowled by Ben Slater to George Bell. He's happy to defend, so there we are. And that ball is just thrown away by Asiba Mead, the captain. It was played to him. You can almost say that's 4 overthrows, unless the umpire's called over, because it was played to him and he just picked it up and wellied it down to the far end, and the ball has nestled in front of the pavilion advertising boards there. A whole pile of training gear and exercise equipment for the Nottinghamshire players. 269 for 4, and they will, as promised, have a little drinks break now before we get back underway.
Yeah, this is where the next stage of or perhaps the final stage of this first day begins, because we've got 16 overs left today, and Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington have got a second new ball. Both batters want a drink and a towel down and a chance to kind of reset, because it'll be a different game now. But Lancashire will be thrilled with the way that response has come after losing Balderson and Jennings. In kind of quick succession heading up towards a tea break. These two have got themselves a nice partnership. They're both nicely set for this new ball. Going to face a fiery spell, I reckon, though, from Ollie Stone.
Yes, they'll be getting encouragement from all his 10 other teammates.
It's Bruce, 56 not out, just having a little look over his shoulder towards the leg side, seeing who's where. Mid-on and a mid-wicket and a fine leg on the leg side boundary. Stone, new ball, in, bowls, beats Bruce. And through to Clark. And there's no run. 3 slips are straight back into position. 3 amigos there. Tom Moores and Calvin Harrison and Will Young. And then backward point cover. And the captain Hamid at mid-off. 269 for 4. Ollie Stone came tearing in this morning with a new ball and bowled a really feisty quick spell. He's in again to Bruce. Ooh, and that does pop at Bruce. as he drops his hands and tries to sway back and get out of the way of that.
Thought you were going down a different route there, a bit of a pop master with Mr. Bruce. It spat up at him, didn't it?
Yep. We're going to see Saki Mahmood bowl later in the match for Lancashire, but it's great to see two English bowlers, two quick English bowlers, both back fit. It's been a good day for Stone. Here he is, bowls again. Short. Oh, he's taken that on, there's Bruce. Swing and a miss from Bruce.
Shall I put a bell in it?
Through to Clark. Had Ollie Stone smiling, and he's still chuckling away, as indeed is the umpire.
Yeah.
And the non-striker's end.
I know a lot of club cricketers that would have given him a bit of stick for that. Should we play with a bigger one so you can see it?
Stone again. Back to Bruce. Oh, and again, that beats him. They're just wondering whether there's a thin little edge through. It's a lovely ball that almost does deserve to find the edge of the bat.
Not the most convincing of appeals, was it, really? As an umpire, you wouldn't give that out on the strength of the appeal.
Just dropped a bit short the last delivery, which Bruce tried to wallop away, and he just pushed that one a little fuller.
Got to say, he's looked the business today, Ollie Stone.
He has, yeah. He's bowled really well. And tap of the bat from Tom Bruce. Stone in and balls. He's in behind it and defends. The ball loops away into the offside, no run.
I like the theatrics as well. Or theatricals.
Well, I suppose you get that little extra bit of drama, don't you, when the new ball's taken, especially when someone is bowling as quickly as Stone is.
Yeah.
We don't have the speed gun, do we? But it must be high 80s, mid to high 80s here, Stone. At least it feels that way from up here.
Best place to play him from.
Just a bit. Stone to complete the over. Balls driven away. It's a little in the air. It's 4 to Bruce. I'm not so sure Stone will mind that entirely. He moves on to 60. 273 for 4.
I think there might have been a little word or two passed between batter and bowler. 273 for 4. Bruce on to 60. He's played one or two adventurous attacking shots, riding his luck a little bit, but as I was saying earlier, it stays hit. Crikey, gives it a wallop. Dylan Pennington into bowl from what we think today is probably the least favourite end for the Quicks. Seems very much as if Ollie Stone has got the preferential treatment of the Stuart Broad end. So Dylan Pennington, he's bowled 17 overs today. Ollie Stone's now bowled 18, so getting a similar sort of workload. Pennington, none for 31 his figures. Here he comes then to bowl to George Bell, who's on 18 and has to go a pace behind the line of his crease to defend this one, push it back to the bowler. Just about 15 overs left in the day, so an hour or so's cricket. How many wickets can Lancashire take into the second day? As Pennington's in again and wide of the pegs, Bell leaves it alone. It's the 82nd over. So 18 or so overs to go for bonus points to be accrued. I think the full 50 is a little fanciful. That would be 10 and over for the next 18 overs. I wouldn't expect that to happen for Lancashire. But should comfortably be able to get to 350 as Pennington In again, edge court. It's another catch for Moores at first slip, and Pennington now celebrates his first wicket. Went quickly, very quickly from the outside edge of George Bell's bat. Good catch from Moores. It was a comfortable height, in fairness, but as I say, it really flew to him. Hung on without the gloves. Wicket keeper by trade, of course, Tom Moores, standing at first slip here, and he's hung on to his second catch of the day. George Bell caught Moores' ball, Pennington for 18, faced 60 balls at 3-4s, Lancashire 273 for 5.
Yeah, it was a gritty little innings, wasn't it, from George Bell. The majority of the partnership's been dominated by Tom Bruce. Bell having to try and get through that this new ball, which has done the trick for Nottinghamshire. It's got Lancashire 5 down. They've got a new batter out in Matty Hurst. Bell departs for 18. Pennington with his first wicket of the day. Interesting how the day's progressed, with a wicket early on with Luke Wells, and there was one just before lunch. There was two just before tea. We've seen two big partnerships in between that. Balderson and Jennings, Bell and Bruce. New ball comes available, wicket falls. Still 14 overs left today. It's still very much a day that could either be evenly balanced, depending on how the final hour or so of play goes today. It could be a day that he's weighed one way or the other. It's in that little period now with a new batter and a new ball where it could go one way or the other this opening day. It's nicely positioned. It's going to be a really interesting 14 overs, I think.
Agree with you. Yep, been talking all along, or I have, about this 350. Anything more than that, Lancashire will be absolutely delighted, I'm sure. Anything less than that, Notts will feel they've done probably as well as they could have. As far as we're aware, they've not grasped anything today. They've kept the Lancashire batters nice and honest. Here comes Pennington, halfway through the 82nd over. He bowls to the new man Hurst, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out as far as Asib Hamid. Hurst, right-hander, wicket keeper. Typical wicket keeper's build. I'm not being cruel when I say that. Generally they're below 6 footers, aren't there? I don't think of too many wicket keepers taller than 6 feet, but Matty Hurst and indeed George Bell, who's just gone, similar height. This one wide of the pegs, goes through to Clark. 273 for 5. So that's 2 catches today for Tom Moores, 1 for Calvin Harrison as well. And the wickets spread about. Patterson, James, Stone, Harrison and Pennington all getting a wicket. Dylan Pennington in again, bowls, and down the leg side taken by Clark. 273 for 5, successful over, successful one for Nottinghamshire. Dylan Pennington, 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 31.
Yeah, wicket maiden, good stuff by Pennington. It's the start that Nottinghamshire would have liked with that second new ball. Early wicket, break that partnership with a new batter out there. But a little bit more kind of responsibility onto Tom Bruce. Hurst has made an encouraging start to his career in the first team for Lancashire. Comes into it on the back of a good 50 as well last week against Kent. Lancashire were following on and got to 330 in their second innings. Much better response with the bat. Hurst batted nicely in that game. Here's Stone to Bruce. Just dropped away into the offside, and through they go for a cheeky single. Jack Haynes coming up from cover. By the time he got to the ball, it crossed and got through for 1.
Yeah, take everything that's there by all means, rotate the strike by all means, but first ball of the over. Get Matty Hurst down facing Stone. It almost looked like he couldn't wait to get down the other end, didn't it, a little bit?
Take the single, there you go, mate.
Yeah.
You have a go.
Matty Hurst's a fine enough player in his own right. Yeah, it's the right thing to do, wasn't it? But it did look a little bit as if, crikey, I can't wait to get down the other end.
It's Stone to Hurst. And that So with an extra bounce towards Hurst, he's played it with the bat almost horizontal then. It's deflected off the face of the bat down into the offside. There's no run, but that little extra pop that we're seeing from Ollie Stone, he's able to generate that bit of extra pace, and it's just getting onto the batter quicker than the other bowlers. We've seen that through the course of the day when Stone's been bowling, especially when the ball's been new.
Yeah.
And from that end, I don't think he's bowled at all from this end, has he,
No.
Ollie Stone?
No.
274 for 5. Stone to Hurst. Fuller just brings him forward, slightly crouching Hurst, knees bent, defending. On the bounce, back to Stone, no run. Start of another partnership for Lancashire. Can they bat through the day? Keep going tomorrow, get somewhere in the region of that 350 mark potentially. Stone to Hurst, in the air, chipped up towards mid-on. Playing across the line, Hurst, and it for a second was heading in the direction, well, it did hit in the direction of Patterson, and almost to him on the full, but it bounced just in front of Dane Patterson.
I wondered if it got him on the knee. There's a lot of laughter out there from Lyndon James. Just came at him at that awkward height. But yeah, for a second he just wondered if it might carry.
274 for 5. The sight of Ollie Stone tearing in, bowls again. Forward goes Hurst, plays it solidly off the front foot, guides the ball to Patterson at mid-on, and there is no run. They drop Lyndon James back towards the leg side boundary at deep square leg as well as the fine leg, so with the mid-on, plenty of room on that leg side if Hurst wants to take a single, and they'll keep the new man on strike for the next over. It's the final ball of the 83rd over of Lancashire's first innings. Stone 1 for 49. Balls to Hurst. Oh, it comes back in and it wraps him around the midriff somewhere, loops into the onside. It's a real testing spell, this. Stone tearing in and bowling quickly. And Lancashire doing all they can to get through this new ball spell. 274 for 5.
I think there was a bit of a glare as well from Ollie Stone. Liking what I'm seeing from him today. Now over to Dylan Pennington. 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 31 for Dylan Pennington. Still to come for the visitors, Lancashire. Scott will, I'm sure, correct me here on the batting order, but I'd go Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Saqib Mahmood. Saqib Mahmood and Will Williams.
Yeah, I think you're right with the first time round.
There's Pennington, where's 18? Red soles on his cricket boots, bowls to Bruce. Plays this up to mid-on and there's no run. 274 for 5. Very enjoyable day thus far for the cricket watchers. 83 for 2 was the score at lunch. Notts just getting that second wicket in the final over. They walked off for lunch when that wicket went down. 83 for 2. Pennington bowls again, strikes on the pads again. The suspicion that might just have been drifting down the leg side. Is that going to be a leg by? No, some bat involved. Good afternoon for Lancashire. Was spoiled again by 2 wickets going down just before tea. 208 for 4 at that stage. Keaton Jennings out for 91. The innings of the day by quite some distance, although Tom Bruce playing a gem of a knock here. He's on 62. Pennington in again. Bowls again, strikes Matty Hurst on the pad. Just can't get going, Matty Hurst, at the moment. That's 9 balls he's faced. Still 0 not out. love for John McGovern out there, the Nottingham Forest club ambassador, came and joined us for half an hour or so this afternoon, if you weren't with us then. 275 for 5. Next one's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run, fielded by Dane Patterson. Treat for Scott, being in the same room as a European Cup winner.
I think he's going to be the happier man come tomorrow. I'm not so sure he's going to go to the final game of the season. But
so Scott's a
never know.
Burnley man, aren't you? 275 for 5. Next delivery, edged, caught, good catch, really good catch. Will Young low down at third slip, and Pennington's got 2 in 2, and Hurst gets a blob. He's gone for naught. 275 for 6.
Super catch, really good catch. And this new ball's working a treat here for Nottinghamshire. It's all right taking it. You've got to ball well with it. Stone's been brilliant. We've said a lot about him. Pennington with a good spell here. Good catch. Didn't go at it too hard, Hurst, which is why it was such a sharp chance. It went low down into the ground, away to the right of Will Young. Pennington picks up 2 with this new ball. And Lancashire 275 for 6. I mentioned this part of the day, 14 overs left, new ball taken. Lancashire in a good position, have enjoyed a good day, but there's always that element that things can change at the back end of the day, especially when the Nottinghamshire bowlers are as effective as they are with the new ball, and that extra pace from Stone, able to ruffle a few feathers. Just need to find another partnership here. Lancashire looking at scores, a score of 350 above at one point, which could still be possible, but just need to find a little partnership to settle things down. Yeah. Bruce Keyman, Tom Hart is a new batter.
Yeah, and I don't think Dylan Pennington loses too much in pace in comparison to Ollie Stone either. He gets it down the other end in one almighty hurry.
It makes such a difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even that, just pushing it that little fraction, getting it from kind of early 80s to mid to late 80s. An extra bit of pace, and it's a good pitch. It's looked like a really quick pitch today. It's carried well. It looks like it's been ideal for the seamers.
Dylan Pennington, either side of tee, has been out of the attack for about an hour and a half with figures of 0 for 31 against his name. Comes back with a second new ball, and immediately that's transformed from 0 for 31 to 2 for 32. Thanks to 2 pretty decent slip catches, one from Tom Moores at first slip, one from Will Young at third. New man is Tom Hartley, left-hander, with the crooked stance, struck on the pad, but the bowler gave us the first indication because he immediately pulled out of the appeal. 275 for 6. And Dylan Pennington has very quickly become a very firm favourite here. They enjoy the way he runs in, like Stone, gives absolutely 100%. He's only played in 3 of the 4 matches, Pennington, 9 wickets at 34 apiece in those first 3 matches. Figures, or his best figures, are 3 for 62. Here he's got 2 for 32.
Yeah, gets a good round of applause from the Nottinghamshire supporters as he takes his position down on the fine leg boundary. 12 overs left tonight. Here's Stone in to Bruce off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. Can't get it past extra cover, and there is no run.
Not seen much of the strike, has he? Last few overs, Bruce quickly got off strike when Ollie Stone began his previous over, and then again when Pennington bowled, it's been push and run, get down the other end.
Stone turns from the Stuart Broad end, sets off again, balls to Bruce, get off the back foot's in the air. It's got a back foot punch which is off a slightly open face, has gone down towards the third man boundary. There's no backward point, there's no kind of wide gully in place there. And Bruce gets 2 more, 64 not out, 277 for 6.
I think that would have brought gully into play had there been one.
Yep. come with the 3 slips. There's a kind of wide third man, deep square leg and fine leg. 3 fielders out on the boundary, and cover mid-off and a mid-on. He's attacked all through the day, Hasib Hamid, backing his bowlers. Here is Stone in to Bruce. It cries a catch. It's an awkward bounce for Patterson at mid-on. There is no run.
It's a couple of times Bruce has very nearly hit one all the way to Patterson at mid-on. Second time he's very much been just checking his insurance policy, Dane Patterson, as the ball's coming towards him on the half volley.
It's a wonderful contrast, isn't it, from what we saw prior, just 4 overs ago,
Yeah.
prior to the new ball being taken. Runs scoring, coming freely, batting looking easy. Stone to Bruce, turned away to the leg side off the inner half of the bat there. And Stone knows that Bruce needs to get a bit of bat on that, otherwise there's one almighty appeal. He does get bat on ball, takes a single, moves on to 65, 278 for 6 now.
Hartley to face Stone for the first time. Tom Bruce coming down just to have a word. It's the Tom Tom Club, isn't it, out there in the middle. Got another one to come as well with Tom Bailey. He of the Thompson twins. 278 for 6.
2 balls left of the over for Ollie Stone. Left-hander on strike, 3 slips in place, balls to Hartley, playing forward, the ball slides across him, through to Clark, and there's no run. He was effective with that line to the left-handers today, Ollie Stone. Over the wicket, just angling across Hartley, as he did quite a lot to Jennings and to Balderson earlier on. 278 for 6. Going to put a leg slip in place here. The back will point, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg.
Tom Hartley knows what's coming.
Yes.
Bit of body line.
Lyndon James at leg slip, final ball of the over. In and balls, oh, it does wrap him on the pad. And 5 pad and loops away into the onside, coming back into Hartley from over the wicket. End of the over, 278 for 6. Lancashire in their first innings, 11 overs remaining tonight. Hartley still yet to score. He's faced 3 deliveries. Tom Bruce is unbeaten on 65.
Luke Fletcher's on the field again. Bottle of water for the skipper this time. Pennington can't wait to go again. 278 for 6. 11 overs left. Can Notts add to a tally of 6 wickets? Can Lancashire get up to the second batting point for reaching 300? Need 22 in 11 overs. There's a pull away on the leg side by Bruce for 4. That's certainly broken the shackles, if there were any being applied. Again, the first ball of the over it is that goes away to the boundary. And Tom Bruce on to 69.
It's a fair enough shot, isn't it? He's dropped short, even though we're talking about the good bowling and the pressure being built. That's a fair enough shot to hit when you're in, and it's not the best ball Pennington sent down, and he's made sure he's made the most of it.
Come on, Dill, shouts somebody. There is Dill. Balls now. Bruce just defensively plays this up to Patterson at mid-on. Luke Wells made 17. Josh Bohannon 35. They were the 2 dismissed before lunch. In the afternoon session, Keaton Jennings playing a reverse sweep on 91 fell. And then George Balderson followed in the next over for 38. And then since tea, George Bell for 18 and Matty Hurst without scoring. Dylan Pennington, the first of the Notts bowlers to pick up more than 1 wicket. He's got 2 now, bowls, and just slid down the leg side, I think off the pad. Yeah, Richard Kettleborough, big Sheffield Wednesday fan, taps his knee. Came and Had a bit of a chat on air at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago when the third day, the Sunday, was washed out till mid-afternoon. Had a chat with Kevin Howells on 5 Sports Extra. Hartley back on strike. Aggressive looking stance, baseball looking stance. Pennington bowls to him. Oh, he leaves us alone. Good bounce and carry through to Clark. Do you not think it looks like a...
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah, he's certainly he's well set, isn't he? He strikes the ball really well, Tom Hartley.
Yeah.
A good batter.
That leg side pull, a favoured shot. Anything short of a length and it's going to disappear over deep mid wicket. 283 for 6. Pennington roaring in once more. Bowls. Ooh, this one hit the seam and jagged away. Wouldn't have happened, I don't think, with a kookaburra ball.
Joe Clark's had a few that have wrapped the gloves.
Yeah.
That one this morning from Ollie Stone, which absolutely took off and almost knocked him off his feet.
So 1 ball left in the over, and Ben Slater's dropped back from point out onto the fence, and Lyndon James on the other side of the field from square leg has been asked to go out and guard the ropes. So they're offering the single to Tom Hartley if he can get it square of the wicket either side. Pennington into bowl, and it's deflected instead down to long leg, and they're happy to take the single. So not forcing, well, think they're forcing Lancashire into doing what they don't want to do, but in truth Lancashire more than happy to take the single. 284 for 6.
Yeah, 10 overs left tonight for well, it's been a really intriguing first day, a really enjoyable day. It's been it's whizzed by, really, the first day.
It has indeed, yeah. That last wicket that went down, by the way, caught Young, bowled Pennington. Nigel says, caught Will, bowled Dill. That's, that's a nice way of saying it.
Well, Stone's going to continue with the leg slip in place. Lyndon James, as well as 3 slips at backward point and a fine leg. In and balls to Hartley. Think about taking one. He's just nudged it off his pads towards mid-on where Hamid fields. And a half flirt with the idea of a single, but decide wisely against it. Hartley comes down the pitch, and there's a little bit of gardening. Stone's wandering back to his mark in the sunshine. Blue sky above us, a little bit of fluffy cloud. It's been a beautiful day. Ollie Stone over the wicket to Tom Hartley, turned away to the leg side again, where Hamid fields, and there's no run. There's been a good crowd on as well today.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 have started to drift, but yeah, it's been a well-attended fixture, as you'd expect.
So it'll be busy this time tomorrow if there's a football game across the road.
Yes.
Okay. 284 for 6. Stone bowls. It's in the air as it's nudged away by Hartley behind square on the leg side, looping down towards the backward square leg boundary for a single. Hartley moves on to 2, and it's now 285 for 6.
Hard work, isn't it? Genuine fast bowling, and you know there will be many times in the career of a fast bowler where you've got the batter at the other end on toast. They're hopping around. You can get wickets at will. You can knock over the stumps. You can find the edges. But then there are the other days where your captain, look at those standing behind the bowler's arm. There are other days when your captain just wants you to run in all day on a deck that's not being particularly responsive, and the batter at the other end is just happy to defend all day, and it's a tough old job.
Stone to Bruce this time, driven away off the front foot, bouncing out towards Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run.
This has been somewhere in between. It's not been a case of running in all day, bowling hard, and the batter's just happy to defend, but nor has it been a day where it's ever really looked like there's going to be a complete and utter collapse or clatter of wickets. Hard work for everybody, a proper day's cricket.
Yep, I agree. 2 left in this one for Stone. In to Bruce, who just dropped it a little short, and it invites Bruce to try and rock back and pull it. In the end, as he tries to get bat on ball, the ball snakes down the leg side underneath his glove and bat, and then through to Clark.
Yeah, he doesn't need many invitations to take on the short ball, does he? Happy to go for his shots.
Position 2 fielders on the leg side boundary for anything that's kind of mistimed with a pull or a hook. Fine leg in the deep square. Final one from the over for Stone. Back into Bruce.
Oh,
It's almost a return catch for him there. It would have been instinctive, kind of one-handed catch. He's gone forward and punched it up towards mid-off, and Ollie Stone stuck out his left hand, flashed past his fingertips. End of the over. That's 4 overs sent down by Ollie Stone, and he's bowled in this spell 4 overs for just 9 runs. It's a really impressive effort. Will he get a 5th?
well, I think Lyndon James is answering your question, because he's just received a message from the captain and has started whirling his arms around like a helicopter. Not that a helicopter does whirl his arms around, but you know what I mean. Here's Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Hartley. Standing up stance, as we mentioned, looks a little crooked, but the point of bat making connection with the ball looked absolutely textbook orthodox as he pushed this up to Patterson at mid-off. 285 for 6. Lancashire, I think, would be very happy to get these 15 runs. No more wickets go down tonight. Walk off 300 for 6, 96 overs, and then see what they can do tomorrow. As there's 4 of them driven through the offside by Hartley. It's a modern phrase which I don't really understand, but you switch cricket on from anywhere in the world and you hear it. That was in his wheelhouse.
He was, yeah, he was there to be pumped away, wasn't it? I agree, Dave. I think if that turns out to be the case, and Lancashire in and around kind of 300, probably potentially 300 plus at the close of play with 6 wickets down, I think they will consider that to be a pretty good day, having won the toss and chose to bat first.
And you know, Tom Bruce with power to add. If he's not out overnight, I'm sure all Red Rose supporters will be thinking, right, come back tomorrow and make it a big one. As this one somehow has gone past the bat and trickled along the ground to Joe Clark. Might have just come back and caught him off the upper arm or brushed something, certainly, which took all the pace out of it. Bruce and Hartley doing a little bit of gardening there, just tapping down the offending part of the wicket. Hartley on 6. Halfway through the 88th over, Pennington bowls, edged and caught. Another good catch, and Hartley goes. Pennington's got 3. Now there were 2 fielders diving across each other there. We'll just have to sort out who's got that one. 289 for 7. Hartley's gone for 6. Calvin Harrison has been credited with it. Moore's dived one way, Harrison dived the other, and Harrison from second slip, I think, has dived across in front of Tom Moores and pouched it. And it's 289 for 7. So they didn't get in 6 down. See on our monitors here, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Tom Moores at first slip was moving to his left and may well have got it, but he didn't have that opportunity because Harrison, who can catch pigeons, dived across in front of him from second slip, moving to his right for the left-hander, and pouched it nicely. Hartley gone quick as a flash, and Pennington's got 3 all of a sudden.
Yeah, 3 for 10 this spell. Talk about bowlers bowling in pairs, don't you, from both ends and helping out each other, and the Stone and Pennington have done just that. There's been real fireworks sent down by Stone. We've mentioned a lot about that, and that's great to see from a Nottinghamshire point of view, potentially from an England point of view. But actually, at the other end, Pennington's just been terrific. he's got reward for how he's bowled for most of the day. There's been one or two times where he's been a little bit expensive earlier on, and they brought in the spinner mid-afternoonish to try and freshen things up a little bit. But this spell, that with the new ball, backing up the work from Stone, pressure being built from one end from Ollie Stone, Pennington capitalising from the other, 3 for 10 from 3.4 overs with a new ball is a fantastic return. Brilliant spell. And Tom Bailey comes out, 7 down now. Bailey to join Bruce. It's about, really, from Lancashire point of view, trying to get to the close of play with Bruce and now Bailey there for tomorrow morning. They'll still be wanting to get somewhere up north of 350, but that's looking a little more difficult at this stage. But Bruce is there. Bailey can certainly bat, with Williams and Mahmood to come. Still 8 overs left tonight.
Yes, this second new ball has
Watch a treat.
paid major dividends for Nottinghamshire. Pennington bowls a terrific delivery, which didn't really get up for Tom Bailey. It was a nasty old delivery in a different sense for Tom Bailey to get first ball. Tom Bruce is going down to pass on some words of advice. I'm not entirely sure what he can pass on there. It can't be that watch the odd one because it keeps low, because that's, I think, the first one we've seen, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. There's one maybe before the new ball was taken that looked like it kept a little bit low on Bruce, but that did kind of shoot through a bit, didn't the Bailey? He's done well.
Do you think he's saying, if off the last ball, if you just drop it down on the leg side, I'll be ready to run, mate. You can face Ollie Stone. Is he going to play night watchman here? As this is cut away for 4. Well, it's a funny old game, as they say. 293 for 7. Dylan Pennington kicks away in frustration. Can't take anything away from another successful over from Pennington. 21 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 45. Ollie Stone, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 53. I said earlier, they're not figures that's going to make people gasp when they see them on the scorecards tonight or tomorrow morning, but there's a lot of work gone in there, a real lot of work. They've both run in all day with great determination, great effort. They've bent their backs, as they say, and they've both got the rewards. Possibly Stone's not quite got the full reward with his 1 wicket, but he's bowled very, very well indeed. Here's Dane Patterson.
Yeah, he just dropped a bit short and wide again, didn't he? He was really frustrated with himself there, was Dylan Pennington. Kind of kicked the ground in frustration because he bowled a terrific delivery that kept low and beat Bailey. He's just offered a little back foot punch for 4 through point for Bailey to get him off the mark. So there's a bit of frustration there for Pennington, but he has bowled beautifully.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you don't want to totally bowl Ollie Stone into the ground, but I'm a little disappointed he's come off.
Patterson bowls. Bruce rocking forward and playing. The ball slides past the bat, through to the keeper, no run.
That's nothing against Dane Patterson, because I think everybody knows how highly I rate him and enjoy watching him bowl, but I was enjoying seeing Ollie Stone. Got to bear in mind that not signed him summer before last and we've hardly seen it, or sorry, winter before last, and we've hardly seen him bowl in Nottinghamshire colours. So real opportunity here just to see and enjoy watching what we thought we were going to get last season.
Patterson to Bruce, forward and defends. And just a slight step towards the bowler and plays it calmly back along the ground. It was a 4 over spell, wasn't it, with the second new ball, so he's not unless they want to just be a little bit careful with his workloads a little bit. It's a long old summer and lots of cricket to be played. Patterson to Bruce. It's punched down the ground. Hamid gets across from mid-on to field. Bruce takes 1 and moves on to 70. And Lancashire edging towards 300 at 294 for 7.
I mean, all these things are done in conjunction with, I mean, in his case, with the ECB, with the England medical guys, with the Notts medical team, with the coaching staff, with the captain, all with their agreement. And if it was, you get 18 overs today out of Ollie Stone bowling quickly. Yes, please.
Patterson to Bailey, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. And I think we'll see something similar tomorrow when Saqib Mahmood is bowling, because he's in a team that's got Bailey, and Williams and Balderson.
Yeah.
So he's got seamers around him that can take a little bit of the workload off him, and I think that actually was part of the understanding for Sakib, who did say he was thinking of not playing any red ball cricket this summer and just playing white ball cricket. But part of the understanding with him and the club is that it will be kind of managed properly. As Bailey defends again from Patterson, and there's no run. 294 for 7. Players who have had injury problems, and you don't want to see players breaking down again. Mahmood's had two back injuries, back surgery twice to try and fix the issue. So it's understandable that you are a little cautious. Final ball of Patterson's first over back into the attack. Ball's still pretty new. He's got a chance here to try and see if he can get another one before the end of the day's play. Ball's to Bailey. Oh, he's reaching for it, little bottom edge, and the ball deflects past the leg stump, and Bailey sneaks through for a single, and he keeps a strike as well. 295 for 7. Bailey on 5. Bruce on 70.
Yeah, he's playing night watchman here. Tom Bailey keeping Tom Bruce off the strike at the moment. Bruce has 70. 7 overs to go in the day. It's going to be no, Pennington is going to have another one. Frightened the life out of me there when I looked at the monitor. Those of you watching on the live stream, crikey, I don't know where that is, but those of you that aren't, listeners to the BBC Sport website and app, there was a picture of a pigeon, but it's down the leg side, taken by Clark at the start of Pennington's new over. It's fair to say the camera was almost close enough to the pigeon to peer inside its beak. 295 for 7, Lancashire. Opening day of a scheduled 4.
Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire as part of a 24-hour theft spree's been jailed.
Tom Bailey on 5 and push on outside the off dump. Doesn't get a feather on it. Been nothing for Joe Clark today.
The Toys R Us is coming back to Nottingham. The Victoria Centre's Jubilee Smith store is one of 17 that will house the concession. A total of 39 Toys R Us shops will open inside the stations by the end of August.
An update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment.
2018 closing all of its 100 shops with the loss of more than 2,000 jobs. Let's get the latest from the cricket. Nottinghamshire are playing Lancashire. It's day 1 of the county championship. Dave Bracegirdle is at Trent Bridge.
Very enjoyable day, just about even, you'd imagine. Lancashire 295 for 7 with 6 overs left. Tom Bruce holding knots up, he's 70 not out. 3 wickets for Dylan Pennington, 1 for Ollie Stone, who's bowled very quickly today. Lancashire 295 for 7. Update there for local radio, 6 o'clock news. So we're into overtime. Pennington in once more, and again Tom Bailey just happy to watch it sail safely past his bat and nestle in the gloves of the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper Joe Clark. To his right at first slip, Tom Moores, who's taken a couple of catches today. To his right, Calvin Harrison, who's taken a couple of catches today. To his right, Will Young, who's taken 1 catch today. None for the wicketkeeper. It sometimes happens like that. Pennington in again, and inside edge down to long leg, a single. 296 for 7, takes Tom Bailey on to 6. The other 2 dismissals today, both LBW. Josh Bohannon, final ball before lunch, LBW to Lyndon James, and Ollie Stone's wicket was also an LBW. Got George Balderson in the latter part of the afternoon. Lancashire need 4 for second batting point. There's Pennington, bowled to Bruce, pushes this one firmly up to Patterson at mid-on, no run. Patterson keeps it because it's the end of the over and he'll be bowling the next one. 6 overs to go, the end of the first day. think from the reaction of the other players that Dylan Pennington has probably finished now. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 46. 5 or 6 of them ran over and congratulated Dylan Pennington on that last spell, taking 3 wickets with the second new ball just to blow open the Lancashire middle order. There's Patterson in now to bowl to Bailey, drives up to Stone at mid-off, no run. Keaton Jennings 91, George Balderton 38, Josh Bohannon 35. They're the leading scorers of those dismissed. Tom Bruce is 70 not out. That's what I'd love to get rid of Tom Bruce this evening. It's Bailey on strike at the moment, on 6. Patterson bowls to him, Bailey defends. Just Will Williams and Saqib Mahmood that we haven't seen on the field yet today. The glue of the Lancashire innings, really, that third wicket partnership of 107 between Jennings through to the keeper, Keaton Jennings and George Balderson, and then followed each other back. Last 3 wickets all went down relatively quickly. 273 for 5, 275 for 6, 289 for 7. All 3 belonging to Dylan Pennington. Patterson in to Bailey. Again, checks his drive up to Stone at mid-off, no run. Very much looking forward to resumption of this game tomorrow, Saturday. I'm sure there'll be a good crowd inside Trent Bridge if you're in the area, not been for a while, or indeed perhaps never been at all. Weather-wise, it's supposed to be a nice day. Come along and enjoy a day of county championship cricket. Everybody here will love to see you as Patterson comes in again, wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. Guarantee you'll have a good time. 1 ball left in this, the 91st over. Chance to bring the young ones as well. Patterson to conclude his 18th over. It's past umpire Longley. Bowls now, and Tom Bailey just thrust the bat in the general direction of the ball there. It skews off the outside edge down towards third, and they've got a couple of runs. It takes Lancashire now to within 2 of the 300 mark. 298 for 7 with 5 overs left, and means Tom Bruce will be on strike. To overtime, 8 minutes past 6 with 5 overs left. So Pennington is out of the attack now, and Lyndon James, who earlier bowled is expensive at quite an expensive rate, 10 overs, 1 for 60. Comes back, we'll be looking to get another 1 or 2 in that end column. Important wicket he got, that of Josh Bohannon. Last ball before lunch, sent Notts in on a high. So Lyndon James to bowl to Tom Bruce. There are 2 slips, backward point, deep extra cover. There's an extra cover, there's a mid-off, there's a mid-on, and 2 out on the leg side fence. 1 in front of square, 1 behind. James bowls to Bruce. Pushes it as far as Will Young in the covers, no run. Sussex are the first side to be dismissed today in the county championship. 279 all out, Sussex. Beg your pardon, 278 all out as James bowls down the leg side. This is deflected away for a single. Top scorer for Sussex was Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 48. And there were 4 wickets for both James Harris and Mir Hamza for Glamorgan. 299 for 7. Next ball wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. There's no run. 299 for 7. Division 2, Gloucestershire, 333 for 7 at Wantage Road. There was a century there for Miles Hammond. He was dismissed by Liam Patterson-White, who's picked up figures of 1 for 56 today. Next one is driven into the offside, no run. Division 1 scores: Warwickshire 293 for 8 at the Oval against Surrey, Worcestershire 305 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent, Hampshire 327 for 4. That's at Southampton against Durham. 299 for 7 here. James to bowl to Tom Bailey, again just happy to play defensively. 1 ball left in this over, and then 4 overs remain in the day. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. Scott Reed, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, we're back tomorrow. Grace Ballinger, the quick bowler from the Blaze, will be with us on Sunday and Monday. As James bowls again and dropped on the leg side by Bailey. No inclination from Tom Bruce to dash down the other end, so he'll be on strike. 4 to go. Good over that from Lyndon James, just a single from it. 11 overs, 1 for 61 his figures. And it'll be Dane Patterson to continue. Still a good number of people inside the ground, but probably half or so have already headed off. Off to enjoy their Friday evenings. Patterson from the Stewart Broad end. And he comes, bowls now, and Bruce leaves it alone. He's on 71. First Lancashire century. Not too far away. Knows he's not going to get it this evening, so all he can do is make sure he doesn't lose his wicket, doing anything silly, anything rash in the closing moments. Come back tomorrow morning refreshed and ready to go again. Here's Patterson into bowl to him. He takes a step out of his crease and then pushes it again up to a Mead at mid-on. Seba Mead, the Notts captain, will looking to get into the runs, and it's Nottinghamshire's turn to bat. Second innings at Warwickshire, when the rains came, he was 41 not out there. That's his highest score of the season so far across the first 4 matches, so Mead short of runs. That's a century in this fixture on this ground during his time as a Lancashire player. Here's Patterson, bowls again to Bruce, pushed back to the South African seamer, Dane Patterson. maximum of 15 legal deliveries left. Bruce on 71. Patterson bowls to him down the leg side. Again, nicely taken by wicket-keeper Joe Clark. Challenging day for the players on both sides. Wrestling for supremacy in this contest as Patterson comes in again. Bruce shut up shop for the night. Blocks this one as well. Up to Ollie Stone, who starts working on the ball. A smear of red down the right hand side of his cricket flannels. He loves to work hard on that ball. Recent times for Notts, Liam Patterson-White has had that job. And go back a little further, Michael Lummy was a keen and committed ball polisher during his time here as Patterson bowls wide of the pegs, and that's the end of the 93rd over. So 3 overs remain at Trent Bridge on the opening day of this Vitality County Insurance Division 1 game. Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings winning the toss at 10:30. Lancashire bringing in Saqib Mahmood for Nathan Lyon from the side that lost to Kent last week. Notts didn't have a game last week. Their last fixture was a draw against Warwickshire a couple of weeks ago. Ben Duckett not available for this one. They've replaced him with Tom Moores. Joe Clark keeping the gloves. Moore's been standing at slip and he's taken a couple of catches today. Here's Lyndon James. Bowls to Tom Bailey. It's definitely a case of playing with more than one eye on getting to stumps here for Lancashire. 299 for 7 it remains. James in again, he wears 8, so does Bailey, who's at the other end, and he pushes it back to the Nottinghamshire number 8. There's no run, third of the over gone. 16 deliveries left in the day. So when we come back tomorrow morning, there'll be 96 overs gone in the match, 14 overs then left for these sides to try and gather some more points. James bowls nice and full, deflected fine for 4, and that's the Lancashire 300 up. So they have got the second batting bonus point, tickled down the leg side by Bailey. Warm and enthusiastic applause there. There are, as mentioned earlier, a goodly number that have made the journey from the northwest supporting Lancashire, wearing the colours. Bailey on to 12. He's scored 12 out of this partnership of 14 so far. James in again to bowl to him, and he's just had a little push at that one without getting anything on it. Thanks as always to our camera crew out and about all round the ground, bringing you the pictures. Work very much appreciated, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, looking after the graphics and bringing you the replays, pretty much keeping us on air. 303 for 7, 2 balls left in this over. This one's defended onto the leg side. Slater will field. Remember, those of you that like to see the pictures, we'll start from about, there we go. Ooh. We'll start again from about 10:45 tomorrow morning. Aaron will be down on the outfield. You'll get the highlights of today's play, any key interviews, and set up second day tomorrow. 303 for 7 at the end of that Lyndon James over as the final ball goes through to the keeper again. 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 65 for Lyndon James. Couple of overs left. Lancashire have shut up shop for the evening. Nottinghamshire seemingly have done likewise. They'd love another wicket, but at the moment it just seems as if both sides are just about ready to go and get those boots off and go, oh, my feet hurt.
Put your feet up. Yeah,
my feet hurt.
Yeah, sorry I was a little bit late back.
Breaking news?
Well, it's been now pretty widely reported, first by The Guardian and now by the BBC Sport website. As Patterson comes in and bowls, and pushing forward is Bruce past the edge of the bat, there's no run. That the England coach Brendan McCullum has held talks with James Anderson about the bowler's future. And McCullum, I'm reading this report from the website, McCullum told Anderson, who turns 42 in July, that England are looking to build a bowling attack for the future. It's not clear whether Anderson has played his last test or if he'll get a farewell this summer. Anderson's taken 700 wickets in 187 test matches. Patterson bowls to Bruce. It's a thin edge down towards the third man boundary. Will it reach the rope? No, it won't, but he'll come back for 2. Moves on to 73, and it's 305 for 7.
Great man's on the ground, isn't he? Or he was this
He
morning.
is. He was here this morning. Yep, he was
You'll be there. You'll get some reaction over breakfast.
I think that's unlikely. But you never know.
Sentimental Scott says he should get
Oh, he
farewell.
should, absolutely.
He should.
Yeah, of course
he should. You name a side on sentimental grounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Get him in that game at Old Trafford against Sri Lanka. That'd be lovely. It was Patterson bowls again to Bruce. Plays forward and defends, and there's no run. 305 for 7. So the full report is on the BBC Sport website and app now, and the headline: Anderson's future in doubt after McCullum talks.
Why didn't he have those talks in the winter?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he was enjoying a bit of a holiday.
Well, I mean, on the last tour. There you go. You can have your last test.
And here comes Patterson into Bruce again. 2 slips waiting. Forward again, just calmly pushing the ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Jimmy hasn't played any matches, has he, yet this season?
No. No, they expect him to play, I think it's 2 games before the test series starts. And the test series starts in July.
Why would he be resting if he's not assured of a place?
Well, he's never going to play at this stage because the test series doesn't start till July, so they get him in the team to build him up for the start of the test series. Patterson comes in to Bruce. Oh, it's a big appeal. Oh, he's given it! Bruce has gone right on the stroke of close of play, the penultimate over of the day. And Patterson strikes. Bruce has gone LBW for 73. And Lancashire, well, they lose their 8th wicket, 305 for 8. It's a good knock by Bruce, but it comes to an end. And Patterson picking up his 2nd wicket.
I get the feeling he feels it's bat first. And it doesn't look as if it's bat first on the replay we've just got. It looked a good shout. But he seemed to hold his bat up like they sometimes do, intimating that there was an inside edge. He's obviously very disappointed there in every sense, Tom Bruce, not only for himself but for his team. Lose a wicket late on in the day. He'll know how important that was, but flip it over. What a vital wicket for Nottinghamshire late in the day. But he's impressed me today, Tom Bruce. 73's made at the crease for 2.5 hours, faced 115 balls, 10 fours and a 6. Took the fight to Nottinghamshire, fronted up against the quicks, played some lovely shots, and I think Lancashire supporters that were just wondering why they've signed this fella. I hope they've been watching today, because they might have had a glimpse as to what might be just around the corner. A little more of that and they'll be very pleased to see him. Will Williams is on his way to the middle rather than Saqib Mahmood. Luke Fletcher's out there for the 743rd time today. He's set a personal best. He's out this time with the drinks cooler. Poor old Luke. Feel for him. Sometimes they'll do it for half an hour and then get one of the young kids to do it, won't they? But Luke and Matthew Montgomery have put in a shift today, as have the players on the field. 305 for 8. What an important wicket that is now then. Tom Bailey, Will Williams, 7 balls left in the day. It is still possible for Lancashire to be bowled out. If a wicket goes down this ball, then Saqib Mahmood would have to come out. If a wicket goes down in the final over, of course he wouldn't.
Yeah, I agree, Dave, with your views on Tom Bruce. It's good to see him get some runs today. It's been a difficult start to the summer, difficult start to his time with Lancashire, but he's batted very nicely indeed and got Lancashire up to 300. It's been a good fight back though, hasn't it? Lancashire were 270 for 4 before the new ball was taken. There's Patterson to Williams, and that's defended to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 6 balls left of the day, potentially, should a wicket fall, of course. 305 for 8, Bailey 12, and Williams on 0.
Yeah, I'm not going to dwell on it because anything that I say or think or do is completely and utterly immaterial, as it normally is. But where I was going just before the wicket fell was with Jimmy. If they're not entirely certain as to whether he's got a future in the England team, why isn't he playing? Why isn't he bowling? Why isn't he showing that he's still got a future? You're not going to persuade somebody otherwise, surely, by sitting games out. Anyhow, Calvin Harrison is going to get the last over in the day. Harrison, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 50. All the bowlers have put in some significant amount of overs today. We've got stumps. The first one to reach stumps is at Canterbury, where Worcestershire close on 308 for 5. Century for Gareth Roderick, but he's out. He was bowled by Joey Everson, former Notts man. 308 for 5 is Worcestershire. There's Calvin Harrison. Tosses this up and it's defended. I'd imagine that's been quite a tough day for the Worcestershire side and their followers. Stumps at Wantage Road as well, where Gloucestershire in Division 2, 338 for 8 against Northants. Next one is defended. Just 1 wicket today for Liam Patterson-White, and it was that of the Centurion, Miles Hammond. Play goes on in the other matches, but they'll all be coming towards a close. Hampshire 336 for 4 against Durham. Harrison in again. Bailey defends into the offside. They'll take a single, and in comes the throw. Don't think Will Williams was expecting that. Tom Bailey was looking to get down to this end and keep himself out of harm's way, but almost at the expense of running his mate out. Pushed it into the covers to Will Young, and it took quite a bit of persuading, I think, for Will Williams to start up the engine and get going, and he was very nearly run out. If Will Young had hit the stumps with a direct hit, that might have been the end of today's proceedings. Warwickshire 304 for 8, still playing at the Oval, and the other one into the second innings, the only game where we've had a side bowled out. Sussex 278 all out at Cardiff. Glamorgan 15 without loss in reply. Be able to read all the match reports and all the bits and pieces from the grounds on the BBC Sport website and app through the evening at your leisure. Our leisure is 3 deliveries away. 306 for 8. Williams has company. They're all round the bat. Calvin Harrison makes him wait as he comes in off 2 paces and loses his run up on those 2 paces. He'll start again. Ball's a ball which Williams can just get solidly behind and push it back to the bowler. Thanks very much for your company today. Look forward to being with you again tomorrow morning. A reminder, Trent Bridge Live goes live at about 11:15 with Aaron. Oh, and this one straight through, but there was a bit of bottom edge, I fancy. Otherwise, that might have been the end of Will Williams. It almost went underground, that delivery. Hope you enjoy your Friday evening. Look forward to doing it again tomorrow as this is turned away behind square, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that 306 for 8, and it stumps on day one here at Trent Bridge. What have you made of it, Scott Reed?
Really enjoyed it. Yeah, really good day's cricket. They've been it's been terrific. The ball well with that second new ball. That's changed it a little bit, hasn't it? There were 270 for 4 Lancashire, and now 300 for 8. That second new ball's worked a treat.
Thanks very much to Scott. He'll be back tomorrow. Thanks again to John McGovern. Popped up and shared some of his thoughts with us today. The Nottingham Forest club ambassador brought with him a ball that had a little plaque on it engraved from all those years ago, and in club cricket he took a hat-trick. That's one thing I didn't think I'd be talking about today. Again, thanks to the camera crew, the production crew, and most significantly, thanks to you for being out there watching, listening, putting up with us, getting in touch, and generally sharing the day with us. Love County Championship cricket. I know you do too. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. Lancashire will resume on 306 for 8 in the morning. Until then, from us all, a very good night from Trent Bridge.